ask questions. Tama po. 3 minuto lang po. Kasi po sa sobrang dami natin, baka po hindi na tayo umuwi. If you wish to ask questions, kindly have your name listed with the committee secretary. At ngayon po, may I recognize
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Zarate.
Mr. Chair, before we proceed with the presentation or briefing, may I just raise additional administrative matters for the consideration of the committee?
What's your point of order, Mr. Zarate, Congressman Zarate?
I will just...
Secretary Abisado po. Mr. Secretary, you're now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With your permission, the Honorable Speaker, Alan Peter Cayetano, Deputy Speaker, El Rey Villapuerte, Majority Leader Martin Romualdez, Minority Leader Benny Abante, the other Vice Chairpersons present, members of this very important committee. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. The Development Budget Coordinating or Coordination Committee, or the DBCC, once again would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the proposed national budget for 2021. Mr. Chair and members of this committee, just like in the past briefing, the DBCC members wish to make our presentation in this order. Bangko Sentral Governor Ben Jokno will present the developments in the monetary, financial, and external sectors and the outlook for the rest of the year and 2021. NEDA Acting Secretary Carl Kendrick Chua will provide an overview of the Philippines' economic performance so far and prospects for further growth and development for 2020 and the medium term. Finance Secretary Carlos Sane Dominguez will present our fiscal and revenue collection performance so far, as well as how the budget will be financed in 2021 and over the medium term. And finally, as DBM Secretary, I will present the proposed National Expenditure Program or Plan for 2021 and our priority expenditures for next year. Mr. Chair, we propose the theme Reset, Rebound, and Recover, investing in resiliency and sustainability for the 2021 National Expenditure Program, consistent with the administration's goal of saving lives and protecting communities while making the various sectors of the economy stronger and more agile. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of this committee. Now, I request the Honorable Chair to recognize Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Governor Benjamin Ben Jokno for his presentation.
Bangko Sentral, you are now recognized.
Take this opportunity to apprise this honorable body of the measures
Meron pa po bang taga-BSP dito sa plenary ngayon para just in case hindi gumana po ang internet ni Secretary Jokno ay sila po yung mag-present?
Mr. Chair, Deputy Governor Francis Tequila is here with us.
Yes, Deputy Governor, you are now recognized. Ikaw na lang muna mag-present.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be Starting with the presentation of the Governor Benamin Joke, no?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Alvarado.
pwede po ba nating i-request kay Deputy
and healthy
Governor na
public finances.
makitanggal na lang yung
At the same time, Philippine banks continue to be sound, stable, and well-functioning, based on all metrics. It is the same robust fundamentals that help us to navigate the early months of this crisis. The country's external strong macroeconomic fundamentals have been recognized by external parties. On 16 July 2020, Moody's affirmed our sovereign credit rating at Baa2 and maintained our stable outlook. Moreover, The Economist cites the Philippines' relatively strong financial strength based on 4 metrics, namely public debt, foreign debt, cost of borrowing, and reserve cover, making it the 6th best among 66 emerging economies and number 1 among its Southeast Asian peers. Continued investor confidence in our financial strength, especially at a time when there is differentiation among emerging markets, puts us in a favorable position to finance whatever it takes to win the war against the disease. However, the Philippine economy, like many other countries, has been seriously hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our economy suffered from the stringent lockdown measures imposed to slow down the spread of the virus and help prepare our public health sector and LGUs to respond to the health crisis. After exhibiting 84 consecutive quarters of growth, the country recorded its 2nd consecutive quarters of decline last quarter, with a GDP contracting by 16.5%. Historically, the 2nd quarter GDP is the lowest recorded quarterly growth since 1981 series. In the first 2 quarters, the economy contracted by 9%. The COVID-19 pandemic has constrained economic activity across the globe. This slide provides a comparison of the GDP growth rates of a selected sample economies. In Asia, the Philippines performed better than India, which declined by 23.9, and Malaysia's 17.1 decline, but fell behind Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, and Singapore. Price pressures remain manageable in 2020. Average headline inflation in the first 7 months of the year stood at 2.5%. But this is within the government's inflation target of 3%, plus or minus 1 percentage point. Meanwhile, core inflation, which excluded selected volatile food and energy items to measure underlying price pressures, increased slightly at 3.3% in July 2020 from 3% in June 2020. If we also compare domestic inflation with other countries, the prices of consumer goods and services in a typical Filipino basket are rising at a healthy pace. High inflation is bad for the economy as it erodes the purchasing power of households and discourages investments. On the other hand, falling prices or deflation is also bad, as consumers and investors will lose the incentive to spend or invest. Such behavior dampens economic activity, which results to higher unemployment. We expect the favorable price dynamics to continue over the policy horizon. Our latest forecast suggests within target inflation for 2020 to 2022. We project average inflation to settle at 2.6% for 2020, 3% for 2021, and 3.1% for 2022.
Similarly, market expectations remain generally anchored to the government's inflation target for 2020 to 2022. There is ample liquidity in the market, supported by liquidity-enhancing measures of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Domestic liquidity, or M3, continues to grow at double-digit pace, rising by 14.9% to around 13.6 trillion pesos in June 2020. Money supply increased due mainly to sustained demand for credit, with net domestic claims rising by 13.3% in June. Meanwhile, net borrowings by the central government increased by 53%, reflecting a higher funding requirement to address the pandemic. Meanwhile, outstanding loans of universal and commercial banks expanded by 9.6% in June, slower than the 13.3% growth in May. This is due in part to weak domestic economic prospects and constrained economic activity following the imposition of lockdown measures to contain the COVID-19 outbreak. Looking ahead, credit activity is seen to stabilize and pick up in the coming months as economic activity resumes with a gradual reopening of the economy. On the banking sector, the Philippine banking system has continued to remain strong and resilient to withstand the ongoing pandemic. Banks remain sufficiently capitalized, with capital adequacy ratio as of end 2019 at 16%, way above the regulatory requirements of the BSP at 10% and of the Banks for International Settlement at 8%. At the same time, the ratio of gross non-performing loans and assets have remained low at 2.1% and 1.7% respectively as of end June 2020. Meanwhile, the country's manageable inflation environment, a high level of international reserve buffer, and favorable market sentiment, given the passage of Bayanihan II, continued to provide support to the peso. Year to date, the peso appreciated against the US dollar by 4.43%. to close at 48.49 pesos per $1 on 28 August 2020 from the end December 2019 closing rate of 50.64 per $. Thus far, the peso has outperformed other regional currencies, and among the monitored Asian currencies, the Philippines appreciated the most, followed by the Japanese yen, Taiwan dollar, and Chinese yuan. The stability of the peso-dollar market has been supported by ample gross international reserves and favorable external debt position. As of end July 2020, the country's foreign exchange reserves stood at $98 billion, the highest ever to date. This level of international reserves is equivalent to 8.9 months' worth of imports cover and 7.5 times the Philippines' short-term external debt. Meanwhile, the country's external debt to GDP ratio has progressively declined. In Q1 2020, the external debt is recorded at 81.4 billion, or 21.4% of GDP. This external debt level has provided the government sufficient space for higher budget deficit needed as it responds to the ongoing crisis through aggressive fiscal stimulus. Now that we've gone through the emerging trends and developments in key sectors of the economy, let me now present to the Honorable Chair and the members of the House Committee on Appropriations the proposed macroeconomic assumptions for the fiscal year 2021 national government budget. Inflation is projected to remain manageable for the rest of the year and to settle within the inflation target range over the policy horizon. Next, the projected path in global crude oil futures prices and expectations on the balance of oil supply and demand suggests that the average Dubai crude oil prices could settle within 35 to 45 US dollars per barrel in 2020 and 35 to 50 US dollars per barrel in 2021. The peso-dollar exchange rate is projected to remain broadly stable, supported by sufficient foreign exchange buffer and expected recovery of the Philippine economy. In the primary market, the 364-day T-bill rate is projected to settle within 2.5 to 3.5% in 2020 and 3 to 4.5% in 2021, given the emerging fiscal program and the accommodative monetary policy by the BSP. Similarly, the 180-day LIBOR is expected to remain low amid the monetary policy loosening of major central banks, particularly the US Fed, to support liquidity and stimulate economic growth. Following a contraction this year, merchandise trade is expected to bounce back beginning next year as the global and domestic economies slowly reopen. Allow me now to discuss the various measures that we have undertaken to reassure financial markets, infuse liquidity, and support economic growth. This year, the BSP has taken decisive policy measures to support domestic liquidity in the midst of the pandemic. The cumulative 175 basis points reduction in policy rate was complemented by decisive liquidity-enhancing measures to stem the emerging tightening in financial condition and regulatory relief to banks' borrowers experiencing financial difficulty amid the implementation of quarantine protocols in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, the BSP recognizes the micro, small, and medium enterprises as a vital component of the Philippine economy, owing to its capacity to generate employment and contribute to economic activity. Thus, the BSP has approved a number of measures to assist the MSMEs during this crisis, as well as to hasten the recovery and ensure sustainability of operations in the post-crisis period. These measures include allowing banks to report their MSME loans as part of the bank's compliance with the BSP's reserve requirements. The BSP also implemented amendments to the regulatory capital treatment of exposures to MSMEs, which would free up capital and enable BSP's supervised financial institutions to extend more credit to the MSME sector. In particular, the BSP approved a temporary reduction in the credit risk weights of loans granted to MSMEs that are current in status and assignment of lower risk weight for MSME exposures that are covered by government guarantees. Overall, these measures are expected to channel liquidity to the MSME sector while ensuring the health and safety of the financial system. As overseer of the payment system, the BSP endeavors to provide an enabling environment for a safe, reliable, affordable, interoperable, and efficient retail payment system in the country. Under the National Retail Payment System Framework, or NRPS, we have advocated for the shift to a more cash-light economy through increased usage of digital payment platforms. With physical distancing a norm during this pandemic, economic agents have been increasingly reliant on electronic payment instruments and channels. This is evident in the substantial increase in transactions in PesoNet and InstaPay, the two automated clearinghouses formed under the NRPS. In a span of just 4 months, the value of transactions in InstaPay and PesoNet has dramatically increased, 147 times and 89 times respectively. Moreover, the BSP's issuance of the National QR Code Standard, or QRPH, helps remedy the fragmented QR-driven payment system. It can help the economy to further leverage on the efficiency, safety, and affordability of the QR technology for payments. We have also supported the digitalization of payments to the government through the eGovPay, a payment channel that allows individuals and businesses to pay taxes, permits, fees, and other obligations to the government through an electronic portal. While the economy hit rock bottom in the second quarter, we are now on the road to a gradual recovery. However, there are risks along the way. Hence, we have to remain proactive and prudent in our decisions and tasks. First, the possibility of a prolonged pandemic. The end of the global health crisis remains uncertain, and a prolonged pandemic would continue to hurt the health and economic sectors of the economy. Nonetheless, improved strategies to strengthen the health sector, the passage of the Bayanihan Act 2, and other legislative measures to support the economy, and targeted social reforms and sustained implementation of infrastructure program will help smoothen and balance the road to recovery. Second, tepid global economic recovery. No two countries are alike. Each country is at different points of the epidemiological curve. Some countries have started to gradually reopen from stringent lockdown measures. Others are facing the second wave of infections, while others are just experiencing the outbreak. Protracted global economic recovery could continue to adversely affect external trade and tourism. Third, natural disasters. The threat of natural disasters, such as typhoons, floods, and earthquakes, remains imminent even as we face the global pandemic. To end, allow me to briefly summarize the key points from my presentation. The Philippines entered the global pandemic with firm macroeconomic fundamentals. The country's strength is founded on purposeful structural reforms. The macroeconomic prospects are likely to improve in the near term, but there could be headwinds on our path to recovery. The BSP has implemented policy measures to support domestic liquidity amid the lockdown and will remain evidence-based in crafting appropriate monetary policy responses. The BSP is prepared to use the full range of its monetary instruments and to deploy monetary policy and regulatory relief measures as needed to support the economy during the crisis while adhering to its price and financial stability goals. Ladies and gentlemen, we assure you that your Bangko Sentral stands with the whole of the government and the Filipino people as we try to recover from this pandemic. That ends my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Neda, you are now recognized.
Good afternoon, Chairman Yap, Deputy Speaker El Rey, Deputy Minority Leader Abante, Vice Chair C. Alvarado. Mr. Chair, the Philippines entered 2020 with a very strong position. Prior to COVID, our strong economic performance averaged 6.6% from 2016 to 2019. A very good performance amid a growing trade war and growing uncertainties in the global economy. Prior to COVID, we were likely to become an upper middle income country in 2020. We also experienced low and stable inflation, averaging 3% from 2016 to 2019, largely also supported by the rice tariffication law. We had one of the strongest fiscal position. We had the highest revenue to GDP effort of 16.1% and the lowest debt to GDP in 2019 at 39.6%, largely enabled by the comprehensive tax reform program. Our Build infrastructure program doubled as a share of GDP compared to the past 5 decades at 4.5% of GDP, or at least 882 billion pesos in 2019. We also achieved one of the highest credit ratings in the range of BBB+ to A-. We also achieved one of the lowest unemployment rate of 5.3% and underemployment rate of 14.8% in January of 2020, and also the lowest poverty incidence of 16.7% as of 2018. This very good performance reflects the progress achieved in the 10-point socio-economic agenda, wherein we achieve the commitment under macroeconomic policies. Number 2, tax reform. Number 3, ease of doing business. Number 4, infrastructure. We are progressing in number 5, rural development, with the passage of the rice tariffication law. Number 7, human capital development, with the passage of the Universal Health Care Act. Number 8, science and the arts, in particular with the passage of the Innovations Act. And number 9, social protection, with the passage of the National ID program. And we are working hard to advance the remaining items in the 10-point socio-economic agenda. All of these have led to significant results. The 2022 promise of lifting 6 million Filipinos out of poverty was achieved in 2018, or 4 years ahead of the 2022 target, where the poverty rate as a share of the population fell from 23.5% to 16.7% between 2015 and 2018, and we are on track to achieving 14% by 2022 or lower. Unfortunately, no one anticipated that the COVID pandemic will struck the global economy. In the first 3 months of the quarantine, we prioritized saving of lives against COVID. We used this time to improve our health system capacity. Our daily testing peaked at 41,030 on August 27. Our testing capacity was achieved at 84,595 as of August 25, meaning we can test more than 2 million per month. By the models of UP and Ateneo, we averted some 59,000 to 171,000 deaths. Our death rates reduced from a high of 17% to just 1.6%, or around 4,000 deaths. We averted some 1.3 to 3.5 million cases, of which 68,000 would be severe and critical cases on the peak day, which would overwhelm our healthcare sector. The consequence of shutting down 75% of the economy is that in the first quarter, the economy contracted by 0.7% and by 16.5% contraction in 2020. Unemployment reached a high of 17.7% in May, where 7 million people were unemployed. This table shows you that the COVID pandemic and the quarantines have led to a significant contraction of the Philippine economy in the first semester by 9%. Household final consumption in the first semester fell by 7.8%. However, government final consumption expenditure grew by 15.6%. with the Bayanihan 1 and the budget of 2020 supporting the people and the economy. Investments as measured by capital formation declined by 36.6%. Exports also declined by 21.4%, while imports also declined by 24.7%. On the other side, in the industrial or production side, only agriculture recorded a positive growth of 0.6%, while industry and services both declined. With 75% of the economy forced to shut down because we prioritize the saving of lives, unemployment and underemployment increased sharply in the April labor force survey, which was conducted in May. The unemployment in millions increased from 2.3 million in April of last year to 7.3 million in April of 2020, bringing the unemployment rate to a high of 17.7%. On the other hand, the underemployment rate, which measures those with jobs but lacks income, increased marginally from 5.6 to 6.4 million. The underemployment rate of 18.9% is moderate, considering that the government and the private sector contributed donations and subsidies to help the poorest and low-income families. As the quarantine restrictions were eased starting June, we saw a gradual recovery. In terms of the growth of the NGCP energy delivery, you can see a U-turn going towards just a contraction of 5%. The volume of manufacturing production has been improving, and in July we saw minus 12%. The total merchandise exports have also taken a U-turn, and we actually are seeing positive exports to China in the latest month. Imports have also taken a U-turn. Our inflation remains low and stable due to recent reforms, including the rice tariffication law and adequate supply of basic commodities. In the July inflation, or rather in the August inflation reported today, the overall inflation was 2.4%, or at the lower end of the BSP's target range, and food inflation was actually lower at around 1.8% together with beverages, or 1.7% if without the beverages. What we find in the last 6 months is that the lower quarantine restriction has actually opened more sectors of the economy and helped bring back jobs. In May 1 to May 15, 78.7% of the economy was put under ECQ, and only 21.2% was placed under GCQ. The result is a 16.5% decline of our GDP, a higher unemployment rate of 17.7%, and a higher underemployment rate of 18.9%. However, between July 1 to July 15, 2020, only 2.1% of the economy of the Philippines was placed under ECQ, 48.4% in GCQ, and 49.5% in MGCQ, or a lower restriction of quarantine. The result is we are seeing a significant decline in the underemployment rate to 10% from 17.7%, and also a decline in the underemployment rate to 17.3%. All in all, between April and July 2020, 7.5 million jobs were restored to the economy. This map gives you an idea of the quarantine status in May, where we saw the worst economic performance, where there are many reds and yellow for ECQ and GCQ. However, in July, we see many greens, the areas under MGCQ and some in GCQ. All these suggest that the quarantine restrictions will have a significant impact on the rest of the year. GDP growth is projected to be around negative 5.5% in 2020, with a band of minus 4.5 to minus 6.6%, before recovering to around 6.5 to 7.5% in 2021 and 2022. The table here shows you the macroeconomic assumptions, which was explained by the BSP, which I will skip. We will remain vigilant against the risks to the growth outlook. From the domestic side, the key risks are the uncertainties brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, subdued consumer and business confidence, the weather disturbance, possibly because of La Nina starting September and October, animal-borne diseases like the African swine fever, disruption in transport, value chain, and logistics, limited absorptive capacity of implementing agencies to implement, for instance, Bayanihan 2, and possibly labor market disruptions. From the external side, we also expect the weaker global economy, the geopolitical tensions, particularly around US and China, and the lower remittance to affect our GDP and macroeconomic performance. We are responding in the government with a phased and adaptive recovery approach that prioritizes health, because this is primarily a health issue, and the recovery of consumer confidence. Between March to May, Congress passed Bayanihan 1, and this is what we have been using to address the emergency stage. From June to December 2020, we are in the recovery stage, and we will be using a combination of Bayanihan 2, the Guide, the FIS, and the Create bills to help in the recovery of the country. Starting next year, we will be focusing on the resiliency of the economy towards a healthy and more resilient Philippines, where the 2021 to 2022 GAA will play a significant role. We are leading in NEDA together with the other agencies under the IATF, the Recharge Philippines, towards a healthy and more resilient Philippines. Among the key short-term responses are, number one, to intensify the implementation of the Prevent, Detect, Isolate, Treat, and Reintegration strategies. Number two, intensify information, education, and communication campaign for the PDITR strategy and how individuals and communities can contribute to the effort. Number three, to develop the PPE ecosystem. Number four, implement a strategic stockpiling system of PPE and other essential goods with strong linkages to domestic manufacturers. Number five is to support the agriculture sector, including urban agriculture. Number six, minimize disruptions in value chain and the logistics sector. Number seven, extend financial assistance, retooling, upskilling programs, alternative livelihood programs, and job matching services. Number eight is to provide support for flexible learning opportunities. Number nine is financial and technical support to MSME, especially for digital transformation. Number 10 is the improvement in the digital infrastructure. Number 11, to continue implementation of projects and ecological integrity, in particular, solid waste management, hazardous waste, among others. Number 12, to reopen safely and sufficiently the public transport system. And number 13, the resumption of the Build, Build, Build program. These are all captured in the Bayanihan 2 and the upcoming 2021 budget. Just to make the case, while we are seeing improvements in economic performance, there is still a case for reopening public transport. In August, the visits to public transport station dipped again to minus 60%, but this is improving. So it is not enough just to open the economy and to bring people back to work. It is also important to revive the public transportation sufficiently and safely as possible. There is also a case for helping people go back to work. The percent of people actually going to work has dropped by 40%. Many of them are walking or working from home, but we can still do more. One of our key recommendations to pursue more job creation is higher infrastructure spending. We will increase that from an estimated 4.2% in 2020 to a higher 5.4% in 2021. And that would entail increasing the budget from 785 billion to 1.121 trillion in 2021. Mr. Chair, these are the strategies on how we will aim to revive the economy. Our key legislations to support the recovery include, number one, the passage of the FIST, or the Financial Institutions Strategic Transfer Bill. Number two, the passage of the GFI Unified Initiative to Distress Enterprises for Economic Recovery, or the GUIDE Bill. Number 3 is the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprise or CREATE Bill, which I understand the DOF will expound. The passage of the 2021 GAA, and NEDA continues to pursue the liberalization of the economy to bring in more investment and jobs through the amendments to the Public Service Act, Foreign Investment Act, and the Retail Trade Liberalization Act. In the coming few weeks, we will be presenting the updated Philippine Development 2017 to 2022, where the theme will be a healthy and resilient Philippines, and this will capture our plan process in the next 2 years. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Carl Chua. Now, may I recognize our DOF Secretary, Secretary Carlos Dominguez. You may now present.
Chairperson Eric Yap, members of the House Committee on Appropriations, fellow workers in government, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to brief the House of Representatives about the national government's fiscal position, the impact of policy reforms undertaken, and the financial aspect of our comprehensive response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Before proceeding, allow me to thank our legislators for the passage of the Bayanihan 2 Act. This is a fiscally responsible piece of legislation that allows the country to meet the challenges of economic recovery without imposing a heavy burden on future generations. The strong fiscal position with which we entered 2020 has made us better prepared than at any point in recent history for difficult times, such as the COVID-19 pandemic that has put lives and livelihoods at serious risk. The bold tax reform measures passed by Congress, combined with improved tax administration, enabled us to raise revenues totaling 3.14 trillion pesos last year. This is 10% higher than the 2018 level and represents a revenue effort of 16.1% of GDP, the highest in more than 2 decades. Tax collections, which account for 90% of total revenues, reached 2.8 trillion pesos in 2019. This is 10% higher than the preceding year. The double-digit growth propelled our tax effort to 14.5% of GDP in 2019, the best performance in 22 years. Revenue collections attributable to the trade law amounted to 130.7 billion pesos last year, exceeding the 2018 level by 91% and the 2019 full-year estimate by 21%. Notwithstanding the delay in the passage of the 2019 national budget, our catch-up spending plan in the latter half of that year resulted in total expenditures of 3.8 trillion pesos, 11% higher than in 2018. This robust spending produced a deficit to GDP ratio of 3.4%. Last year, we brought down our debt to GDP ratio to a historic low of 39.6%. The improvement was a result of prudent cash and debt management backed by steady economic growth. You will recall, Mr. Chairman, how we were aiming for a 7% growth rate for 2020. Unfortunately, the pandemic struck and it has thrown the entire global economy off balance. We had to impose necessary lockdowns to save lives and protect our communities. We were fully aware that protecting the lives of our people would come at a heavy price. The effects of this pandemic would have been much worse had it caught us in a weak fiscal position. Fortunately, when it hit us, we had sufficient means to fight the battle and ramp up public spending. We thank Congress for swiftly passing the first Bayanihan Act within a week after the imposition of the enhanced community quarantine in March. This cushioned the public from the worst of the initial shock of the lockdowns through emergency cash grants and wage subsidies. The restriction on movement, however, curtailed economic activities and muted the government's revenue generation capacity. Given all that has happened in the past months, we expect to collect significantly less than the projected at the start of the year, even as we spend more for our people. In the first 7 months of 2020, total revenue collection reached 1.7 trillion pesos. This is 7% lower than the same period last year. 85% of the revenue came from tax collections, which registered a negative growth of 12%. On the upside, non-tax revenues from January to July of this year posted double-digit growth. This was driven mainly by the Bureau of Treasury's cumulative revenue for the 7-month period, which grew at 87% year-on-year to 190.9 billion pesos. The growth was largely due to higher dividends and other remittances from our government-owned and controlled corporations, as well as other government service income. Our additional income and savings from prudent debt management will enable us to fund Bayanihan 2. Lower revenue collection and increased government spending to meet the challenges posed by the pandemic pushed the fiscal deficit to 700.6 billion pesos in the first 7 months of the year. This is 6 times higher compared to the same period in 2019. We project our revenue collection in 2020 to reach 2.5 trillion pesos or 13.4% of GDP. We expect our revenue collection to slightly recover and reach 2.7 trillion pesos in 2021 to 3 trillion pesos in 2022. Meanwhile, our deficit to GDP ratio is projected to reach 9.6% at the end of 2020 as the government spends more to beef up our health system and provide relief to individuals and sectors hardest hit by the pandemic. The deficit to GDP ratio will decline to 8.5% in 2021 and 7.2% in 2022. We aim to keep our deficit below or at the median of our ASEAN neighbors and credit rating peers so that we can continue to access financing at highly concessional terms on behalf of the Filipino people. We are bridging the budget gap with additional borrowings. In the past, emergency spending and urgent borrowing would have been tough to carry out at the concessional levels that creditors have been providing now. The Duterte administration's prudent approach to fiscal and economic management, an approach that you have bolstered with tax policy reforms, has made us one of the most robust resilient, and credit-worthy economies in the region. Our high investment grade ratings have been affirmed by Fitch, Moody's, and S&P's despite the present economic challenges. These credit ratings have allowed us to access financing from our development partners and commercial markets at lower interest rates and longer repayment periods. As of the end of August, the Department of Finance has secured a total of $8.83 billion in financing for our COVID-19 response efforts from our development partners and commercial markets. Of the total amount, $5.98 billion is budget support financing from the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, a development agency of France, and the Japan International Cooperation Agency. Meanwhile, we raised $2.3 billion from our latest global bond offering that fetched our lowest ever coupon in the US dollar market. The remaining $496.36 million is composed of grant and loan financing from our development partners for various COVID-19 specific projects. Total borrowings for 2020 and 2021 are projected to reach 3 trillion pesos to support priority expenditure necessary for the country's swift recovery from the COVID-19 crisis and public investments in infrastructure and social services. Borrowings are expected to settle at 2.3 trillion in 2022. Funding will still be predominantly sourced domestically. The debt to GDP ratio is projected to settle at 54% this year and reach 58% in 2021 and 60% in 2022. The projections are still lower when compared to the country's all-time high debt level of 71.6% of GDP in 2004. Crises in the past could often be remedied with legislation and spending that restores confidence in the economic sector where the crisis started. This is not the case for the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic crisis it has caused. There is no knockout punch for the situation until a safe and effective vaccine is ready for mass distribution. This will be a test of fiscal stamina, how a country's economy performs during COVID-19, and how quickly it can bounce back once the crisis is over will depend on its economic resilience. This is why we have been consistent with our approach. We will do what is necessary, but we will not be wasteful. The executive branch is doing its utmost to help the economy recover at the earliest possible time. We will continue to work with Congress on our economic priority bills to help us bounce back quickly to in a sustainable and resilient manner. These measures will make more support available to businesses, workers, and families, and will come online as soon as Congress is able to pass them. We are pushing for the swift passage of the CREATE Bill, or Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act. This will provide an outright 5 percentage point reduction in corporate income tax rate from 30 to 25% as soon as it is made effective. This will help businesses continue operations and retain jobs. CREATE will also enhance the flexibility of our incentive system so that we can aggressively go after investments that will greatly benefit the Filipino people. The availability of financing for businesses and the continued strength of our banks will also be critical in our economic recovery. We are seeking congressional approval for banks to dispose of non-performing loans and assets through asset management companies. This will be done through the FIST Act, or Financial Institutions Strategic Transfer. FIST proposes improved version of the specific purpose vehicles created in the early 2000s in response to the Asian financial crisis. We hope to enable banks to offload souring loans and assets, clean up their balance sheets, and extend more credit to more sectors in need. We thank the House for passing this bill on final reading last June 2. We also support Guide Bill, or the Government Financial Institutions Unified Initiative to Distressed Enterprises for Economic Recovery. This will enable government banks to form a special holding company that will infuse equity with strict conditions into strategically important companies facing insolvency rather than illiquidity. The 2021 budget will provide us with the tools necessary to rebuild our economy and decisively defeat COVID-19. Likewise, we will continue to be engaged with the legislatures in passing the remaining tax reform packages that will allow a simpler, fairer, and more efficient tax system while providing additional revenue streams for the government. Our strategy for recovery rests on sustaining the Build program. Investing in sound infrastructure has the largest multiplier effect to the economy. It creates jobs, fires up consumption, and spurs productive activities. We will fully recover from this crisis once the safe and effective vaccine becomes available on the strength of our enduring macroeconomic fundamentals. The swift enactment of CREATE, FIST, GUIDE, and the 2021 budget will serve to accelerate our economic recovery. We should not delay providing urgent and necessary relief to our people. We are committed to working closely with you on the recovery measures so that these can be enacted in a timely, decisive, and responsible manner. Be assured the Duterte administration will not rest until we have prevailed over this extraordinary challenge. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Abisado, at ngayon naman po kinikilala ng komiting ito. Maraming salamat, Secretary Dominguez, at ngayon ay kinikilala ng komiting ito ang presentation ng ating minamahal, masipag na Secretary Wendell Abisado.
Maraming salamat po, kagalang-galang na Chair. Mr. Chair and distinguished members of this committee, allow me to start my presentation by stating that recent developments in the Philippine economy and the international markets are showing less favorable outturns than what was previously expected. In response to the current economic environment, the government will have to carry the ball and continue pump-priming the economy by focusing spending on the improvement of health systems, increasing investments on infrastructure, including digitization, ensuring food security, and adapting to the new and current environment. The fiscal year 2021 budget, therefore, is the major instrument of the national government to respond to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, we at the Department of Budget and Management have spent the past few months carefully and painstakingly evaluating the fiscal year 2021 budget proposals of the various departments and agencies. Our recommended fiscal year 2021 budget levels are based on the sound fiscal policy of spending within means, on the right priorities, and with measurable results under a regime of transparent, accountable, and participatory governance. We applied performance budgeting in measuring the capacity of the departments and agencies to implement their priority programs and projects. We also considered programs and projects that are shovel-ready or implementation-ready, so as to ensure that the budget will be translated into outputs by the end of the fiscal year. The outline of my presentation is as follows. First, we will discuss the key budget dimensions, followed by the measures to address the COVID-19 pandemic, then the country's continuing efforts in infrastructure development, and finally, the expenditure highlights of the post-pandemic environment as presented in the We Recover as One report of the IATF TWG for anticipatory and forward planning. The proposed fiscal year 2021 national budget, as approved and deliberated by the DBCC, totals to 4.506 trillion pesos. This is higher by nearly 10% when compared to this year's 4.1 trillion GEA and is equivalent to 21.8% of our GDP. On key budget dimensions, in terms of expense class, personal services will reach 1.316 trillion and will corner the bulk of the proposed budget at 29.2%. This level considers the huge additional hiring of healthcare workers under the Human Resource for Health program of the Department of Health, the second tranche implementation of the Salary Standardization Law, or SSL of 2019, and the increased pension requirements of the military and uniformed personnel. Capital outlays will come in second with 920.5 billion, accounting for 20.4% of the proposed budget. Maintenance and other operating expenses will amount to 699.4 billion to back up the requirements of the RISE programs of the Department of Agriculture, DOH's health banner programs, social protection programs, and the Department of Social Welfare and Development, and the Department of Labor and Employment's Adjustment Measures Program, among others. With respect to budget breakdown by sector, the biggest allocation will be provided to the social services sector, amounting to 1.664 trillion, equivalent to 36.9% of the proposed budget. This includes priority programs for health systems improvement in order to strengthen the country's capacity to address the pandemic. The economic services sector, which includes the administration's flagship infrastructure program, the Build program, will receive the second highest allocation with 1.347 trillion or 29.9% of the proposed budget. On the other hand, the public services sector will be allocated with 724.2 billion, debt burden with 560.2 billion, and defense with 210.6 billion. Of the total 4.506 trillion proposed national budget, 70.6% or 3.183 trillion will be directly allocated to the regions. In terms of the regional budget, the NCR will be given the highest allocation at 33% or 1.488 trillion. On the other hand, Luzon will come in second with 17.5% share or 790.2 billion. Mindanao with 11.8% or 530.6 billion. And Visayas with 8.3% or 374.1 billion. The remaining 29.4% or 1.323 trillion will go to the non-regionalized budget. In terms of per capita allocation, the three main groups, Mindanao will have the highest allocation at 20,180 per person, followed by Visayas at 17,959 and Luzon at 16,091. Overall, the per capita allocation of the total regionalized budget, including NCR, will amount to 28,883 pesos. The education sector, Mr. Chair, honored members of this committee, still remains the top priority with a total proposed budget of 754.4 billion. This is followed by DPWH with 667.3 billion and by the DILG with 246.1 billion. It may be worthy to emphasize that the health, public works, and transport infrastructure sectors will receive the largest increases in funding support for fiscal year 2021 to reset and rebound the Philippine economy. The budget of these 10 departments, which sums up to 2.564 trillion, already accounts for 56.9% of the total proposed budget and 86.9% of the total proposed funding for national government agencies. To address the effects of COVID-19, the national government is proposing a health budget of 212.39 billion for next year to fund COVID-19 response strategies and programs that are consistent with the implementation of the Universal Health Care Act. These succeeding slides will show the major health programs in combating the threats of COVID-19. It will also show that to achieve our mission in providing healthcare for all, budgetary support will be provided for the National Health Insurance Program at 71.4 billion to subsidize the health insurance premium of 13 million indigent families and 7 million senior citizens. Meanwhile, 17.35 billion will be allotted for the medical assistance to indigent patients program. The Human Resources for Health program will also be allotted 16.6 billion for the deployment of about 26,035 doctors, nurses, and other health workers to disadvantaged communities and national hospitals. Meanwhile, 51.56 million will be provided for disease surveillance and monitoring of COVID-19 and other respiratory infections. To ensure proper nutrition during emergencies, we will support the early childhood care and development in the first 1,000 days program at 159.34 million. To ensure the safety of our health workers, we will allocate 2.7 billion for the procurement of more than 2 million sets of PPEs for hospitals, laboratories, and regional swab centers. An additional 1 billion will be appropriated for the procurement of GenExpert RT-PCR machines and cartridges for the fast and accurate testing of COVID-19 cases. A 2.5 billion fund is set aside for the purchase of the COVID-19 vaccine, which will initially immunize some 3.9 million individuals. Support research and development and to address the threat of COVID-19, we shall allocate 283 million for the establishment of the Virology Science and Technology Institute of the Philippines. 66 million will also be provided for the country's participation in the International Solidarity Clinical Trial of the COVID-19 vaccine that will be launched by the World Health Organization. The national government will stimulate economic rebound through the revival of infrastructure, development, and creation of employment opportunities. Hence, we will restart and accelerate Build, Build, Build program, which is expected to generate 140,000 to 220,000 jobs for next year and catalyze business activities all over the country. The Build, Build, Build program will be in full swing in 2021. Hence, we are proposing an infrastructure budget of 1.11 trillion, equivalent to 5.4% of GDP. The DPWH and DTR remain as the agencies that will receive the lion's share of the proposed infrastructure budget, increasing by 55.3% and 85.1% respectively over their corresponding adjustment budget for this year. For DPWH, some 386.7 billion will be allotted to its core programs such as the Asset Preservation Program, Network Development Program, Bridge Program, and Flood Management Program, with 176.2 billion for its local program, which includes provision for various infrastructure, including local projects and local infrastructure program. Further, the Convergence and Special Support Program shall receive 50.2 billion. The Pasig Marikina River Channel Improvement Project from 1.1 billion to 11.9 billion, and Ambal-Simoy River and Rio Grande de Mindanao River Flood Control Projects from 1.8 billion to 16.9 billion. On the Asset Preservation Program, this comprises the preventive maintenance and rehabilitation, reconstruction, upgrading of damaged paved national road, and aims to provide quality road infrastructure and ensure the prolonged life of pavements. Preventive maintenance refers to the action done on roads in fair to poor condition. On Network Development Program, this will include road upgrading of unpaved roads, road widening, and off-carriageway improvement. Road upgrading refers to paving of unpaved sections of the national roads, particularly with concrete. On Bridge Program, this will involve construction and maintenance of bridges along national roads, which comprises replacement of bridges, retrofitting, strengthening of bridges, and construction of new bridges. On Flood Management Program, this will intensify maintenance and rehabilitation of existing flood control facilities in the principal rivers to maximize their capacities. Local program, on the other hand, involves various infrastructure support to local programs such as local roads and bridges, multipurpose buildings, school buildings, water supply, septage and sewerage, access to people with disability, rain collector, for uplifting the lives of the people within the community and development of other rural areas. Let me proceed to the ICT expenditures, Mr. Chair, honorable members. Leveraging information and communications technology will enable sound and database policy decisions in responding to the threats of COVID-19. Hence, some 24.1 billion or 4 billion will likewise be allocated for ICT expenditures to improve the country's Wi-Fi and broadband infrastructures and develop e-platform and online systems to support the e-governance initiatives of different departments. Specifically, the 9.4 billion will be provided for ICT sustainability expense, 1.9 billion for ICT support of financial inclusion, 2.5 billion for other ICT expenses under governance, and 7.6 billion for ICT expenditures to adapt to the new normal. Dami naman. On micro, small, and medium enterprises, the MSMEs will comprise over 90% of the businesses operating in the country and are also among the most affected by the COVID-19 crisis. To help them recover, the MSME development program of the DTI is allotted 2.28 billion. To address these cash flow contents, we will provide 1.50 billion to the Pondo sa Pagbabago at Pag-asenso P3 program to cover about 60,000 MSME borrowers. To boost recovery and help communities adapt to the post-pandemic life, the fiscal year 2021 NEP or National Expenditure Program will also support programs under the We Recover as One report. On agriculture and fisheries sector, to improve the productivity of the agriculture and fisheries sector, support services will be provided through the National Irrigation Administration irrigation services at 31.5 billion and the Department of Agriculture's banner commodity programs. In addition, 2.5 billion worth of credit support for small farmers and fisher folks and micro and small enterprises will also be made available. On industry and services sector, to develop and promote competitiveness of local industries, the Industry Development Program of DTI is allotted 511 million to support the Go Local Project, Regional Competitiveness Program, and Digital Philippines. On services sector, the Training for Work Scholarship Program is provided 3.6 billion and Special Training for Employment Program of 1.49 billion as well as Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program of 1 billion and which will be prioritized to promote digital upskilling and retaining of workers. This will be supported with the construction of innovation centers funded with 200 million pesos. On social services sector, the COVID-19 crisis has also brought greater challenges to the most vulnerable groups, including poor, women and children, persons with disabilities, elderly persons, indigenous peoples, among others. It will thus be the priority of the government to cater to this sector's needs and ensure that no one will be left behind as we recover as one. In line with this, Mr. Chair, the honorable members of the committee, the DSWD will implement the following programs in fiscal year 2021. The Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program, or 4Ps, which will be provided with 113.8 billion for the educational and health grants as well as rice subsidy to 4.4 million household beneficiaries. The amount of 23.19 billion will be allocated for social pension for indigent senior citizens to provide monthly pension of 500 pesos to 3.8 million indigent senior citizens. Financial assistance in the total amount of 12.3 billion will be provided for individuals and families in difficult circumstances through the Alternative Family Care Program, Protective Services Program, and Comprehensive Program for Street Children, Street Families, including the Badjaus. The Sustainable Livelihood Program, which will serve household beneficiaries either through micro-enterprise development or employment facilitation, will also be allocated 4.27 billion. And another 3.7 billion will form part of DSWD's budget for the provision of hot meals for children enrolled under this supplementary feeding program. Likewise, the Balik Provincia Bagong Pag-asa program, which will provide transportation, relocation assistance, transitory family support package, and livelihood settlement grants of 10,000 pesos returning families and receiving, or 10,000 returning families and receiving community members will be supported with 2.2 billion pesos. On the education sector, Mr. Chair and the members of this committee, the changing learning employment landscape will not only necessitate the adoption of new technology-based learning for current cohorts of students, but also for workers who will require retooling and upskilling. Blended learning will be the new normal in the education sector. To support this, the following priority programs and projects in the education sector will be implemented in fiscal year 2021. The universal access to quality tertiary education will receive 47.12 billion to support students covered by the free higher education, free technical vocational education and training, tertiary education subsidy, and student loan program of CHED and TESDA. The DepEd will grant vouchers and education subsidies to 2.7 million junior and senior high school students, equivalent to 26.27 billion under the Education Service Contracting for Junior and Senior High School Vouchers Program. Meanwhile, the Commission on Higher Education will be provided with 1.52 billion for the Students' Financial Assistance Programs, which gives financial assistance to qualified students who are enrolled in public and private higher education institutions. Likewise, the TESDA will have a budget of 200 million for the training fees and allowances of vocational and technical students covered by the private education student financial assistance. In addition, DepEd will allot 24.1 billion to construct 5,774 or 174 classrooms and textbook laboratories and procure 38,917 school seats and tables, among others, under the Basic Education Facilities Program. The development, reproduction, and delivery of 948.8 million learning modules for the implementation of Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan will also be funded under the DepEd's budget with 16.7 billion in fiscal year 2021. The DepEd's computerization program will be supported with 9 billion pesos. A total of 1.81 million severely wasted and wasted learners will also be served with nutritious meals through the school-based feeding program with a budget of 5.97 billion. Lastly, the DepEd will also reach out to out-of-school youth above 15 years old through the alternative learning system, and which will be allocated with 105 million. On labor and employment sector, to ensure appropriate assistance and support, we will be providing displaced workers who were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic with a total of 11.14 billion for its livelihood and emergency employment program. In addition, an amount of 2.5 billion is provided for the implementation of the COVID-19 Adjustment Measure Program under the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, and which will provide financial assistance to 150,000 on-site OFWs and 100,000 repatriated OFWs. 50 million will be appropriated for the provision of mobile training laboratory trucks, which will bring free quality skills education and training to remote areas. On migration, through DOLE's OWA's Emergency Repatriation Program, it will be provided with 6.15 billion, an estimated 338,000 repatriated OFWs, who will be provided with airport assistance, including temporary shelter, psychosocial counseling, stress debriefing, and transport services and allowances for their to the respective provinces. Also, another 53 million will be provided for the reintegration services program. On governance and cross-cutting concerns, we will provide 4.1 billion for the implementation and registration to the Philippine Identification System, or PhilSys. Some 85 million will also be provided for the community-based monitoring system to assist the local government units in improving their local residence registries, which will complement the PhilSys at the local level. To promote regional socio-economic development, we will infuse a total of 3.21 billion for our Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program, which will help decongest Greater Metro Manila area and adjacent urban cities. On the National Task Force to End Local Communist Atrocities, or armed conflict rather, it will be supported with 19.13 billion pesos for fiscal year 2021. Of the said amount, 16.44 billion will cover the implementation of the Barangay Development Program, which includes the provision of various infrastructure projects and assistance to indigent individuals or families in the cleared barangays as certified by the National Task Force on LCAC. On the other hand, 1.08 billion will be set aside for the Philippine National Police for its activities that address the root causes of insurgency, as well as other armed conflicts and threats in cooperation with the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The amount of 484.74 million under the Department of Agriculture cover the implementation of programs for small farmers and fisherfolks. For land distribution, capacity enhancement, and credit and microfinance services to the agrarian reform beneficiaries, some 397.82 million will be provided to the Department of Agrarian Reform. And for social protection, an amount of 340 million will be provided to the DSWD for the livelihood assistance grants under the Sustainable Livelihood Program to benefit former rebels, households in conflict, vulnerable, and affected areas. To be the lead agency responsible for crafting what is considered to be the lifeblood of government is always a huge and daunting task because we know how crucial the budget is in nation building. Given our limited resources for the next fiscal year, we will be straightforward in saying that finding the right balance of allocation to equitably address the needs of the Filipino people has indeed been a very continuing and big challenge to all of us. Our way towards a new and better normal must be all about using evidence-based and phased approach in our responses to deliver more concrete, felt, and transformative results through citizens' participation. We hope to get this Chamber's cooperation and support in crafting a budget that will respond to the unprecedented needs of the times. At the end of the day, what matters most is for our citizens to know and truly feel that the government is there for them, to listen and respond, to serve, protect, and give the most that it can, and to deliver efficient and effective public service. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, honorable members of this committee.
Congressman Alvarado, can you please lay the ground rules? You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Inuulit po sa ating mga kasama na sa mga pagdinig po natin sa mga briefing na ito, ang bawat isa po ay magkakaroon ng tiga-tigatlong minuto na pagkakataon na magtanong. Gaya po ng ating nakaugalian, mag-uumpisa po sa minority ang pagtatanong, pagkatapos naman po ay susundan ng majority at magsasalitan hanggang po matapos lahat ng mga representante na nagpalista sa unang palistahan. Maaari po tayong magkaroon ng second round o ikalawang ikot ng pagtatanong sakali po na hindi pa po tayo lalagpas sa ipinakiusap po sa atin na oras ng pagtatapos ng ating hearing. At sa araw pong ito ay sana wag tayo lumagpas sa curfew ng ating lugar sapagkat kailangan rin po nating isalang-alang ang ating mga committee secretariat at engineering personnel na kasama po natin dito sa araw na ito. Tayo rin po ay magkakaroon ng mga bisita mula po sa civic society, at bibigyan po sila ng hindi hihigit sa 15 minutes na pagtatanong, kasama na po ang ating mga nagpalista na CSOs, at sa lahat po ng nagko-comment sa Facebook, sana po hindi po tayo mag-away-away lahat, sapagkat binabasa po namin yung comment ninyo, at maitatanong rin po natin ang mga comment ninyo sa hearing na ito, Kaya ang hearing po ito ay nilalayon po ng ating Speaker, Alan Peter Cayetano, na maging transparent sa lahat. Ang bawat isa, ang bawat mamayan, kung kaya nyo mag-comment sa Facebook, kung kaya nyo sumulat sa ating mga kinatawan, ay magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na magpukol ng tanong sa paggawa ng budget. Ang bawat isa po ay inaasahan natin na tutulong sa paggawa ng budget sapagkat aahon lamang ang bansang Pilipinas kung magsasama-sama po tayo at magtutulong-tulong sa mas magandang budget para sa taong 2021. Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Kuya Jonathan. Ngayon po, tawagin natin si Professor Ranjit Rai para po magbigay ng kanyang katanungan.
Oo, meron yata siya kanina. Sabihin mo.
Babalikan ko lang muna, Congressman Zarate, meron po ba kayong mga katanungan pa?
I will defer to the minority leader to ask the first, the interpellation. If the interpellation is now open, then I will defer to the majority leader.
Thank you.
To ask the first question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Zarate. Nandiyan na po ba si Professor Ranjit Rai para magtanong po? Naputol po ang kanyang internet.
Mr. Chairman.
Opo.
Opo. Habang po hinihintay po natin yung ating panauhin mula sa University of the Philippines, ay si Professor Ranjit, ay kung maaari po ibasahin po muna natin yung ilan sa ating mga nag-comment dito sa Facebook na official page po ng House of Representatives. Gayon din po ng inyong abang lingkod, Kuya Jonathan C. Alvarado, kung inyong mamarapatin, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Congressman Alvarado.
Ang una po nating nabasang tanong, Mr. Chair, ay galing kay Helena Roxanne Achivida. At sana po ay tulungan niyo po ako dito kasi hindi ko po alam kung Bisaya po yata itong language na ito. Sana po sa mga kasama natin na nakakaintindi ng Bisaya. Ang sabi po niya, daghang salamat Speaker Alan at Chairman, kay gipail nimo ang mga tawo sa hearing para sa budget, hinaot nga daghan yung projects para sa mga nawalan ug trabaho. Suportado ka na mo.
Ang sinasabi lang po niya ay nagpapasalamat siya kay Speaker at sa Chairman po dahil sa mga nawalan ng trabaho na itong ginagawa nating budget. At sa ngayon, Kuya Jonathan, nandiyan na po si Dr. Ranjit Rai. Dr. Ranjit Rai, you're now acknowledged. You're now recognized.
Good afternoon, Chair, and members of the House of Representatives. First of all, I'd like to thank the secretaries for their excellent presentation and for the plans for the people. No, I am very confident that with this budget, we will overcome. My only commentary and question maybe, Chair, for maybe the consideration of the House of Representatives is that maybe we should increase the budget allocated for funds to be allocated for loans for our SMEs. And maybe at 2 billion, it is too small and will have a minimal effect on our SMEs. And maybe we can reconsider increasing that budget for the consideration of the House and our Congress, and of course, also for our DBM, no, and DTI. That being said, I'm confident that with this budget, we will recover and we will overcome. We want to thank Speaker Cayetano for providing us the channel, no, to participate in this budget process, and we thank the House for the opportunity to speak in today's meeting. Thank you.
Sir Secretary Carl Chua, you're now recognized. Pakisagot na lang po yung katanungan ni Sir Rai.
Is it possible to clarify your question, Professor?
Yeah.
Which part?
Secretary Chua, this is just my opinion, and of course, all of you have the studies and you have all the experience also. My sense is having a family of business people and all of them affected by this pandemic, that access to funds, not just from private banks, but also from government, will be helpful. And given that the SMEs are the lifeblood of our economy, maybe a bigger allocation for DTI, for loans, accessible resources, financial resources can be considered. We feel that the 2 billion might be too small, and it can be increased to even more to attract many of the SMEs who are badly hurt by this economic downturn and because of the pandemic.
Okay.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yes, you're now
In
recognized.
Bayanihan 2, there is an allocation for subsidies, also wage subsidies, emergency subsidies. But there is also a feature that allots 20-something billion for the GFIs so that they can use that, multiply that 10 times so that they can reach out to more enterprises. If we just use the Bayanihan to money, then there is no multiplier effect. But if we use that as a capital infusion for the government financial institutions such as DBP and Land Bank, they can use that to lend more to SMEs or use it as a way to do wholesale banking to buy the loans of the smaller banks, including the co-op banks, so that they can reach out to more micro, small, and medium enterprises. So I think one might see the Bayanihan to amount as small, but if one looks at the capital infusion of the Bayanihan to the GFIs, that is multiplying the money 10 times. And if the BSP will be giving regulatory relief, then that amount will actually be much bigger. So we think a two-track approach of using the fiscal and the financial side will give us the best return to helping more Filipinos. Thank you.
Dr. Ranjit, meron pa po ba kayong katanungan?
Yeah, last question is how much money are we spending now or allocating to our farmers who are still reeling from adjusting from the well-intended liberalization of the rice industry, no? And how much more are we spending now for CCT? And I just want to know if these expansions are in place. Thank you.
Secretary Dominguez, you are now recognized.
Now, Professor Ranjit, may I answer that question? Actually, as part of the rice clarification law, the Congress has allocated 10 billion pesos minimum to the rice farmers who are affected by the rice tarification law. So that's your first cut, is 10 billion pesos for the rice. Now that money comes from the taxes and duties that are imposed upon the importation of rice. So the government has, the Congress has very wisely protected the farmers in two ways. Number one, they put a 35% tariff on rice for rice imported from the ASEAN area. And they have allocated at least 10 billion from that to the rice farmers. Now, our experience is, I think last year we collected about 12 billion, and we allocated not only 10 but 12 billion to assistance to rice farmers. Does that answer your question, sir?
Thank you very much, Secretary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Congressman Jonathan Alvarado.
Mr. Chair. Opo. Mr. Chair, ito po ay isang comment mula sa Facebook page ng House of Representatives. Ang sabi po ng nagtatanong po, Mr. Chairman, ay ang Social Watch Philippines. Ang sabi po nila, the peso strength might do more harm than good. We wish to support local producers, especially during this pandemic, but its strength will encourage imports. How can we create and restart domestic employment? Una niyang tanong. At pangalawa niyang tanong, the peso value of OFW remittances has also gone down. What will our economic managers do to address these issues, Mr. Chairman?
Anybody from the BSP?
Well, as a matter of policy, we do not target a specific rate for the peso, but we adopt a policy that what's the greatest good for the greatest number, right? A strong peso means that we are able to control inflation. And as you know, low inflation favors all, exporters, importers, young and old, rich and poor. It favors all. And so at this time, we are experiencing a slight strengthening of the peso. In fact, I forecast that before the end of the year, we'll hit maybe the gross international reserves will reach as high as $100 billion US dollars. This is the highest ever. So what's good for the greatest number? I think at this time, especially because of the uncertainty, a strong peso, a high gross international reserves is more advantageous for all Filipinos.
Thank you, Governor Jokno.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Alvarado.
isang tanong na lang po galing kay Marcelo Fernando. Isa rin sa mga nag-comment sa ating Facebook. Huli na po ito. Nababasahin natin sa mga nag-comment sa Facebook. Ang tanong po niya, Mr. Chair, kailan po mabibigay ang national ID po? Mr. Chair.
Secretary Carl Chua, can you please, you're now recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, we are in the final stages of the procurement process for the national ID. The national ID is a multi-billion peso project. Hindi po tong simpleng proyekto. And it is about securing the identity, the privacy. So dapat maayos yung pag-prepare natin ng national ID. But I'm happy to report that after we award next week, we will proceed with the development. We will begin po the registration towards the end of the year. Our target is 5 million household heads, and we will ramp up next year po with the next 40 million so that we can get as many registered as possible. Our only concern po is we have to do this in a very safe manner kasi when you register for a national ID, you will go to the registration centers. You will use the biometrics and the iris scan. That can cause the spread of the virus. Kaya maingat din po kami. We will begin in the areas that have less risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngayon, pwede bang makahingi naman tayo ng statement from our beloved minority floor leader?
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang pong ibigay itong statement para po sa minority bloc. Sa akin po mga kasama sa minorya, sa atin pong mga kasama rito sa plenary na pinag-uusapan po ang ating budget. Sa atin po mga galang-galang na mga sekretary, ay magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Now at this time each year, those of us in Congress go through this rigorous, exhaustive exercise. The deliberations, and passage of the national budget. Marahil marami sa atin ay sanay na sa trabahong ito. Even our colleagues that are serving their first terms in Congress have gone through this before and are no doubt familiar with the basics of this process. Ang iba naman, sa atin ng mga veterano dito, ay sanay na sa tinatawag na budget season dito po sa batasan. However, the world we live in today is very different from the one we were living in 1 year ago. Last year, we could see each other's faces in their entirety. We could shake each other's hands, and we could give each other a pat on the back. This year, we can no longer do so, as the COVID-19 pandemic has altered the way we live and work. Papasalamat naman tayo dahil lang po rito sa Zoom meeting natin ay nakapagtatanong po ang ating mga kababayan. But though the manner in which we now do our work has changed, our purpose remains the same, to pass laws that will benefit our countrymen, including the General Appropriations Act. For next year, Mr. Speaker, the Executive is proposing a national budget totaling a record high 4.506 trillion pesos. And I will stress that the aim or theme of the 2021 budget is reset, rebound, and recover, investing for resiliency and sustainability. Yan po ang kanilang theme. On its face, we cannot argue with what the government hopes to achieve with this budget. I believe we can all agree, Mr. Chairman, that given the continuing threat posed by COVID-19 and the state of our economy, government must use its resources to reset our priorities in order for our economy to rebound and to allow our country to fully recover from the negative impact of the pandemic. Sangayon din kami, Mr. Chairman, sa pahayag mo kanina sa ating speaker na kailangan natin sa Kamara magbayanihan at magkaisa upang maipasa ang GAA sa madaling panahon. Because of the magnitude of the challenges before us and the work that needs to be done to get our nation back on its feet, government cannot waste a single day, a single hour, or a single minute in the passage of the budget. The sooner the GAA is signed, the sooner government can plan and program for the year ahead. That will be critical in our efforts to recoup the gains we made before the pandemic struck. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa binanggit ng ating butihing Secretary Sandy Dominguez. Ang sabi po niya, we will do what is necessary, but we will not be wasteful. Yan po sana ang mangyari dito. This is why, kaming nasa minority, wish to stress that we will do our share to participate productively in the budget deliberations and to speed things along. However, please allow me to emphasize that I said earlier this week, kami po sa minorya, may tema din po sa budget deliberations na ito. Review, reassess, and reallocate. This is our theme because we as legislators are mandated by the Constitution to review the budget, reassess the priorities and line items, if necessary, and reallocate funds to other programs and projects that we believe require additional financial resources. In short, we will be thorough, we will be critical when the circumstances demand it. And we will not hesitate to recommend changes with the end in view of improving the 2021 budget. Kaya sa mga kasamahan po namin dito sa Kongreso, sana po ay huwag niyo pong mamasamain kung meron kami mga katanungan at mga issue kami sa mga items sa budget. There is no such thing as a perfect budget, Mr. Chairman. And I believe it is incumbent upon all of us to do what we can to improve upon the original product and come up with the best possible budget we can. Paniniwala ko po that we need to be discerning. We need to allow for debate and discussion. And we need to be deliberate, Mr. Chairman. We need to do this because the stakes are higher than ever. Many sectors need assistance. Our people need jobs. Our health system needs to be strengthened. Businesses need to be propped up. Our needs are many. And to be completely candid, these needs far outpace the resources we have on hand to address them. We have to make the most out of the funds we have and make sure that every peso counts and make certain that our citizens benefit from every peso spent. The appropriate government programs, if properly funded, can help us bounce back better. Proper investments in the right sectors can have a multiplier effect that could benefit thousands or even millions. Yun po ay kanina binanggit ng ating NEDA Director General. We need a pro-people, pro-development, pro-health budget that will get us completely back on our feet so that we can take care of our citizens and so our economy can pick up where it left off. Makakaasa po kayo na tututok ang minorya sa budget, i-review po namin na masinsinan at re-reassess po namin ang mga programa nitong kinakailangan at i-allocate ang pondo para sa gububuti po ng ating mga kababayan. Ang ating Pangulo ay nagsalita. Ang sabi niya, he calls for total transparency. So, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong sabihin, bago ako magbakas, can we ask the good Secretary to submit to us how the budget of Bayanihan 1 was spent and where it came from?
Secretary Abisado. Umpisa na po ito ng oras nyo sa interpellation. Yes.
Pwede na po. Pwede na
Okay.
po. So, unang-una, yung unang kasagutan ko, ano po?
Yung tanong.
Nais ko po bang hilingin sa ating mga sekretary dito na i-submit po sa atin ang budget na nagasta sa Bayanihan 1 at kung saan po galing itong mga nagastang ito.
Mr. Secretary Abisado, you are now recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Salamat po sa katanungan ng ating minority leader. Ang totoo po niyan, nag-report po kami sa House of Representatives at sa Senado weekly po doon sa paggamit ng perang nagugol para sa COVID-19. But for purposes of record, let me assure the good minority leader na Sabado na bukas, sa Lunes po, makakarating sa inyo ang kabuuan ng accounting doon sa lahat ng mga perang nagasto natin patungkol sa COVID-19.
Salamat po. Nabanggit po kanina ni Secretary Kachua ito sa kanyang presentation. Nakalagay po, higher infrastructure spending is crucial to the recovery. At binanggit nyo rin po kanina yung prioritizing the build programs. Ano po? Alam natin kung dahilan kung bakit tayo ay GCQ sa Metro Manila, Bulacan, Cavite at Rizal upang magbalikan na sa trabaho ang ating mga kababayan. Pero marami pa po ang walang trabaho. Napakarami. Particularly sa atin pong mga karpentero, sa atin po mga mason, sa atin po mga engineer. Ang sabi po nyo rito, our strategy for recovery rests on sustaining the build program. Investing in sound infrastructure has the largest multiplier effect in an economy. Naniniwala po ako doon. Pwede po bang inyo pang ipaliwanag itong inyo nabanggit? At kung nais ko rin sabihin, kung ating Secretary Abisado ay talagang paniwala din po rito sa inyong sinabi.
Secretary Calchua muna, you're now recognized to answer the question of our minority floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Mr. Minority Leader. Balikan ko muna po yung datos. In July 2019, the unemployment rate was 5.4%. So yan po yung baseline natin. In April 2020, yung nag-impose pa tayo ng ECQ in the majority of the economically active regions, umakyat po yung ating unemployment rate to 17.7%. Napakataas ito. Ito yung one of the highest in our history. Pero yung July 2020, yung binalik po natin sa more moderate restriction, which is GCQ for half of the country and MGCQ for the other half. Tapos, I think Cebu City lang yung nasa ECQ in July. Bumaba po yung ating unemployment rate from the peak of 17.7% to 10%. That is just double our normal unemployment of 5%. So ang ibig sabihin po nito, ang unang strategy talaga natin to bring back jobs is to do a rebalancing of the health priorities as well as the other priorities to mitigate hunger, to provide income, and for the people to protect themselves from other diseases. So nakita po natin na matatag yung ekonomiya natin. This is not an economic problem. This is a health problem, and we responded with a quarantine. That is why na-shut down ang ekonomiya natin. Pero yung binalik naman natin or ni-restrict or binaba natin yung restriction, bumalik ang 7.5 million jobs between April and July. So ibig sabihin nito, so long as we continue this rebalancing, we can actually see a significant improvement. Ngayon, ang bonus po dito, Mr. Chair, is our Build, Build, Build program. Between 2016 to 2019, we slowly increased our infrastructure program from wala pang 400 billion to almost 900 billion na actually na-spent. At ang nangyari po dito, bumaba yung unemployment rate natin to the lowest ever at mga 4 to 5%. So what we propose, Mr. Chair, as part of this recovery program is to ramp up our infrastructure spending. By next year po, we will be increasing that to more than 1.1 trillion, and our estimate po is that will create at least 1 million jobs. So yan po yung dagdag na gagawin po natin. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, can you submit to us the basis on your pronouncement that our unemployment rate went down to about 10%?
Yes po. Yesterday, the Philippine Statistics Authority released the third quarter labor force survey. So I will submit po the details. This labor force survey is done every quarter. January, April, July, and the next one is October. Yung January po, Mr. Chair, mga 5% ang unemployment. Yan po yung average na nakita natin, mababa po siya. In April, it went up to 17.7% because of ECQ. Yung binaba po natin yung quarantine level to GCQ and MGCQ sa July, it improved to 10%. So ang nakikita po namin, Mr. Chair, is so long as we continue the gradual relaxation of the ECQ as we build our health system capacity, tiyak po na mag-i-improve yung ating ekonomiya at babalik yung trabaho. So we will provide, Mr. Chair, Mr. Minority Leader, a report on the labor force survey. Thank you.
The committee secretary is directed to get the documents kay Secretary Calchua.
Mr. Chair, of course, you are the policy makers, no? Especially in the economy. So I would like to ask Secretary Bisado on how you could be able to implement the policy that NEDA has made as far as the higher infrastructure spending is crucial to the recovery of the economy, and including the prioritizing the Build, Build, Build program.
Secretary Abisado, you're now recognized.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for that question, Honorable Minority Leader. Kaya nga po dito sa proposed budget, nakikita natin ang pagtaas ng share ng both ng DOTR at DPWH, no? Halimbawa nyo po, dito sa asset privatization program on the infrastructure budget ng DPWH. Kung ngayong taon na ito, nasa 43.18 billion lamang, umabot na ng 58.97 billion yan for next year. Sa network development program, from 93.68 billion this year, umangat yan hanggang 157.46 billion next year. Sa bridge program, from 27.91 billion this year, nasa 44.43 billion next year. Sa flood management, from 82.19 billion to 125.87 billion. At sa local program, from 105.72 billion to 176.16 billion. Suma total po niyan, for DPWH, ngayon pong taon na ito, nasa 410.78 billion lamang ang kanilang budget para sa build. Next year, nasa 637.9 billion po yan, or a growth of 55.3%. Sa DOTR naman, from 66.23% lamang this year, or rather billion this year, to 123.7 billion next year, or an increase of 85.1%. Kaya nga po, maasa tayo na mas marami makakapaghanap buhay, makakapagtrabaho next year. Gawa ng ito po lahat ay mga labor-intensive projects and activities, Mr. Minority Leader. At ito nga din po ang kautusan ng ating Pangulo na siguruhin na magkaroon ng pagkakataon ng mas nakakaraming Pilipino na makapagtrabaho at makapaghanap buhay sa pamamagitan ng lahat ng mga programa at proyekto ng ating pamahalaan. Mr. Minority Leader po.
Mr. Chair, magkano po ang nakuha ng Bayanihan 1 at Bayanihan 2? Kukunin po ng Bayanihan 2 sa DPWH.
Nasa 135 billion po. Sa Bayanihan 1 po.
So therefore, ito pong 667.3 billion na nasa public force po ngayon, mababawasan pa po ito sa pakilalalagay po ito sa Bayanihan 2.
Hindi po, unta pa po yung 135. Kasi yung kakulangan this year, dinagdag po natin para next year, para po may pagpatuloy lahat ng proyekto na naantala this year.
Mr. Chair, can I have about three questions ka lang?
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, ito pong budget, no? Itong budget priorities framework natin. And the 2021 proposed national budget, is it betting on improved health conditions by next year? Will this proposed budget stand if no vaccine is created by this year?
Mr. Secretary, when you're now recognized.
Salamat po. As it is po, ayan po ang sa pangunawa at paniniwala ng Executive Department ay makakasagot sa mga problema na nakaatang sa Department of Health, na kung saan kailangan nga na mag-implement ng mga projects. At sa punto po ng mayroon po kasi nagtanong patungkol sa paano na lang kung may vaccine. Para sa susunod na taon, nasa 2.5 billion lang po ang na-allocate natin dyan. At ito'y makakasapat sa pagbibigay vaccine sa about 3.9 million Filipinos. Subalit, ang kautusan ng Pangulo ay kailangan dagdagan yan kung kailangan umabot tayo hanggang 20 million. Kaya nga po, merong ideya naman na pinarating at pinaabot sa Secretary Sane Dominguez ng Department of Finance kung paano gagawin yon. Subalit para nga po, sa kaalaman natin lahat, ang ating budget po ng DOH this year ay nasa 101.21 billion lamang. Subalit ang ating budget for next year ay umangat po yan ng 127.774 billion or an increase of 26% from the current budget next year. Kaya nga po, mahalaga sa atin na paitingin pa natin ang ating kakayahan at kahandaan para sa patuloy na pananalasa ng pandemya at nakahanda po ang ating pamahalaan na tumugon sa mga pangangailangan ng ating taong bayan po.
Okay, Mr. Chair, alam po natin na wala na po tayong pork barrel dito. Ano po? So therefore, ang mga distrito po ay dependent po sa DBM, DPWH, as far as the projects are concerned. At alam po naman natin, sa lahat ng mga congressman dito, at pati yung mga senador, no, na maraming mga proyekto hindi nagawa. Maraming proyekto hindi nagawa. Around 135 billion. Ito po bang 135 billion na ito ay kasama na sa 667.3 billion?
Mr. Chair.
You're now recognized, Secretary Wendell
Opo,
Avisado.
kagalang-galang ng Minority Leader. Kasama po yan doon sa
Kasama po.
kabuuan. Opo, kasama po.
At kung kasama po yan, at kung talagang darating po lahat ng mga pondo, eh lahat po yan ay magagawa. Ano po, Mr. Chair?
Ay, yan nga po ang talagang dapat na gawin ng pamahalaan na ma-implement lahat ng mga projects na ito. Opo.
Meron pa po akong isang tatanungan sa iba namang sektor. There's only an increase of 9.9% from the previous 4.1 trillion for 2020, no? On a by-sector comparison of 2020 and 2021 budget, all sectors increased except the general public services, which went down by 1.4% or 10.3 billion pesos. Now, why is there a decrease in the general public services? Yung bang sabihin niyan, marami tayong mga tatanggalin ng mga empleyado, whatever it might be. Was there a layoff in any part of government services, or did we discontinue some services, Mr. Chair?
Secretary Avisado,
Opo.
you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa kabila po ng pandemya, ang kautusan po ng Pangulo, walang layoff. Lahat patuloy na magtatrabaho. Ang nasa kasalukuyan nating budget ngayon, under the general services, ay maliwanag po ang kautusan ng Pangulo na we are in fact exploring and we will work this out with the Civil Service Commission na patuloy pa po ang hiring ng job order at saka contract of services dahil meron nga po silang inilabas na circular na ang hiring ng mga job orders saka COS ay hanggang ngayong katapusan ng Desyembre na lamang. Subalit sa sitwasyon natin ngayon, ay dahil nga din sa kautusan ng Pangulo na walang dapat ma-layoff, bagkus patuloy na bigyan ng hanapbuhay at trabaho ang taong bayan sa abot na makakaya ng pamahalaan. Kaya po makakaasa po kayo, Ginoong Minority Leader, na kahit po bumagsak yan, hindi naman bumagsak na decrease. Dahil nga po, sa totoo lang, meron din po kasi mga ahensya na hindi na rin po nag-hire dahil nga sa dami ng mga na-hire na nila ay sila mismo ang nagsabi na hanggang dito kami at hanggat maaari kung meron pang po pwedeng gawin na makapag-hire sila, meron naman po silang MOOE na pwedeng gamitin.
Pero Mr.
On the needs basis po.
Mr.
On
Chair,
the needs basis.
Please wait to be recognized muna, Kong. Kong Benny, last question na ba yan? Kasi
dalawa na lang, tapos na.
dalawa na.
Meron lang response sa kanya sagot kanina.
Okay, ano po yung katanungan nyo?
Okay, Mr. Chair. Pero alam nyo, Mr. Chair, napakalaki po ng 10.3 billion na ibinawas po sa general public services. Paano po tayo makakapag-increase pa ng mga empleyo at paano tayo walang magiging layoff po sa ating pamahalaan?
Sec Wendell, you're now recognized.
Ang nag-drop nga po yan from 2020 of 746.7 billion to 724.2 billion or a difference of 22.5 billion or roughly 3%. No? Ang nangyari po kasi dyan ay Natapos na po kasi yung unconditional cash transfer sa taon na ito. Kaya po, bumaba na rin yung budget for public services at ang karamihan po ng mga pera ay nagginugugol na natin sa 4Ps at saka sa pensyon ng mga senior citizens. Kaya nga po, makakaasa po kayo na wala pong epekto yan sa kabuuan dahil nga natapos lang yung programa natin for the unconditional cash transfer na wala na po rin next year. Opo.
Last na lang
Thank
po.
you, Secretary.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
last na lang.
Congressman
Last na lang.
Benny.
Ito pong budget spending priorities listed sa universal healthcare, ano po, as one of the main priorities ng gobyerno natin with a 203.1 billion allocation. Ito po ba will be spread over department or all of this will go to the PhilHealth Corporation and DOH? May spread po ba ito? Given the alleged malfeasance, mismanagement, corruption, delayed reactions, these entities, ito pong DOH, ito pong PhilHealth, are embroiled in corruption na ano ngayon, no? So is it safe for the government to put its eggs in a basket that are maybe full of holes and mice? I am not disputing the need to prioritize these expenses, given that this is one of the answer to the current pandemic. But is it wise for us to do this? Are there alternatives, Mr. Chair, that will really focus our funds to taking care of this pandemic other than these two agencies? Mr. Chair,
Secretary Abisado,
Sige po.
you're now recognized.
Salamat po. Ang kabuuan po ng budget ng DOH ay nasa 131.72 billion. Hiwalay po ang budget ng PhilHealth na nasa 71.3 billion. Ibig sabihin po niyan, lahat po ng pangangailangan ng DOH patungkol sa pandemya ay nasa kanilang pundo po yan. Yung pong sa PhilHealth naman, that is a yearly subsidy of the national government to answer for the universal healthcare program of the government, pursuant to also an existing law. Kaya nga po, hinimay naman po yan at nakapaloob po dyan, andyan po sa proposed, or rather sa National Expenditure Program, kung ano po yung mga expenditure items. Kaya nga po, in the course of the deliberation of Congress, as you've said, you will look into reviewing it, reassessing, and reallocating. So if Congress feels that there's a need to support further any of the items, we will defer to Congress po. But as I've said, ito po yung ginawa ng Executive Department for Congress to know how the money was allocated for all the departments for next year, Mr. Chair, Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much po, Secretary.
Thank you po.
Ngayon, may I recognize our Deputy Speaker for Finance, Congressman El Rey Villafuerte, at yung time po ni Majority Floor Leader Martin Romualdez ay binibigay din po sa kanya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Just before I ask questions, gusto ko lang pong would like to put on record and note that based on the presentation of the economic team represented by the NEDA, DOF, and DBM, they mentioned that the key legislation to support the recovery of our country are the following: the Financial Institutions Strategic Transfer Bill, the GFI's Unified Initiatives to Distress Enterprises for Economic Recovery Bill, the CREATE Bill or the CITIRA, which was passed in Congress, amendments to the Public Service Act, amendments to the Foreign Investment Act, amendments to the Retail Trade Liberalization Act. Mr. Chair, just to put on record and for the public to know, napasa na po lahat yan sa Kongreso. So we are here to support the early recovery and bouncing back of the country through the legislation as requested by the administration. So gusto ko lang pong i-reiterate
My question now is, we passed the Bayanihan 1, we passed Bayanihan 2. However, this body really feels that we need a much bigger stimulus package. In fact, this body has passed the Arise Bill in the amount of 1.3 trillion. This body has also passed the 1.5 billion Cures Act. Ang gusto ko lang pong itanong sa ating maybe Department of Finance and NEDA, is there a possibility na magkaroon pa po tayo ng Bayanihan 3 or a bigger and better, more comprehensive stimulus package? Because, you know, what we really need now is to bounce back the economy, is to stimulate increased demand and consumption, and that can be achieved through increased government spending. So, Mr. Chair, that's my question. Kung meron ba tayong Bayanihan 3, is there a chance that the Cures Act, the Arise Bill, Stimulus Bill as passed by this Congress, can be considered and funded by the economic team and by this administration, Mr. Chair?
Bago ko po kilalanin ang ating mga panauhin na sasagot, lalong-lalo na ang NEDA at ang DBM, ay papalahalan lang po ng chairman ng committee ito na para sa lahat ng miyembro at mga imbitadong guest ngayong araw na ito, na lahat po ay always address your questions and answers, lahat po ng katanungan at kasagutan sa inyong tanong ay paki-address po sa chairman po ng committee ito. Ito po ay para maiwasan natin yung minsanan na pag-iinitan ng ulo o kaya direktahang pag-aaway sakali po na kayo ay diretsang mag-uusap. At bago po tayo sasagot, palati po nating tatandaan, maghintay po muna na ma-recognize po tayo ng chairman ng committee ito. Maraming salamat po. Neda, you may answer.
Mr. Chair, may I respectfully refer first to the DOF Secretary?
Ang ating minamahal na sekretary ng DOF, you may answer.
Mr. Chairman, may I be permitted to respond?
Opo, Secretary, you're now recognized.
Thank you very much. If there is one thing about this pandemic, it is that it is uncertain on how it's going to develop. We're not sure if we are going to have a cure. We're not sure if we are going to have a vaccine, and we're not sure how long this is going to last. So the most important thing, unlike you're in a battle, is not to commit all your forces in the beginning, because you are totally uncertain of how this pandemic will develop. I cannot say whether or not we will have an effective vaccine by the end of the year. I have no idea. So, not knowing that, we have to preserve all our assets to make sure that we can run this marathon, that we have enough borrowing capacity, that we have enough stamina to run this marathon. So, given that, we are taking a very cautious approach. On top of all of that, we have looked at how other countries have behaved and what the result was. We saw that Great Britain, for instance, spent 23% of their GDP in stimulus program. Their GDP dropped in the second quarter of this year by 20%. Even spending 23% of their GDP, their GDP still dropped 20%. You look at Malaysia. Malaysia spent 18.2 as a stimulus, 18.2% of their GDP as stimulus. And yet, their GDP growth was minus 17.1%. You look at Sweden. Sweden spent between 10.8 to 16.6% of their GDP in stimulus. And their GDP growth dropped by 8.2%. So there seems to be no relationship between between how much you spend and how much your GDP drops. And when your GDP drops, that means to say your unemployment goes up. That means to say you are producing less. In the Philippines, our GDP dropped 16.5%, which is less than what Malaysia dropped. And yet we spend around 6% of our GDP. So, had we spent more of our GDP, would we have dropped less? I am not sure. And it's probably not. The answer is probably no, given the experience of Malaysia, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. So number one, you have to preserve your assets and preserve your strength for a long fight. Number two, you have to look at the experience of other countries, and it doesn't seem that spending a lot of money is going to save your productive capacity. What we want to do is we want to support the productive parts of our economy while supporting also the poorest of the poor in our country, and we have done that. So in other words, throwing money at this problem doesn't seem to be the problem. The next point I want to bring out is what is really the problem in the economy? The problem is that we have locked down. Once you lock down, you reduce people's ability to earn, and therefore you reduce their ability to produce. So by spending money, are you going to improve the demand in the economy? I'm not sure at all that that's going to be the result. So I think it's better to be conservative at this point. And as I said, let's prepare ourselves for a long fight that's coming. The longer, the more stamina or fiscal stamina we have, the better our chances of getting out of this recession faster. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Sunny Dominguez. Pwede po ba nating mahingan ng sagot si Secretary Chua? Sige po, pagtatanungin ko na po ulit si Congressman El Rey Villapuerte, ang tagapagtanggol ng Kamsur. Congressman Villapuerte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Sunny Dominguez, for enlightening us about these issues. And we're happy to hear about the 2 points you mentioned, that what's important is to support the productive sectors of the economy, and most especially support for poorest of the poor. At least narinig po ng taong bayan yan coming from the Department of Finance that those two are really important in times of COVID. May I direct my question now, Mr. Chair, to the Central Bank, BSP Governor Ben Jokno. You know, central banks across the world have been trying to diversify their reserves or assets away from the US dollar. Gold is considered a haven asset and a store of value in times of uncertainty. China, Russia have been aggressively buying gold reserves. In fact, there are indications that after the presidential elections, if ever President Trump wins, I think one of his ideas is to put back gold as the measure of the currency. Ang tanong ko lang po kay BSP Governor Ben, is the BSP prepared to print and issue Philippine currency to buy more gold as part of its international reserves, Mr. Chair?
BSP?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Right now, we have total gross international reserves of about 98 billion US dollars, of which 12% of that reserves are in gold. And we have decided, just recently, the Monetary Board has decided that we should be actively trading part of the gold so that maybe we'll just maintain 10% of our gross international reserve in gold form rather than in gold form. So yung tanong, kami ba ay actively mamimili? Right now, we can buy from our small miners and the market there is very active now thanks to Congress. But hindi po kami actively mamimili from the external market. In fact, kinukonsider ho namin magbebenta kami because right now it's the part of our reserves that is in gold form is about 12%. And we made it a policy na siguro we'll keep it at 10%.
So, Mr. Chair, hearing from Governor Ben, so he's not inclined to increase the reserves at over 90 billion and increase the 12%. In fact, he wants to sell, which gusto ko lang I would like to hear from the BSP Governor because China, Russia, US is aggressively buying gold right now. That's why the price of gold has increased. So our stand really is to in fact lessen. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
BSP.
Una, Mr. Chair, napakalaki na po ng reserves natin. We don't have to buy more gold at this time. In fact, in terms of our policy, sobra-sobra po ang gold natin as a part of the gross international reserves.
Thank you. My last question lang is, magkano ba yung tinatawag na, the outflow of money or hot money the past few months, Mr. Chair? I read somewhere that umabot raw ng $10 billion yung nag-unload sa stock market. I'd just like to know yung outflow because of the instability or because of the pandemic. Magkano ba ang what you call yung hot money, yung outflow lumabas because of the current situation?
Dalawa pong
BSP,
klase
please
yan.
answer.
Yes, Your Honor. Dalawa pong klase yan. Yung tinatawag na foreign direct investment, that's the kind of investment na dapat gusto natin dahil they put money in the economy, they create a lot of jobs and so forth. There's another part which is what is called the portfolio investment, yung tinatawag na hot money, yun yung nire-refer ho ninyo. As a matter of policy, I think economists don't like hot money because they actually exacerbate or the picture. Kasi they can quickly exit, they enter, but they can quickly exit if they sense some trouble in the economy. So hindi po yun ang gusto natin na klaseng investment sa Pilipinas, no? So right now we're happy with the inflow of money, foreign direct investments, money coming from our overseas Filipino workers, money coming from BPOs, etc. At saka yung mga investment po dito ng mga iba-ibang bansa. Permanent investment, foreign direct investment is what we prefer. We are indifferent with respect to the flow of portfolio investment.
Mr. Chair, yung as a follow-up, yung other countries are exercising or practicing what they call quantitative easing or, selling securities or printing money. Ano bang, I know in Bayanihan 2, we've authorized the central bank to another 10%, which will redound to around 270 to 80 billion, no, to be able to... sorry?
Your Honor, we don't have to resort to what other developed countries are doing because they're nearing their interest rates are close to zero or in fact in some cases negative. Wala po pa tayo sa ganung situation. But let me tell you that the central bank has been helping the government in this crisis. We have released actually into the system something like 1.3 trillion pesos. Ganun na po kalaki ang na-release natin and we've been helping the national government by giving the treasuries 300 billion. In fact, I think we would probably increase that. So wala po tayong, there's no pressure for us to do what other developed countries are doing because we are in a very good situation.
Screwdriver.
Mr. Chair, we laud the efforts of the BSP and the Secretary of Finance, no, Based on their presentation, inflation remains manageable. We have ample liquidity in the market. Banks are strong and resilient. The peso is steady. Foreign reserves at an all-time high. External debt remains manageable. So we commend the economic team headed by Secretary Dominguez. Nandito si Secretary Carl, Secretary Avisado, and kay BSP Governor. Ano na lang, briefly na lang, again, as mentioned by Central Bank Governor Ben, they've already released 1.3 trillion in the market. Are there plans to add to that, sir?
Right
BSP.
now, Mr. Chairman, right now, as I said, we have we still have a lot of elbow room to help the national government that we have post because we want the market to absorb what we have released. There's a lot of liquidity into the system, but I can assure you that if there is a need for additional assistance from the central bank, we are going to use whatever is in our toolkit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned earlier, all the required legislation to enable the country to bounce back, this body has already passed. Siguro, ano na lang, my last question na lang. So I would like to ask Secretary Dominguez, Secretary Carl, and BSP Governor Ben, are there any other new legislations that you think are necessary for this country to be able to have a faster response and recovery, especially at this time? Para malaman na po namin dito sa Kongreso. Or Mr. Chair.
Secretary Dominguez.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank the House of Representatives for passing all our proposed legislation. And all of them are already actually in place. So you have acted very quickly, and definitely your actions will help this recovery program of our country. So thank you all, especially the Speaker, Congressman Elway, and the Deputy Speaker, and Romualdez, and the entire Congress for acting, for being very proactive in support of ourselves, of our program. Right now, we are working on passing the measures that we have passed. We're working with the Senate to get their approval of these measures. And soon, this will come to the BICAM, and we hope again for your support in those areas. So, as of now, I don't have any particular measure to propose. Let's just pass what we already have, which you have already done. Please support us in the BICAM, even when that occurs. Thank you. But sorry, but maybe Acting Secretary Chua may have some other comments. Thank you.
Secretary Chua.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maybe just to add, I understand we are also working as a next priority amendments to the
when the government was obliged to report the sources of funding for the COVID-19 responses. So my question, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, why did the DBM omit the information on the overall savings in the budget books beginning 2016 up to 2019? Because we have been looking for this, whether or not there are still savings, at hindi ho natin makita ito. But based on the reports submitted by the executive as required by the Bayanihan Act 1, the executive, Mr. Chair, said that a bulk of the funds expended came from the 2019 savings. So may we get a
Secretary Abisado, ang katanungan po ni Congressman Sarate ay mag-uugat pa simula ng 2016 hanggang nito pong 2019. Maaari pong bang bigyan tayo ng kasagutan, Secretary Abisado?
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Honorable Sarate. Ang totohanan po niyan, lahat naman po ng savings ay every year po na lalaman ng lahat yan. Dahil po nakapaloob yan sa sources of funds for every annual budget na inihahanda at isinusumiti sa Kongreso. Patungkol naman po sa Bayanihan Law, meron pong mga unappropriated allotments na galing sa 2019 na dahil nga sa Bayanihan 1 ay isa sa mga naging sources of funds to implement Bayanihan 1. Aside from the exercise of power by the President pursuant to the congressional authority na mag-realign at mag-discontinue at mag-reprogram ng mga projects na nakapaloob na sa fiscal year 2020 national budget. So ito po ay lantaran na ipinakita naman sa publiko kung magkano ba talaga lahat yun. At on a weekly basis, we are informing Congress kung gaano na ang na-set aside sa mga projects na hindi pa na itutuloy at kung saan po ito napunta. At tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, dahil may request ang kagalang-galang na minority leader, bagamat ito ay nakapost din po sa website ng DBM, ay isasumite po namin ang kabuuan at yung pinaka-latest na status of funds insofar as the COVID-19 expenditures are concerned.
Congressman Sarate.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair. With due respect to the Secretary, totoo po, nare-report yung overall savings, no? Pero kung babalikan po natin yung mga national expenditure programs, yung mga budget books, hanggang ang report po ng overall savings ay hanggang 2016 na lang. After 2016, kung pupuntahan po ninyo ang NEP ng 2017, NEP ng 2018 or National Expenditure Program ng 2018, wala na ho yung item on overall savings. Kaya hindi na ho natin makita kung magkano ba talaga yung savings na nakuha ng gobyerno sa kanyang operations. No? Dahil every year, meron naman talagang savings ang gobyerno. Kaya yun po ang tinatanong natin, no? Kung bakit nawala na sa pagre-report ng DBM ang ganong item, no, doon sa ating budget, no? Is it not contrary to our the government's fiscal policy of transparency na yung overall savings, malaki ho kasi ang usapin ng savings, Mr. Chair, no? Kung maalala po ninyo sa nakaraang administrasyon, yung savings ang pinagmulan ng Disbursement Acceleration Program na dineklarang unconstitutional ng Korte Suprema. Kaya mahalaga na tingnan saan ang savings, magkano ito at saan ito ginugol. At yun po ang ating tanong dahil kung basahin, tingnan natin yung mga national expenditure programs nga noong nakaraang 3 taon or 4 na taon from 2016 to 2019 na hindi na natin makita. So, if there was savings in 2019 at nagamit ito partially doon sa COVID-19 intervention via the Bayanihan Act 1, ang gusto ko pong idugdag na tanong ngayon sa DBM, Mr. Secretary, pwede bang iulat ng DBM dito sa kapulungang ito ang overall savings in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019 para po sa kaalaman ng kapulungang ito, Mr. Chair.
Bago po sumagot ang DBM, Congressman Carlos Salate, papaalala lang po sa Deputy Minority Leader na naubos na po o nakonsumo na po ninyo ang inyong 3 minuto at maaari na po kayo magpalista sa second round, Congressman Carlos Sarate.
Mr. Chair, I think
Mr. Chair.
bigyan naman ng konsiderasyon, no? Ang minority in asking our...
Definitely, sigurado pong bibigyan natin ng konsiderasyon ng ating Deputy Minority Leader at bibigyan pa natin ng chance ang magkaroon pa ng isang katanungan na lagpas sa kanyang 3 minuto. Yes, Secretary Abisado.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Alam niyo po, wala po tayong savings from operations. Yung mga unutilized appropriations po or unobligated allotments automatically expire once the GAA lapses. Kaya po wala pong savings. Yung ginamit po natin are unappropriated appropriations or unobligated allotments. Hindi po savings yun. Kaya nga po gusto lang natin iklaro yan. Kaya nga po wala kang makikitang magkanong savings dahil nasa batas po yan eh. Nagre-revert po yan eh pagka hindi nagasto. Yan po ang aking kasagutan.
Congressman Zarate.
I'll go back to that item on second round, but my next question, Mr. Chair, still related to savings. No? In the 2021 National Expenditure Program, may napansin ho akong dagdag na provision dito na bago, na wala naman sa previous meaning of savings, Mr. Chair. No? And I'll go directly to that provision na bago, Section 67, meaning of savings. No? The usual definition of savings was there. Ito po ang nadagdag, Mr. Chair. No? Notwithstanding the foregoing, final discontinuance or abandonment of a program, activity, or project, whether released or unreleased, allotment for which remain unobligated may be declared by the President as savings in case of a declaration of a state of national calamity, as may be necessary to augment deficient programs, activities, or projects in the Executive Department or special purpose funds that are necessary to immediately address the existing calamity. Is this correct, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, that this is a new proviso or provision inserted in the meaning of savings under Section 67?
Mr. Secretary, pakisagot po ang huling katanungan ni Congressman Zarate sa unang round na ito para po ang susunod naman na makapagtanong ay mula-muli sa minority na si Congresswoman Stella Quimbo, pero sa usapan na magkasunod naman na membro ng majority ang magtatanong pagkatapos po ni Congresswoman Stella Quimbo. Yes, Secretary Abisado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To answer the question, ito pong provision na ito ay similar lang po ito sa Bayanihan Law as requested by the Executive Department in the event na magkaroon ng national emergency. No? Para ba madaling makapag-responde ang gobyerno at hindi na kailangan ng panibagong batas upang mag-allocate na naman ng pundo at kung saan mangangalap. Ito lang po ay anticipatory provision just in case magkaroon po tayo ng pandemya uli or national emergency na kailangan rumisponde kaagad ang gobyerno. Yun lang po ang ibig sabihin po niyan, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair. Just one quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Huling follow-up na lang, Congressman Zarate.
I understand, Mr. Chair, na nanggaling nga ito sa Bayanihan Act. No? But, Mr. Chair, itong provision na ito, pag pinayagan ng Kongreso, ay automatic na bibigyan ng poder at kapangyarihan ang executive na mag-realign ng pondo, no? Na hindi na pinagdidebatihan dito sa Kongreso. Nung ibinigay ang poder na ito sa executive under the Bayanihan 1, nagdebate ang Kongreso, no? Ang dalawang kapulungan. At in-specify ng Kongreso kung magkano ang pondo na pwedeng i-realign, saan ito kukunin. No? Pero pag itong provision na ito, automatic, andyan na sa special provision, no? Or sa meaning ng savings, without going to Congress, the executive can just realign and say, we have a national emergency and we have to realign these projects. We have to stop these projects. Hindi na i-implementa itong project na ito. So lumalabas, Mr. Chair, this is parang a blank check that we are awarding, giving to Congress, to the executive, without the purpose, without the benefit of debate. No? I understand the purpose of this, no? Dahil para magkaroon ng room ang executive to respond to the pandemic, just like what happened in the past months. Pero dumaan sa debate yon, Mr. Chair, no? Pinagdebatihan. And here, if this will be included sa meaning ng savings, wala nang debate ito, no? Hindi nadadaan ito sa Kongreso. Congress can no longer exercise its power of the purse, no, to determine how much will be expended and how these savings or where the savings will be taken, Mr. Chair. No, so yun ho ang gusto kong ipunto rito na at the proper time, I think the committee should seriously consider including this provision in
Maraming
the meaning
salamat
of savings.
sa punto ni Congressman Zarate at papayagan po muli natin na ilathala ni Congressman Zarate sa kanyang susunod na round ng pagtatanong. Nais po bang magbigay ng pahayag ni Secretary Abisado? Kung hindi na po, ay tutungo na po tayo sa pagtatanong ni Congresswoman Stella Kimbo.
Maraming salamat po. Secretary Carl, since nabanggit niyo po kanina ang unemployment figures na kaka-release lamang, can you please confirm that employment is defined as having worked for at least 1 hour in the previous week?
I understand that is the definition in the LFS, Madam.
So, ang ibig sabihin po niyan, Secretary, kung ako po ay nawalan ng trabaho noong Abril at nag-decide na lang po akong magtinda at nakapagtinda po ako ng 1 oras last week, ako po ay hindi na considered unemployed.
Mr. Chair, Madam.
Yes, Secretary Chua.
That is correct. That is why we do not rely only on one indicator. We look at several indicators. And another indicator na tinitingnan natin is the underemployment rate. Those with job but lack income. And that is one thing that we have to look together. And despite the pandemic and yung lockdowns, we have managed to actually minimize the increase sa underemployment to around 17 to 18%. Ibig sabihin, the far majority, 82%, report that they have sufficient income for their particular work. Now, we will have to work hard to ensure na itong 18% who report, 17% who report to be underemployed are provided the assistance. And we are doing that through Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2. Thank you.
Tama po yun, pero I'd like to point out that in addition to the underemployed, dapat tignan din natin ang self-employed without any workers. Pati na rin po ang unpaid family workers. Dahil ito na po ang nagiging coping mechanisms ng ating mga kababayan na nawalan ng trabaho. And even if the unemployment rate dropped from 17.7% to 10%, ito po ang numbers. There are 4.57 million unemployed. There are 7.93 million underemployed. There are 12.1 million self-employed without workers and 3.18 unpaid family worker. Ang kabuuan po niyan is 27.78 million workers, which is very similar to the joblessness rate of the SWS that was also recently published. So would you agree with me, Secretary, that kulang na kulang po ang budget ng DOLE para sa displaced workers, which allots only funding for 2.1 million displaced workers?
Mr. Chair, Ma'am, I'm not sure about paano mag-compute kung kulang or sapat. What we are advocating for is to rebalance the economy because we have seen po between April and July as we lift the restriction, marami pong bumabalik na trabaho at yung quality hindi naman po sumasama. In other words, from April to July, we were able to return 7.5 million jobs from those who previously were unemployed to being employed and those who previously left the labor force and coming back. Our proposal po, ma'am, to be sustainable is really to rebalance our priorities so that we can open more of the economy and provide jobs and income. It will be very costly, I think, and unsustainable to continue a stringent lockdown and deprive people of opportunities. And we have seen in just 3 months between the second and third quarter survey na the economy can naturally create the jobs so long as we let it function. So we have to balance that po. For the time being, ma'am, we have Bayanihan 1, which is wrapping up the SAP, as I understand. And we have Bayanihan 2, which provides additional support to the ECQ areas as the parang bridge while we cannot open fully the economy. Thank you.
I'd like to ask DOF at this point, can the DOF please confirm that the projected deficit for 2021 is 1.75 trillion and net financing is 2.26 trillion, so that the budgetary change in cash is 513 billion?
Okay, DOF?
Yes, thank you very much. Is the treasurer online? If not, we will get back to you, ma'am, when we look at the figures. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the point of my questioning is that
we have it. Yeah. Ma'am. Sorry, we have it.
Okay, Secretary Dominguez?
Yes, the projected is, as you mentioned, is 1.75 trillion.
yes. Did he say yes? All right. Mr. Chair, what I would like to know would be the projected cash position by the end of 2021. So in other words, what I would like to know, so I can add that to the budgetary change in cash, is the non-budgetary adjustments to the cash position.
Secretary Dominguez.
Our cash position. I'm sorry that we do not publicly disclose our cash position. The reason is that we are in the debt market, and we do not wish to harm our negotiating position. We can provide this information to the Speaker of the House on a totally confidential basis.
But sir, since the budgetary change in cash is 513 billion, and the only difference between that and the ending cash position would be what you would contribute to the bond sinking fund, which is, I believe, the call of the DOF. So,
you may calculate it yourself, Ms. Congressman, but we will not disclose it publicly.
but would it be correct to say, this is my observation, it would appear to me that economic managers are planning an unusually large cash balance by the end of 2021? Is that something that at least you can confirm or not?
Sorry,
Secretary Dominguez.
I can disclose that directly to the Speaker on a purely confidential basis. As I said, we are in the debt market, and we do not wish to harm our negotiating position at any point in time.
So can you at least...
But before that, I'd like to remind Representative Kimbo, you have your one last minute. Please proceed.
I am timing myself, sir. I've only used up 2 minutes.
Sorry, one last minute. 3 minutes in total.
Secretary, can you please confirm that the total planned disbursements in 2021 represents only a 3% increase over 2020 levels, and that this is the smallest annual increase since 2011? In other words, from 2011 to 2019, the average annual increase was 12%. So why is it that it would seem that for 2021, the planned disbursement represents a very small increase of only 3%.
Because the plan, the estimated tax revenues are also down for those for next year.
One
And,
last question from
yes.
Representative Kimbo.
And I'd like to ask that question, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
to
Please
the DBM.
proceed.
Secretary, you've mentioned many new programs as well as increases in existing programs for purposes of a COVID response. Can you let us know the total amount of that? So ano po ang kabuoang nakalaan para po sa COVID response para sa taong 2021?
Secretary Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Secretary Abisado.
Yes. Per our record, the total money allotted for COVID response is 90,127,930,000. And this is for the DepEd, DOST, PCHRD. These are all combined, including DPWH, NEDA, TESDA, DOH.
Sir, could you kindly
Yes,
repeat
because
the figure?
this-
Is it 90 million?
90 po. 90 billion, 127,930,000.
Hindi po ba masyadong maliit po yun?
This is on top of the health sector budget, Madam.
No, I was just
Which is-
referring,
Okay.
Mr. Secretary, to the items within the NEP which you would consider as a COVID response, including, for example, ito
Representative Kimbo,
Yes.
you have used up your 3
Let me,
minutes.
Mr. Chair.
Wrap up.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please.
If I may. Halimbawa po, pag ipagsama-sama po natin ang PPE procurement, PCR machines, purchase of COVID-19 vaccines, etc. Can you please confirm, Secretary, that this is about 233 billion? Is that, does that sound like?
We're checking the figures, Madam. Wait a minute.
Okay, after Representative Kimbo,
Madam
I will
Chair,
call
it's,
on Representative Salceda. Secretary Abisado,
Yes,
please
Mr.
proceed.
Chair. Madam Chair, you're correct. On top of the regular health sector budget, which is 213 billion, we have an additional 90 billion more from various departments addressing the COVID-19 pandemic.
So on top
Okay.
of 230, there's an additional 90.
Spread out in many departments
So,
as
all
their
right.
own response to the COVID-19
So-
pandemic, Madam Chair. The Honorable Congresswoman.
Salamat po,
Okay.
Mr. Secretary. Salamat
Thank
po,
you,
Mr. Chair.
thank you very much for that answer, Secretary Abisado. Next, the chair would like to recognize Representative Joey Salceda. Congressman Joey Salceda, are you still here? Next in line is Congressman Juni Kua.
Ayun. Thank you for unmuting me. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a short manifestation with respect to the statement made earlier by uh, by our economic managers, I would like to join uh, uh, I'd like to join the majority leader, my friend Benny Abante, in his support for the position and the statement of the Secretary of Finance when the Secretary of Finance said that the government is ready to uh, to do all the things that are necessary, but will not engage in wasteful spending. I I would like to express a strong support for that. Um, well, mainly because we have very limited resources, and prudent use is of utmost importance. I would like to support that position, that firm position of calculated, effective, but quality spending. And I think under these difficult times, that will be the most pragmatic way of spending our money. So having said that, Mr. Chairman, let me let me proceed by by uh, by addressing my first set of questions to the Secretary of DINEDA. I am very pleased to note that uh, that the legislative agenda that they have adopted to address the pandemic by way of a stimulus package, namely the Create, the Bayanihan, the Feast, and the Guide. These are all passed by the House of Representatives, except Guide, which is already scheduled for second reading soon, and even the Agri-Agra law had already been forwarded to the Senate. May I ask the Secretary of the NEDA whether he would consider the General Appropriations Act as a legislation that should really form part of this stimulus legislation? Because the GAA 2021 is a huge expenditure program. And compared to the magnitude of the legislations that are supposed to stimulate our economy, the General Appropriations Act is far, far bigger than what we have already legislated. And so, therefore, this should really be considered, especially that Congress now, or the House of Representatives, is taking a very, very aggressive approach to the passage of the bill, to the passage of this Appropriations Act, hopefully putting that budget in place even before the year ends and have it implemented to stimulate the economy by the first week or by the first month of 2021. May we get a reaction from the Secretary of the NEDA?
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, Kong Juni, I
Secretary.
agree with your position. In fact, in my presentation on the recovery program, it is of three phases. The first phase is Bayanihan 1, our emergency support. The second phase is Bayanihan 2, plus the complementary measures, which are the Feast, Guide, and Create. And the third, which is our resiliency program, is actually the 2021 GAA. And it is an increase compared to the 2020. And what is more important is the composition of that 2021 GAA, where infrastructure spending will increase from 785 billion to 1.12 trillion next year. So it is really part of the stimulus program. And in fact, NEDA's estimate is that we will be able to create a total of 1.7 million jobs next year, both direct and indirect. So I confirm and agree po. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, in other words, we should not lose sight of the fact that this GAA really is a much-needed stimulus package. And the earlier we pass it would be better for our economy. Now, the second questions that I'd like to ask is addressed to the Governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the support of the BSP in the crafting of the legislations that we have put in place to address the needs of the banking industry with respect to managing the concerns of COVID pandemic. The question I'd like to ask is that this humble representation would like to be educated by an expert in banking and in managing the monetary policies of the nation, and get his assessment of how different is this COVID-19 crisis in terms of its effect in the banking industry compared to the Asian crisis.
Okay, that will be the last question for Representative Juni Kua, also Vice Chair. So,
Mr. Chair.
Bangko
Mr. Chair.
Sentral, BSP.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just want to remind the Chair, if I may request, from my watch, I think I still have about 10 or 15 seconds. Anyway.
Yes, the
thank
BSP
you,
Governor, please answer the question now.
Well, let me answer this. Let me put it this way. We were, as I mentioned earlier, we were in a very good financial position when we were hit by the pandemic compared to where we were during the Asian financial crisis. For one, the banking community is much more stable, better capitalized, and they have a very low NPLs compared to where we were before. At that time, we were also running out of dollars, and our peso was depreciating. Interest rates were also increasing, so we are in a better position now than where we were during the Asian financial crisis, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can I
Okay.
still use my few
Next,
seconds?
we will still have a second round. Anyway, the chair would now recognize the next in line. Thank you very much, Representative Juni Kua. Next
Thank you.
is Representative Helen Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank our economic managers for all the effort that they've been doing since the occurrence of the pandemic. No? So, dahil maiksi lang po ang oras, I'll go straight to the point. Just want to ask anyone can answer this. Is the government still committed in the achievement or realization of Universal Healthcare Act?
May I attempt an answer, Mr. Chairman?
Secretary Dominguez?
Thank you. Yes, we are fully committed to implement the Universal Health Care Act. And in fact, this morning, I had a discussion with the incoming chair, incoming president, or the president designate of PhilHealth, the chairman of PhilHealth, uh, the and I think he's the executive vice president, Mr. Arnel De Jesus, as well as members of the BOF staff, including Undersecretary Tonet Chonko and Treasurer Leah Leon. So this is a meeting to look at the financial problems of PhilHealth. We briefed incoming president designate. We will meet again on Tuesday afternoon. And next Thursday, we will again meet as a board. So we are taking these issues of the PhilHealth very seriously, and this administration is fully intends to put PhilHealth on a solid financial footing, and that will allow us to fully implement the Universal Healthcare Act.
Maraming salamat po kay Secretary Dominguez at narinig po kayo ng ating mga kababayan at nabuhayan po sila nabigyan po sila ng pag-asa doon po sa inyong mga sinabi, ano. Just want to
Congresswoman Helen Tan, please proceed.
Sorry sir, nawala po ba ako?
Yes, please proceed for your last question.
Sir, wala pa po akong 1 minutong nagtatanong. Hindi po kasama ang pagsagot ng ating mga resource person. I'm sorry, I'm in the province, so nawawala po siguro yung aking connection. Kay Secretary Abisado, gusto ko lang pong itanong, doon po sa presentation ninyo kanina on the allocation, no? Nilagay niyo po yung sa PhilHealth 71, sa MAP Medical Assistance 17, and so forth. Pero ang isa pong ikinakabahala ko ay yung pondo po na inyo pong ibinibigay doon sa Health Facilities Enhancement Program, wherein nakakuha po sa akin ng pansin nito na 4 na bilyon lang po. At ang proposal po ng Department of Health ay 45 billion hanggang sa bumaba ang kanilang apela, nabigyan sila ng 10 bilyon, no? As mentioned po kanina ni Secretary Dominguez, very committed ang ating government, and alam natin po na ang facilities dito po sa nangyari na pandemic ay napakalaki ng kakulangan at improvement, no, o pagdagdag. At ang nilagay lang po doon ay medical equipment. Kay Secretary Abisado, how are we going to cope pa po sa mga darating pang mga problema kung eto lang po ang ibibigay natin doon sa Health Facilities Enhancement Program?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary Abisado.
Yes, to answer the question po, mahalaga po yung katanungan na yun dahil ang nakasentro nga po dito sa usapin na ito pagdating sa pandemya, ang Department of Health. Ang totohanan po niyan, if we talk about the budget of the HPEF, we took into consideration the utilization rate of the prior year's HPEF. Kaya nga po, naliwanag po na to support the expansion of medical infrastructure of our health system, binigyan po natin sila ng 4.7 billion for Health Facilities Enhancement Program. At ito po ay nakasentro in the purchase of medical equipment, and motor vehicles, including ambulance. Ang iba naman po ay meron pa silang unprogrammed fund at that is 5.5 billion, no? So ang mangyayari po niyan, aabutin po ng mahigit 10 billion for HPEP. Kaya hindi po masasabi na talagang binabaan, kundi base nga po sa utilization rate, subalit higit na pangangailangan din ang nakikita namin. So, aside from 4.7 sa HPEP, meron pa silang unprogrammed na 5.5.
Thank you so much, Secretary.
Thank you, Secretary Abisado.
Yes, Mr.
Congresswoman Helen Tan, you still have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Secretary Abisado, sana po, umaapila po ako sa inyo na madagdagan po yung HTEP fund ng Department of Health. Ang lagi ko pong naririnig ay yung utilization rate. Pero ano po ba ang ipinapayo ninyo sa Department of Health para po naman sila gumaling doon sa paggasta o mabilis ang paggasta noong pera na ibinibigay natin? Anong strategies po ba ang naipayo nyo sa kanila na dapat gawin? Kasi ako kung tatanungin po ninyo, paulit-ulit ko pong sinasabi sa kanila, baka po kailangan ang ilang programa ay decentralized. Ang budget po ng DOH ay, ang bulk po ay nakalagak sa central office. So baka po kailangan i-empower and strengthen natin ang regional offices so that mag-improve ang utilization rate, no? At baka po matutulungan ninyo ng DBM and ng iba pang economic managers ang Department of Health on that matter. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yes, Secretary Abisado.
Yes, Madam Congresswoman, ang totohanan po niyan, sobrang napakasimple lang po ng policy ng Pangulo. Pagdating po sa project identification and implementation, ang amin lang po ay merong kasiguruduhan that the identified projects are implementation ready or shovel ready. Once identified and proposed sa NEP o sa National Expenditure Program, para doon po masiguro natin na ma-implement at matapos. At doon nga po nagkaroon ng konting problema at sinabi po natin na for DOH to cleanse their books because there are obligations in the HPEP which were already discontinued and will no longer be pursued but remain to be in their books. So ito yung isa sa mga estratehiya na kailangan tingnan nila at tama po yung suggestion nyo na i-regionalize nila yung operation nila nang sa ganon mas papadali ang pag-i-implement ng mga projects. Ang HPEP po kasi is a centrally managed item that requires action from the central office. Now, internally, how they were able to fast-track the implementation, nasa kanila po yan. And in fact, Congress may also intervene and precisely provide specific provisions with which to hasten the implementation of these projects. Dahil kayo naman po ang maglalagay ng mga pulisiya at mga provision in the GEA. Kaya nga po, noong pang 2019, ay nag-allocate na kami ng 50 million pesos for monitoring only of HPEP projects annually para madagdagan yung absorptive capacity nila, which has been historically low in terms of implementation. Kaya po nagsisikap kami na matulungan sila upang madagdagan pa ang kakayahan nila when it comes to budget utilization. Nang sa ganon, mas mapadali ang pag-i-implement ng mga project at matapos din ito within the period prescribed. Mr. Chair, Madam Congresswoman.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much, Secretary Abisado.
Chair.
I would like to inform Congresswoman Helen Tan that you have already used up your 3 minutes.
Mr.
And
Chair.
I would like to call on next on the list, Representative Edsel Lagman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I now proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Representative Lagman.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to direct this question first to Finance Secretary Sani Dominguez. You will recall that all of the presentations mentioned Bayanihan 1. May we know, Secretary Dominguez, why or what is the reason why the President until now has not signed the enrolled bill on Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2. I'm referring to Bayanihan 2 because the enrolled bill was received by the PLLO on August 27, 2020, or 8 days ago. The President announced that it is of critical immediacy that Bayanihan 2 must be enacted. And no less than Secretary Dominguez said that this is a very important legislation. May we know the reason, Mr. Secretary, if you know?
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you very much, Congressman Lagman. Secretary Dominguez, you may respond now.
thank you. Thank you very much for the question, Congressman Lerman. Actually, I do not know the reason. However, we had a meeting with the Economic Development Council cluster late last week, and we were advised that the staff in the Office of the President has requested for comments on the bill. And as chairman of the cluster, I asked the cluster members to please submit their whatever comments they have by today, so that the Office of the President would review them and see if there are any comments that would be relevant to the decision whether to sign it or not. So I suppose the process is ongoing, and I guess the process is that when the bill is submitted, the Office of the President goes over it and asks all the relevant agencies to comment on it. And so far, I have asked the members of the EDC to please submit their comments to Malacanang directly as of today. I will check on Monday whether in fact Malacanang has received those comments. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Lagman.
Mr. Secretary, this Bayanihan 2 is relatively small in appropriation, and it is already late as a response to the pandemic. Is there a reason why there would be the need for inputs from concerned agencies when no less than the President said that its enactment is of critical immediacy, and the people as well as the businesses which are affected by the pandemic are waiting for the release, and no less than DBM Secretary Abisado said that as soon as the President signs Bayanihan 2, is ready to release the amounts appropriated therein. Could we again get your comment on this?
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you very much, Congressman Lagman. Secretary Dominguez.
Congressman Lagman, Your Honor, let me quote myself. I told the members of the EBC that when the President certifies the bill as urgent, it's not only a certification to the Congress, but it's also a direct order to the Executive Department that the implementation of the measure as approved by Congress is also urgent. So I'm sorry, I'm not a member of the Malacanang staff and I cannot answer for them, but I will certainly pass on your concerns.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, thank you for that. But let me
Yes,
just
Congressman Lagman.
let me just underscore, Mr. Chairman, that Bayanihan 2 is even only 60% of Bayanihan 1 in terms of allotment or appropriations. And in the case of Bayanihan 1, it was immediately signed by the President into law upon the receipt of the enrolled bill. I will not belabor that point anymore, but there is a delay, and that delay would prejudice people and businesses in distress. Let me go to another point, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I recall that Secretary Dominguez mentioned that 8.83 billion US dollars, or between 423 to 432 billion pesos, as of August 27, has been secured by the Philippines in forms of foreign grants and loans. Can we confirm that, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, before Secretary Dominguez will answer that, I
Yes,
would like to remind the Congressman Lagman that you have already used up your 3 minutes. So, Secretary Dominguez, please proceed to respond.
Yes, Your Honor, Your Honors, I confirm that amount that we have, the financing we have secured from development partners such as ADB, AIIB, and the World Bank, as well as the commercial markets to support COVID, is a total of US dollars 8.83 billion.
Mr. Chairman, may I just request for some liberality? Because I will have to finish this particular issue, and I would like to ask Secretary Dominguez whether this 8.83 billion US dollars have been
Congressman
received.
Lagman, you have used up your 3 minutes, but the chair will give you one last question.
Whether it has been received by the Philippines. And if amounts have been received, then when were these amounts received?
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman Lagman. That will be your last question. Secretary Dominguez.
Yes, the DOF, the Treasury has received this budget support and has been disbursed already. Of the 8.83 billion, 6.86 has been disbursed by the government.
Well, if the amount has been received Lagman.
Congressman Lagman, we will now, thank you very much, Congressman Lagman. We will now proceed to the next interpellator. May I remind the interpellators that the total time allotted to you is 3 minutes. Now we go to the next interpellator from the majority, Representative Mikey Arroyo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to ask a few questions to our Customs Commissioner, if possible.
Yes, please proceed, Congressman Arroyo.
Commissioner Guerrero, good evening, sir. I think a few days ago, the President said that you should reshuffle your team or your officials. You can confirm that, correct?
The chair would like to recognize Commissioner Guerrero.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would like to confirm that the President has instructed me to undertake a reshuffle of the Bureau of Customs.
Yes, so,
Yes, Congressman Arroyo, please proceed.
the Bureau of Customs is very important because it raises a lot of revenue for our country, and we use this for the fight against COVID and for our 2021 national budget. That's why it's of great interest to us how you intend to reshuffle your people. What is the criteria on how you will reshuffle, for example, the collectors?
Okay, Commissioner Guerrero.
Yes, Mr. Chair. One of the criteria that was informed me or given to me by the President is actually to make sure that they are rotated in a way that over familiarity with the stakeholders and the situation in the area would be avoided. And of course, part of the consideration also involves performance and the merits of the district collectors in terms of their ability to accomplish the mission, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Congressman Arroyo, please proceed.
what is more important, the avoidance of familiarity or the 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 when the collector is able to meet the target every time and over exceed the target? As a matter of fact, aside from over exceeding the target, they even catch smugglers. If that is the case, for example, a collector has been there for a long time, but she or he has been exceeding the target, and aside from that has been able to catch smugglers, that criteria driven aside for the sake of so that familiarity will not happen within among the stakeholders and the collector?
Yes, Commissioner Guerrero.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Of course, it's important that we maintain the efficiency and effectiveness of the district, and of course, it's important that the district collector is able to accomplish his or her mission.
Okay, because I'm from region.
Congressman Arroyo, please proceed.
I'm from Mr. Commissioner. I'm from Region 3, and Clark and Subic are very important to the people for us there. So we watch it closely, and I want to commend you because your collector there in Subic is doing very well. As a matter of fact, she has over exceeded her collection, if I'm not mistaken. And recently, she has caught several smugglers. And because we only have 3 minutes, I would like to congratulate you, Commissioner Guerrero, for always trying to exceed the target, and you're doing very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Commissioner Guerrero, and again, congratulations, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman Mikey Arroyo, and thank you also to Commissioner Guerrero. Next, the chair would recognize from the minority, Representative Franz Castro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening to all of us. So kung babalikan po natin yung President Budget Message on page 4 to 5, nakalagay po doon, the most urgent priority is to reset our momentum and action, rebound from the debilitating effects of the pandemic on the health and economy, and fully recover from current continuing impacts of the crisis. So, yung pinanggagalingan po natin sa ngayon ay yung pandemya. At sinasabi natin, reset, rebound, and recovery. Pero kung titignan po natin yung priority in terms of the agency's budget, in 2020, nangunguna pa rin po yung DPWH, then DepEd, DILG, DND, DSWD, DOH na pang-anim. Dito po sa 2021 budget po, DPWH, DepEd, DILG, DND, DSWD, DOTR, DOH, at panghuli, nasa huli po yung DOLE rin. So, pwede bang maipaliwanag ng ating mga economic managers kung parang meron yatang disconnect doon sa sinasabi nating budget philosophy for this 2021? So, ibig sabihin lang po ba ay repeat yung last 2020 na budget natin? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary? Secretary Abisado?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Congresswoman. Sa 2021 po, if we talk about by sector, ang education sector po ang nangunguna. Kasama na po dyan ang CHED, tsaka TESDA, and DepEd. At pati mga state universities and colleges. And ang katotohanan po niyan, nandun pa rin po ang focus natin sa education despite the pandemic. Kaya nga po lahat ng alternative at saka mga blended learning systems ay ini-implement na ng DepEd. At yan naman ay sinusuportahan ni Pangulong Duterte. Kaya nga po kahit na malalayong lugar at kailangan na makarating pa rin yung pagtuturo sa kanila, ang sabi nga niya, bumili ng transistor radios para lamang makasama sila sa mainstream educational blended learning systems. So, makakaasa po kayo na kung titingnan natin by sector, pumapangalawa lang po ang DPWH at nangunguna po ang education sector natin composed of DepEd, SUCs, CHED at saka TESDA po. Kasi nandyan ang bulto ng pagtuturo sa mga kabataan. Opo.
Okay, pero sumunod po
Thank
sa...
you, Mr. Secretary. Representative Castro, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So sumunod po ay yung DILG, DND. At ang panghuli po ay nakita ko dun sa priority, according to the philosophy, dapat ang priority natin ngayon, di ba, yung DOH or yung health. Pero napansin natin parang the same pa rin siya kung ikukumpara po natin doon sa ranking ng pagbabudget. So bakit po nahuli ang DOH? Yun po yung ating pinakamalaking problema sa ngayon. Sa 2021 nga, ito pa yung parang magre-recover pa lang tayo. So bakit po nahuli yung DOH?
Pagdating naman po sa Department of Health, nag-increase po ang kanilang budget for next year by 26% from 101 sa ngayon to 127 next year. At hindi lang naman po yun lang ang nakatutok sa pandemya. Ang iba pong mga ahensya ng pamahalaan ay meron din pong nakaalaan na pundo para makatulong din sa pagsiwata at saka sa pagsagot sa mga problema na nakakonekta sa pandemya. Kaya po, makakaasa po si Congresswoman Castro na tuloy-tuloy lang po at talaga pong we're looking at responding to the pandemic from all departments of the executive department at hindi lamang po nakatutok sa DOH ang pundo for the pandemic. As a matter of fact, ang ginagawa po talaga natin, mahirap gawin, kundi kailangan talagang gawin is to maintain a balance between health and economy. Kaya po yan ang, siguro makikita din po ng Kongreso yan dahil kayo naman ang kasama sa paglalatag ng mga polisiya. And we will defer to whatever Congress would look at how to further improve the budget for next year. Opo.
Thank you very much, Abisador. Representative Franz Castro, please go to your next question. Please proceed.
Okay. Second po, Mr. Chair, sinabi po ng ating secretary na priority pa rin yung Department of Education. At napansin ko yung flexible learning options ay 15.2 billion. Pero marami pong kinaltas na budget from Department of Education amounting to 9.3 billion. Samantalang po, yung napansin ko, yung NTF-LCAP budget, 3,000% ang itinaas niya. At nakalagay dito, 16.44 billion yung Barangay Development Program. So ano po ba ito? Pwede ba niyong maipaliwanag sa ating mamamayan? Ano ba itong Barangay Development Program mula dun sa NTF-LCAP? Kasi ang budget po ng NTF-LCAP ay 19.13 billion. Mas mataas pa po ito sa budget ng UP at PGH.
Ang totohanan po niyan, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Abisado.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Abisado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Congresswoman, ang totohanan po niyan, ang budget po ng Department of Education, aabot po ng 21 billion next year. At ito naman pong Barangay Development Program ay nakasaad po ito sa Executive Order number 90. Patungkol na rather EO 70, I'm sorry. At ito nga po ay to provide development projects for cleared barangays. Ibig sabihin, wala na po yung problema nila sa insurensiya at kailangan po pumasok yung mga projects ng gobyerno para lang tutuhanan na ipakita na hindi naman nagpapabaya ang gobyerno, lalo na sa mga kanayunan na malalayo at mahirap abutin ng mga serbisyo ng gobyerno. At ito po ang mas malawak na pagpapaunawa nito ay pwedeng hingin sa mismong nagsusog nito at darating po tayo dyan pagdating sa hearing on a per department basis. Ito po ay isinali namin dahil nga daw po sa kautusan ng Pangulo na huwag pabayaan ng mga barangay lalo pat nabalik na yung normal na pamumuhay nila at kailangan tulungan ng gobyerno. At yan po ang naaprubahan ng Gabinete at ng Pangulo. Kaya po nandyan yung project na yan sa ating proposed 2021 national budget po.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary Abisado. I would like to remind Congresswoman Franz Castro, you have already used your 3 minutes. Next.
Mr. Chair, can I wind up? Pwede po ba akong mag-wind up lang?
Okay. The chair will be generous. Please wind up. Please proceed. Representative Franz Castro, please wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa NTF-LCAP, ito, very questionable po itong barangay development program. Parang tingin ko malaking pork barrel ito, no? Na mapupunta doon sa DILG. At hindi natin alam, redundant din ito doon sa mga gagawing project ng ating mga like DSWD, DOH at iba pa. So barangay ang mag-i-implement nito. So sige po, doon ko na lang po tatanungin ito sa DILG sa mga susunod na pagkakataon dahil tingin ko ito ay malaking pork barrel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I may lamang, no? Ang
Yes, Secretary Abisado.
ang implementation po nito wala po sa DILG. Nasa mga local government units po. Sila po mag-implement, hindi po ang DILG po.
Okay, very much, Secretary Abisado. Next, the chair would like to call for the majority, Congressman Edgardo Chato. Ed Chato. Congressman Chato. Representative Chato, you have to unmute your mic. The chair would like to recognize Representative Ed Chato. You have to unmute your mic. Congressman, Congressman Chato. Congressman Chato, are you still there? We will proceed to the next. We will just go back to Congressman Chato next. Next, for the minority, the chair would like to recognize Congresswoman Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Brosas, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, first of all, please list me for the second round. Dahil I don't think so yung mga substantial na tanong ko ay matatalakay. Mr. Chair, now to my first question po. Tungkol po ito sa pag-imbudo ng pondo ng bayan sa infrastruktura. Mr. Chair, kapansin-pansin na 60% ang inilaki ng infra budget sa central offices mula 461 billion patungong 739 billion. Ngayon, sinasabi na within the central offices ay may regional breakdown. Sa kaso ng DPWH, inaral namin yung mga detalye ng DPWH projects at lumalabas, Mr. Chair, na hindi lahat ng pondong nasa central office ay may breakdown. Ano po ang paliwanag dito ng ating mga economic managers?
Thank you, Congresswoman Brosas. Secretary Abisado, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bilang tugon po sa katanungan, naisumiti na po namin ngayon yung supplement doon sa budget ng DPWH at nandun po lahat ang listahan ng mga projects na hihimayin ng Kongreso pagdating sa pagdinig ng budget ng DPWH po.
Thank you, Secretary Abisado.
Mr.
Congresswoman
Chair.
Brosas. Please proceed, Congresswoman Brosas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang sabihin na ganito po karami yung mga projects, no? Yung mga walang breakdown. Napakarami pong walang breakdown, ano? Mr. Chair, mahalaga itong malaman ng ating mga kababayan dahil tumatangging 397.2 billion ang lahat ng ito, ang infrastructure budget na ito sa DPWH Central Office na walang breakdown. Mr. Chair, kung sinasabi nila na binigay nila ngayon, gusto po nating magkaroon ng kopya niyan, Mr. Chair, kasi sa madaling salita, yung nasa NEP po ngayon ay lump sum. Lump sum, tapos sinasabi sa atin sa budget message na shovel ready na. Bakit hindi inilagay agad? Bakit hindi po nakalagay dyan? In the first place, Mr. Chair, line item budgeting pa rin ba ang ginagawa ng ating mga at ng mga naghanda ng NEP na ito? Dapat po makita talaga natin sa budget na ito o maging klaro o nakalagay sa budget na ito kung ano yung mga projects, particular projects na iyon. Unprecedented po ito. Sa mga nakaraan na mga budget books, hindi po ganito yung isinasubmit sa atin. Mr. Chair, 3 times that of the DOH budget, itong 397.2 billion. Lump sum ito, taob nito ang 3 ulit na budget sa DOH. Kaya po dapat po talagang sagutin tayo dito. Lalo na, kanina nga naririnig ko sa ano natin, ang mga tanong ng the people are asking if there is pork barrel in the budget. So dapat po malinawan tayo dito. First, sabi, shovel ready na. Ibig sabihin, nandiyan na po yung mga projects. Bakit hindi inilagay as line item? Second, 397.2 billion po ito. Hindi po nakalagay yung ating item. Tapos, kung discontinued project po ito, Mr. Chair, di dapat previous project pa pala yung pinagbabatayan, di dapat mas madali, Mr. Chair. So hinahanap po natin kung nasaan ito, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Secretary Abisado.
Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Brosas, ang totohanan po niyan, meron po kaming deadline sa mga department within which to submit their list of projects, among others. Medyo na-late nga lang po ang DPWH sa pagsumite dahil nga po inisikaso niya yung 2020 for later release ng mga projects at sobrang dami po niyan, may 10,000 projects eh. So, kahit doon sa paghahanda niya nung listahan ng para sa 2021, na-late po siya at nakapag-print na po kami. Kaya nga po, bagamat ganun na nangyari, ay sinumitin namin as a supplement to the NEP, which hopefully Congress will include in the General Appropriations Bill. So wala pong dapat na ikabahala dahil nasa inyo na po yung listahan ng mga projects para mahimay yung lump sum na appropriation for DPWH under the NEP. Hindi ho naman po pwedeng tuloy-tuloy lang na lump sum yun. Kailangan hanapin talaga yun at himayin at nasa inyo na po yung listahan as of today at isinumpitin na po namin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Abisado. Thank you also, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Your time is up. Next, the Chair would like to recognize from the majority, Congressman VG Lacson.
Thank you.
Representative VG Lacson.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address the question. I think the DOF, Secretary Dominguez, or the NEDA can answer this. We have the GDP as a negative figure on the second semester, and I think we've shown that 9% still on the negative percentage on the semester. So uh, there are efforts to mitigate the COVID pandemic, and of course, I congratulate the executive branch for their responsiveness to the and aiding the Filipino people in the uh, COVID times, no, and mitigating I mean, bumaba siguro na-control din natin yung mga deaths ng mga Pilipino sa sakit, no. Anyway, so budgeting natin ngayon, so bumaba yung economy natin, so we're expecting na mababa yung collection ng taxes natin sa mga imports naman, and ano yung custom collections natin definitely bababa rin siya. So yung budget is baba ang revenue, then of course we want the spending to maintain the level of not increase to boost up the economy. But the question is, yung mga sources ng fundings natin, so kung mawawala na itong fundings natin, although sabi maganda naman yung collection ng BIR ng costumes, pero I don't know if nandiyan na yung cash, then yung source ng funds natin will be coming, I think, from the foreign sources or domestic sources. So, pwedeng malaman natin yung mga figures ng domestic and foreign sources. Then, ang isa pa, yung ibang countries or ibang state, when there's a need for sources of fund, they use the GOCC. Kasi meron tayong mga government-owned and controlled corporation na nagkakaroon din ng income. But I don't think kung ano yung naisip yung government-controlled corporation, except for the two na yung GFIs natin. I mean, yung pension fund natin. Meron tayong GSIS and SSS. So I think ito yung mga nakaka-generate ng funds for investment na yung ibang mga countries ang ginagamit din nila ito in times of their needs for sources of funds or investment. So itong mga GSIS ba nag-invest to help our government in times of crisis, like buying treasury bills or bonds. So can we know kung meron o na-consider pa to sa pagkuha ng sources of funds? Kasi nakita ko dito sa budget natin, meron silang 49 billion na automatic appropriation, which is 12% dun sa nasabing government part nung sa pension fund. And of course, magko-contribute din ng 9% yung mga employee share. So, in my computation is 37 billion. So, mga nasa 86 billion to. No? Isang GOCCs lang yung parang kawasok na pera. So, for 1 year. So, I think maraming pera itong mga GSIS or SSS. Can we direct NEDA or the DFF kung meron silang alam sa figure or magamit na silang source of fund natin? For the
DOF, pakisagot po yung katanungan ni Congressman Lacson na parang si Keanu Reeves sa araw na ito. DOF?
Yes, thank you. There are two parts to this question. The first part is the financing program of the government for 2020 and 2021. And the second part is whether or not the GSIS and SSS and the other government agencies provide funds also. Okay, so on the first question, on the gross financing package, the financing package we have for 2020 is a total of 3 trillion pesos. By source, we will be borrowing from the foreign sources 785 billion pesos, and from domestic sources 2.2 trillion pesos. For 2021, the gross financing will also be 3 trillion and 25 billion pesos. And 25 billion pesos. And the sources will be 442 for 442 million pesos, billion pesos for foreign borrowing, and 2.582 billion pesos domestic, billion pesos, trillion pesos for the domestic borrowing. So that's the answer to the first question. The answer to the second question is yes, definitely. Our GOCCs purchase government securities. And the big buyers are SSS. By the way, SSS money is not government money. That is the money of the private sector. All the money there belongs to the members. Government has no share in that. So they do, however, invest in our bonds. The GSIS also invested in bonds, and other government corporations such as PBIC and many others do invest in bonds. If you wish, we can provide the honorable congressman a list of the bond holdings by GOCC and government agencies. Thank you.
Maraming
Thank you.
salamat, Secretary Abisado. Bago po magpatuloy sa pagtatanong, si Congressman Lacson, ipaalala lang po na nagamit nyo na po yung 2 minuto at 45 segundo sa unang tanong nyo pa lamang po. Sana po yung susunod na tanong nyo, at mukhang ito na po ang inyong huling katanungan sa round na ito, ay maging maikling tanong para po may oras na sumagot ang ating mga sekretary at panauhin sa araw na ito. Congressman Lacson.
Salamat po. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Susundan ko lang yung request ni Secretary na bigyan tayo ng list, na kung GSIS. Meron siyang bigyan ako ng list ng investment kasi ang GSIS may 40% limitation yan yun ayon sa batas nila. Anyway, yung susunod na question ko is BSP. Ang BSP kasi good, meron siya 15% na binanggit nila yung 15% allocation para sa agri-agra law na matagal nang hindi nakukomply ng mga bangko. And sad to say, meron ding mandatory allocation na 10% para sa MSME, pero nag-lapse na yung loan na to ng Magna Carta. Anyway, matutulungan ba natin ngayon ang mga SMEs, MSMEs, no? Dahil sa batas, binanggit sa Bayanihan 2, ang GIS ay tutulungan natin ang MSMEs. Yan ang di na sinasabi sa ng BSP. Ngunit pag tinignan mo ang mga datos, parang ang natutulungan natin is yung medium enterprises. Pero ang most vulnerable sa atin kasi ang dapat tulungan is yung small and micro. Kung tinignan natin ang datos, 60%, pag sinabi natin allocation ng SMEs, 60% mapupunta sa mga medium enterprises na ang capitalization nila is 15 million and up to 100 million. Hindi yata Ngayon, yung micro na hanggang 3 million and small 3 million to 15 million na itong mga nangangailangan. Pero pag tinignan mo yung share, malaki yung part na nakukuha ng medium, 60%. Ang mag-share ng 40% ng allocation is ng small and micro is 39. Pag hinati-hati mo pa yung small and micro, pag kinumpute mo, no, based dun sa dami ng medium enterprises na 4,895 lang, is 75 million kung hahatiin mo sila. Pero kung hahatiin mo naman yung dun sa medium na small, sa 100,006 small and 2,000 na lang ang parang natitira. Parang malaki yung disparity, no? So parang ang tingin ko, dapat malinaw tayo. Ang gusto nating tulungan, yung small and medium enterprises. Dapat isegregate natin yung micro. Pag sinabi natin gusto nating pautangin, yung small and medium. Can we get the response from the BSP? Kasi nakuha namin itong mga data nito doon sa committee. Na
Central Bank of the Philippines Governor,
Mr. Chairman.
Governor Jokno, sana po ay maikling sagot lang po ang inyong ibigay. Maraming salamat po.
Well, unang-una, meron po kaming isang measure na inadapt this pandemic. Yung pong we treat yung loans to micro, small, and medium enterprises as compliance to the reserve requirement. And the latest data na nakita ko, ay as a result of that, may mga close to 100 billion na po yung napahiram doon sa micro, small, and medium enterprises. Ang concern po ni Congressman ay bakit siguro baka maliit yung napupunta sa micro, dahil po maliit din po ang borrowing capacity kung micro. I think that's basically the reason. Pero tinutulungan po namin talaga yung micro, small, and medium enterprises. Unang-una dahil malaki po there are many companies that are in that sector, I think around 99%, at saka they account for about 60% ng mga employment po natin.
Bago ko po kilalanin ang ating susunod na interpellator, si Representative Janet Garin, ay bibigyan ko lang po ng kautusan ang ating committee secretary na kung maaari ay to secure all the necessary documents needed by Congressman Lacson from the Department of Finance. Congresswoman Garin.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Unang katanungan po, the DBCC approved a revenue target of 2.929 trillion for next year. This is actually equivalent to 13.6% of the GDP and 12.1% higher than the 2.6 trillion projected for this year. Mr. Secretary, Your Honors, how do we intend to achieve this revenue target considering that we have reduced tax base arising from the COVID-19 pandemic? Kagaya na lang po ng PhilHealth premium, sa pribadong sektor, talagang bumagsak yung premium payment. Ganun po yata yung mangyayari sa mga buwis. So how do we intend to achieve this?
Secretary Abisado.
Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Garin, siguro this can be best addressed by the Department of Finance kasi yung estimates po galing sa kanila eh.
Secretary Dominguez of Department of Finance.
Yes, sir. The question is, how are we projecting an increase in revenues? Well, we expect the economy to bounce back. In fact, we have a growth target for next year. We don't expect this lockdown to be as severe as we go on to the year, and by next year we expect that we should be able to open up the economy more and more. So we expect more activity, and definitely we will be collecting more taxes. But again, it is not as much as we collected in 2019. our tax collection in 2019 was extremely high, and the projections are already a discount to those amounts. The total revenues we collected in 2019 was 2.8 trillion pesos. In 2020, it's going to be 2.2. In 2021, it is 2.5, still below the revenue, the high revenue we got in 2019, and we project to be recovering to 2019 levels only in 2022. So it is still a conservative program, and we believe it is doable. Thank you.
Congresswoman Garin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On another note on debt service, 531.5 billion po ang mapupunta sa automatic appropriation for debt interest payments. This is roughly around 1/3 of the national government budget. Do we intend to review the automatic appropriations law or Presidential Decree number 1177?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. On the last note, on health expenditure, nakita po natin na under the budget on reset, talaga naman po kailangan mag-reset dahil tayo nga tinamaan ng pandemya. Nakasaad po dito, Gene Expert PCR machines and cartridges worth 1 billion. Why do we have to be very specific in terms of equipments where in fact we already have many donations and much has already been procured? Is it not that this will be highly inflexible? Ang pangalawa naman po, I support the Institute of Virology that should be established in the Philippines. However, appropriating funds for the Virology Science and Technology Institute of the Philippines at this point of time na hindi naman to kayang tapusin, hindi po ba mas kailangan ito sa ibang gastusin ng pangkalusugan? Because COVID has affected other illnesses. It will lead to several outbreaks and high out-of-pocket expenditures. Can we reconsider this and instead put this on the immediate pandemic response that our people direly needs? Marami pong mga maliliit na negosyante. I do respect the wisdom of Secretary Dominguez. However, I believe that what I'm seeing in the grounds, marami na ang lugi, marami ang patuloy na malulugi, and even if the lockdown is lifted, it will not be easy for them to rise back unless government gives them a huge subsidy. Lastly, there is a budget for the solidarity trials for COVID-19 treatment and vaccine. Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, and to Secretary Avanzado, hindi po ba pagka-vaccine development, even if we participate, this should be sponsored by highly developed countries and the companies themselves. Hindi po mayaman na bansa ang Pilipinas. Bakit po tayo gagastos doon? We can have our experts, our technical experts as our contribution, not monetary contribution, because even if the vaccine will pass trials, we still have to pay for it, commensurate to the commercial price that it will dictate. So, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, can I please have some enlightenment on the 3 factors that I mentioned? The specific machines with the specific brand listed, kasi alam ko ang dami-dami ng Gene Expert machines sa buong Pilipinas. And baka mamaya, next year, kung meron ng ibang development, as we are seeing new trends, this will not be needed anymore, or we are tying ourselves to a specific product.
Secretary Abisado, nakahanda na po ba kayong sumagot sa 3 katanungan ni Congresswoman Janet Garin na talaga namang isa sa mga kampyon ng kalusugan dito sa Kongreso? Secretary Abisado?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Garin. DOH currently maintains 799 units of Gene Expert machines. 679 of them comes from the national government and about 120 units from the Global Fund. DOH requested the same machines so as to maximize the use and flow of consumables for these machines. Also, per their record and according to them, Gene Expert machines provide results in only 45 minutes. As to solidarity trials, the amount appropriated is only 66 million, which is part of the commitment to the global move to discover and or test possible vaccines. Yun po ang nakarating sa amin na base sa kanilang pagtataya ay dito po ang concentration ng kanilang expenses for next year, so far as the equipments are concerned po.
Mr. Chair, quick addendum lang po.
Yes,
Just to correct.
Congresswoman Garin, paalala lang po na nakonsumo mo na po yung 3 minuto mo. At sige, yung pahabol mo po na tanong, pagbibigyan po natin.
Yes, maraming salamat.
Isang tanong.
Yeah, hindi po Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, hindi po ito katanungan, kundi just for the information. No other than Secretary Abinsado already said, there are already 799 gene expert machines in our country. So kaya nga ang tanong ko, why do we have to appropriate 1 billion to add more machines? Yes, it produces results within 1 hour, and this is used for immediate bedside management of patients in the hospital. Kasi mahal po ang kanyang consumable, mahal rin po ang kanyang calibration kit. That's why I was asking, why do we have to specifically appropriate 1 billion for these machines? Eh meron na nga tayong 799. Moreover, this is highly controlled by US. Kung saan, baka naman po meron tayong ibang mga kailangan at yung 1 billion ay nakatali na doon. And lastly, Mr. Chair, an answer please on the Virology Institute, because even if this is needed, sisimulan natin itatayo yung building. Hindi natin ito matatapos, hindi pa tayo makakuha ng mga tao. Do we need to spend for this now in the midst of a situation we are in? We have many businesses who needs to be bailed out. We have many Filipinos who are jobless. We have many Filipinos who are hungry. And we have many Filipinos who need us the most. Ang sa akin lang po is if we need to reset, let it be a real reset. Not based on the wants, but based on the needs. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Secretary. And I do hope you would consider my appeal that these funds instead be used to the reduction of the out-of-pocket expenditures of non-COVID illnesses that has been affected by addressing COVID and thus increasing cost. Kagaya na lang nung dagdag na gastusin sa ibang mga sakit. Maraming salamat po.
Next to interpellate is Congressman Mark Go. Nandyan po ba sa Zoom si Congressman Mark Go?
Nandito po, Mr.
Maaari na po kayo magsimula, Representative Mark Go, mula sa Baguio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi po sa ating pong mga bisita at sa ating mga kasama sa Kongreso. Yung pong ibang katanungan ko, naitanong na, pero I would like to focus on tourism. Gusto ko pong malaman kay Secretary Carl kung ilang pong porsyentong kontribusyon ng turismo sa GDP ng ating bansa.
Secretary Carl Chua.
Mr. Chair, yung pagkaalam ko po, yung total effect ng tourism, including the transport, hotel, the services, the restaurants, and so on, I think it's around 12%, 12.7%.
Yes, tama po yun. 12.7% ang contribution sa GDP. Ngayon po, dito po sa budget na pinopropose ninyo, ang pinakamaliit pong budget ay ang Department of Tourism. More than 3 billion lang ang budget for 2021. As a matter of fact, ito pong budget na ito ay mas mababa sa budget ng 2020 ng Department of Tourism. Kung ito po ay malaki ang kontribusyon ng turismo sa ating ekonomiya, about 12.7%, hindi po kaya salungat sa ating proposal na bigyan lang natin ng ganong budget na basically it's about 3.5 billion.
Secretary Carl Chua.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. ang Department of Tourism po is not a tourist destination or a travel agency or something like that. No, the DOT is the government agency that promotes and coordinates and enables tourism. So I think po the best way to promote tourism is really our gradual recovery. We will have to start in a phased approach in the areas where the cases are low, and I think that will be the way to promote it. But this is one sector that I think will not recover or normalize as fast kasi nga it is restricted by our health situation now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, tama po yung nabanggit ni Secretary Carl, pero ganun din po naman yung iba pang mga departamento ng gobyerno. Department of Labor, halimbawa, hindi naman silang nag-hire ng mga tao, hindi sila nagpapasahod sa ating mga kababayan nagtatrabaho. Mga private industries ang nagpapasahod dito at nagbibigay ng trabaho sa kanila. Kailangan ng suporta ng Department of Tourism kasi para makagawa sila ng programa para ma-address nila yung kasalukuyang problema na kinakaharap ng mga tourism-related industries o mga kumpanya at mga tao na nagtatrabaho sa tourism industry. Ito yung kailangan nila, no? Itong pinakamaliit eh. Samantalang yung mga ibang departamento, napakalaki ang kanilang budget. Yung nakita nga natin dito, yung isang activity lang ng isang departamento ay mas malaki pa kesa overall budget ng Department of Tourism. So kung pwede lang, pwede natin i-consider yung budget na ibinigay natin sa Department of Tourism ngayong ating tatalakayin sa
Pasagutan. Yes, Secretary Dominguez.
Thank you. My comment is this. We cannot strictly allocate the budget in accordance with the contribution to the economy. I think if we did that, how much do you think we would allocate for grade schools? They don't contribute to the economy. Should we give them zero? In other words, the budget is, first of all, supposed to help those who are in need. And those who are in need, essentially, number one, are the young people. They need education. The people who have a lack of education and therefore cannot earn enough. So we give them some support in 4 Ps. So we cannot divide the budget according to what your contribution is.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Mark Go, ang huli mo pong katanungan.
Actually, hindi po katanungan kundi kasagutan po sa sinabi ni Secretary Dominguez. Meron pong mga social services na dapat nating ibigay sa mamamayan. Kagaya rin po ng edukasyon, importante po yan. Pero ito po, isa pong industriya that will generate income for the government, not only for the government but even for the private sector. And at the same time, sila ang nag-i-invite ng maraming taong parang lumago ang ating bansa. Of course, hindi lang sila, kundi marami pang ibang mga departamento. Ang pinapakiusap lang natin, dapat bigyan din natin ng pansin yan. Kasi sinasabi natin, nag-generate sila ng 12.7% contribution sa ating GNP o GDP. And at the same time, they employ itong industriyang ito more than how many millions? More than 24 million people in that industry. So kailangan, para matulungan natin sila, kailangan suportahan natin yung in charge na departamento that will help them. Kasi parang we don't talk where our pocket is. Ika nga, kasi magandang contribution, you are doing a good job, you're helping the economy, but this is only your budget. So hindi nila lalong mapaigting ang kanilang trabaho kung wala silang suporta in terms of budget from us, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Mark Go. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Representative Sara Ilago ng Kabataan Party List. Representative Sara, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the DBCC's proposed budget at a glance report, the cash budget for fiscal year 2021 will focus on containing the spread and mitigating the effects of the virus while restarting the economy to help the nation reset, rebound, and recover from the crisis. On top of its enumerated priority efforts is to bolster the healthcare system. Ang prioridad na ito ng administrasyon ay dapat makita sa national budget, hindi po ba? Ngunit para sa 2021, ang pondo ng DOH ay nasa 131 billion lamang. Maliit po ito kumpara halimbawa sa PNP na may 191 billion sa susunod na taon. Ang pondo ng DOH ay nasa kalahati lamang ng buong pondo ng AFP at AFP modernization na nasa 236 billion. In terms of priority, Mr. Chair, the budget allocation in the NEP tells a different story. Prioridad ba talaga sa Duterte budget ang kalusugan? Bakit napakaliit lamang ng pondo ng pagpapalakas ng healthcare system sa gitna ng isang public health crisis?
Secretary Abisado.
Tulad ng nasabi ko po kanina, Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Ilago, tulad ng sinabi ko po kanina, ang budget po ng DOH ay nag-increase po ng 26% next year. At hindi lang po naman DOH ang mayroong programa para sa COVID. Lahat po ng mga departments ay meron po silang counterpart budget to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Kaya po makakaasa po ang Kongreso na siguro sa mga kamay nyo, pagre-review ninyo, makikita nyo po yung kabuuan as you go ahead and hear the budgets of the various departments, and in particular, even the Department of Health. Subalit sinabi na po natin na ang totohanan niyan, nung titingnan natin, susuriin natin, ang budget ng DILG nag-increase lang ng 2%, at ang DND nag-increase lang ng 9%, mostly for personal services pa. So, sa kabuuan, pagdating po sa pagtugon natin sa pandemya, malaki po ang ginugol natin para sa Department of Health para po matugunan ang ating mga kailangan gawin patungkol dito sa patuloy nating pagsisiwata ng pandemya. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, nominally po mataas yung increase sa percentage, pero ilang bilyon lamang po yan kumpara dun sa pangangailangan para paunlarin ang pangkalusugan, ang medikal, epektibo at pangmasang tugon sa COVID-19. Ang tanong ko, Ginoong Chair, aasa na naman ba tayo sa militaristang pamamaraan? Kasi kung ganito po, this priority is deeply concerning, especially amid the widespread human rights violations and worsening climate of impunity in the country. Sa tingin ko po, ito po yung isa sa dahilan kung bakit natanong rin kanina ang pondo ng NTF-ELCAC na nasa 19 billion na tumaas po ng 3,000%. Dahil po sa kaliwat kanang red tagging nito sa mga individuals at groups, kasama karaniwan yung mga NGOs at human rights defenders na nakakatanggap ng banta at atake sa kanilang buhay at kalayaan sa pamamahayag. Ginoong Chair, dapat panagutin dito ang NTF-ELCAC. Dapat po diretso na sa serbisyo at hindi dito mapupunta ang pondo. Dahil nabanggit po kanina ng DBM, nais ko rin po linawin, ang implementation ay sa local government. Pero sino po ang nagbibigay ng approval pagdating sa paggamit ng pondo nito? 19 billion po sa ilalim ng NTF-ELCAC.
Mr. Chair, may...
Yes, Secretary Abisado. Mukhang ang tanong po niya ay kayang sagutin ng yes or no, Secretary Wendell. Dahil tinatanong po ni Congresswoman Ilago kung dapat ba talagang padaalin sa militarisasyon yung pondo, Secretary Abisado.
Tulad nung sinabi ko na po kanina, ang mag-i-implement po nito ay local government units. Hindi po ito dadaan sa militar o sa military establishments. Kaya nga po, itong project na ito nakapaloob sa Local Government Support Fund dahil ito ay mga barangay-based projects at ang mag-implement.
Mr. Chair, opo. Ang katanungan po ay kung sino po o ano pong opisina ang magbibigay ng approval sa paggamit po ng pondo nito. Kung saan pong barangay o saan pong community mapupunta ang pondo na nakapaloob po dito.
Ito po ay nakapaloob sa listahan na isinumite ng National Task Force on LCAC. At ito po ay sa pagkipagtulungan ng mga local government units dahil nga po kailangan kaakibat nito ang pag-identify ang mga local government units at hindi lang po yung National Task Force. At kaya naman po ito ginagawa dahil nga pag na-clear na ho yung barangay at tahimik na, pwede na pong mag-implement ng mga development projects. At yun naman po talagang kailangan ng mga taong bayan dyan sa mga malalayong kanayunan. Kaya nga po, inaprubahan ng gabinete at ng presidente, nabigyan talaga ng tunay na pagbabago at makarating ang serbisyo at mga programa at proyekto ng pamahalaan doon sa mga barangays na nangangailangan.
Congresswoman
Chair,
Ilago, huli mo pong
Opo.
katanungan, Congresswoman Ilago.
Ang chair po ng NTF-ELCAC ay ang Pangulo, hindi po ba?
Opo.
At tayo po ay nananawagan na imbis na dito mapunta ang pondo ay diretso na lamang dun sa mga serbisyo dahil yung 19 billion po ay hindi biro. Yan po ay nasa 3 beses ng laki ng maaari nating maibigay dun sa current na nakalagay na 6.7 billion lamang na budget para sa urgent na COVID-19 programs kasama na po yung COVID-19 disease surveillance. Now let me go to my final question, Mr. Chair. Although I'd like to signify my intent to ask on the second round, kailangan din pong bantayan ang total confidential at intelligence funds na nasa 8.3 billion o nasa 22 million per day dahil yan po ay nagagastos lamang through cash advances. At nasa kalahati po nito, 4.5 billion ay nasa ilalim po ng Office of the President. Ang katanungan lang po ng representasyon na ito, wala po pang pagbabago hinggil sa napakalaki po na confidential at intelligence funds na ito. Sa kasaysayan po ng mga CIE, nasa 16.5 billion na po yung ilalaan natin kasama na yung sa 2021. Kumpara po dun sa 6 years ng Arroyo administration na nasa wala pa pong 2 billion, ganun din po sa Aquino administration. So talaga pong lumobo itong ganitong mga intelligence at confidential expenses na hindi po natin alam kung saan napupunta. At maski po ang COA nagsabi na napakahirap po talaga nitong mai-audit.
Secretary Abisado.
Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Ilago, it would be proper that I will defer to the Office of the President to answer that question at the proper time because sila po ang nagsusog ng budget na yan, proposal. And there will be in a much better position to answer the question. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. And next
Mr.
to
Chair, may last
interpellate is
manifestation po. Start na lang po.
Congressman
Opo.
Henry Ominal. Nandyan po ba si Congressman Henry Ominal? Ang susunod po ay si Congressman Muhammad Khalid Dimaporo. Ang susunod po ay si Representative Ria Vergara.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Kong Ria, maaari ka na po magsimula ng iyong pagtatanong.
Maraming salamat po. I'd like to ask po, Secretary of Budget and Management, agriculture in the presentation of Secretary Chua was the only sector that posted a positive growth of 0.6%. And yet, napakaliit po ng budget niya. It's only 66.4 billion or 1.47% of the total budget. Bakit po ganito? Naintindihan ko po mahalaga yung infrastructure to create jobs, pero po hindi po ba yung ating food security at ang self-sufficiency ng ating bansa ay mas mahalaga? Paano po kung may trabaho kung gutom naman ang Pilipino?
Secretary Abisado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congresswoman Vergara, ang budget po ng DA posted a 34% increase from 49.67 billion in 2020 to 66.381 billion in 2021. So maliwanag po na malaki po ang binigay na kahalagahan ng gobyerno sa agrikultura.
Dito po pasensya na po, dito po kasi sa handout na galing po sa inyong opisina, nakasulat po noong 2020, ang budget po ng agrikultura is 70.8 billion at ngayon po ay 66.4 billion. Doon po nanggagaling yung aking katanungan. Subalit kung mali po itong nakuha ko, if I can just see po the budget for agriculture dahil I was hoping that we could increase agriculture because it seems like it's the strength of our country. My next question, Mr. Chair, refers to the healthcare workers. According to the POEA and CHED, in 2015, mas marami pong mga nurse na nag-graduate, mas maraming mga nurse na nag-abroad kaysa mga nurses na nag-graduate. At ngayon po may pandemya, mukhang kulang na po tayo ng nurse. Ano po ang ginagawa ng ating gobyerno para maengganyo naman itong mga bagong nursing graduates na huwag mag-abroad, na kahit mas maganda ang kita sa labas ng Pilipinas, sana dito muna sila para makatulong sa ating bayan.
Yes, Secretary Abisado.
Opo, recognize po natin yan at kaya nga po, hindi lamang na marami pong lumilipat sa government hospitals ng mga nurses dahil nga po tumaas ang entry-level position ng mga nurses ngayon by 4 salary grades from salary grade 11 to salary grade 15 as their entry level. So, makikita po natin na from 22,000 lamang monthly, umabot na po ito ng 32,000 monthly. So, ganun pa man, ay marami pa rin po nagkiklimor na gustong lumabas. And this is a policy decision na wala po kaming control dyan kung ano po magiging polisiya ng national government. Bagkus kami po ay talagang sinisikap namin na mabigyan ng pagkakataon ang ating mga nurses na magkaroon ng opportunity at doon sa doon sa Department of Health ay meron po silang authorized based on available positions na sa ngayon meron pang mga 2,000 na hindi pa napipilapan. At kahit pa doon sa job orders or contract of service personnel under the HRH nila, ay marami po ang pwede magtrabaho na kakailanganin ng Department of Health. Yun pong Human Resources for Health. Under Bayanihan 2, they will now be hiring additional nurses to the tune of more or less mga ilan ba po pwede? More or less than mga 1,000 more nurses that can be hired under Bayanihan 2. At yun nga po ang talagang punto natin dito na mas maengganyo pa natin sila na tumulong sa gobyerno habang ang iba naman ay kailangan din magpahinga eh. Yun yung tinatawag natin na talagang nahihirapan na rin yung mga patuloy na nagsiservisyo. Kaya nga po makakaasa kayo, Congresswoman Vergara, na talagang sinisikap ng pamahalaan na matugunan ang pangangailangan natin, particular sa mga nurses na kinakailangan ng ating mga hospitals and health centers.
Congresswoman Vergara, isang huling katanungan pa po.
Mr. Chair, meron lang akong, pwede po siguro dapat tigilan na yung mga ginagawa ng mga ibang ospital na kailangan magbayad pa yung nurse para lang makapag-training na dating kaugalian bago tong nagkaroon ng pandemya. Dapat siguro i-out, gawing
Dapat po
illegal.
talaga nating aksyonan yan at dapat maisabatas na maibawal po natin yan, Congressman Ria Vergara.
Huling katanungan na lang po, ano po ang ginagawa ng BSP o ng DICT para hindi na po maulit itong nangyari nung Hunyo na nakakuha ng 167 million sa UCPB? How much funds is our government allocating to ensure that our online transactions, especially our government financial institutions, are safe from cyber thefts like what happened? That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very
Maraming
much.
salamat sa huling katanungan. Congressman Vergara, maaari po ba nating marinig ang kasagutan ng Central Bank?
Hinahabaan ko para maubos ang oras ng pagtatanong.
BSP?
On the
Governor Jokno?
issue, I can answer that. On the UCPB issue, I can answer that.
Yes, go ahead,
Sige po,
Secretary.
sige po.
Cybercrime is increasing in this season. Since the COVID-19 happened, a lot of people are going online, and therefore a lot of cyber criminals are also going online. So we are keeping a very close eye on the transactions of all the government financial institutions. I have instituted a program where all the government financial institutions, including our 4 banks, which is Land Bank, DBP, UCPB, OF Bank, sorry, 5 banks, the Alamana Bank, as well as the SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, and Field Guarantee, and we have boosted up all our cybersecurity, anti-cyber crime measures. The large part will not come out in the national expenditure budget because this will be funded directly by the institutions involved. I don't have at this point the total amount, but I can provide that to you at a separate time. I also understand that the DICT is also very increasing their support for measures to safeguard our computers and online transactions. I don't know exactly what their budget is or how much they have put there, but perhaps when the time comes, you could ask the DICT secretary. But we can provide you the amounts to be spent by our GFIs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to interpolate is Representative Ferdi Gaite. Nakahanda na po ba si Representative Gaite?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Maaari ka na po magsimula ng iyong pagtatanong.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, at sa lahat ng ating mga distinguished guests at mga kasama sa Kongreso. May 2 topics akong gustong tanungin. Una, particular na nakatuon sa Department of Budget and Management. Una po, gusto ko lang malaman, gusto ko lang i-quote muna, precarious, not securely held in position, dangerously likely to fall or collapse. Hindi ko dinidescribe yung ating ekonomiya, kundi ang gusto ko i-describe ay yung problema ng ating mga contractual workers na alam naman natin ay precarious. Nakakabahala, naglabas ang DBM ng 2 issuance, National Budget Circular number 580 noong April 22, na sinasabi na i-discontinue na ang certain programs at ang masama niya ng tatamaan, ang i-discontinue ay hiring of job orders except those considered as frontliners during this state of public health emergency. However, naglabas rin ang COA at DBM ng Joint Circular number 1 March 19 naman, at sinasabi naman dito na contract of service, job orders, workers who will not be required to report for work due to work suspension, and those are not part of the agency skeletal score shall be paid their corresponding salary wages during community quarantine period as exception to the no work, no pay principle for this occasion only. Ngayon, tanong sa Secretary ng DBM, gaano karami na ba ang mga natanggal na mga JOs, contract of service, dahil dito bago magpandemya at ngayon may pandemya na, dahil sa 10% discontinuance sa ilalim ng National Budget Circular number 5880. Mr. Chair.
DBM?
Mr. Chair, to answer the question, wala pong natanggal na GO tsaka COS dahil po ang din-discourage lang ay yung bago o additional COS sa job order. So wala po kaming record na nag-report sa amin yung mga departments na nagtanggalan sila dahil ang pinagbabawal lang po ay magdagdag sila. Pero yung kanilang complement ngayon of JOs and COS, patuloy naman po yun. As a matter of fact, they also earn despite the fact na they're on a work from home mode or status. So yun po ang sagot po.
Mr. Chair, salamat po sa kasagutan. Pero dito nga po sa binanggit ko na pong Budget Circular number 580, malinaw po na hiring of job orders except those considered as frontliners ay hindi na daw dapat i-hire. At ito ay nangyari sa ilang PNP agencies. Sa nakuha namin informasyon sa DSWD at ilang pang-ahensya ng pamahalaan ay naapektuhan na ng ganitong polisiya at hindi na sila nire-hire. Gusto ko pa hong palawigin ito pero tama-tama na tanong na ni Congresswoman Vergara patungkol sa atin ng mga nurses. Totoo na meron na hong circular na nilabas. Budget Circular number 2020-4 dated July 2020 regarding the upgrading of the entry level of nurses positions. Positibo ito dahil matagal itong pinaglaban ng ating mga nurses. Pero nagkaroon na naman ng injustice. Bagamat dito sa circular nyo, sinasabi yung dating nurse 1 na salary grade 11 ay gagawing salary grade 15, nagkaroon naman ng demotion doon sa inyong circular na yung dating nurse 2 na dating salary grade 15 ay gagawin yung nurse 1 na lamang ngayon. Yung nurse 3 na dating salary grade 17, i-demote nyo to nurse 2 and so forth and so on. Bubuwagin nyo nga yung nurse 7 item na dati ay salary grade 4. Ibababa nyo na lang siya sa nurse 6. Gusto natin magkaroon ng mas maraming nurses na hindi na umalis sa ating bansa as stated by Congresswoman Vergara. And yet, we're creating an injustice where we are demoting our nurses here sa gobyerno mismo. Ano ho man tingin nyo dito sa policy na ito, Mr. Chair, sa ating kagalang-galang na Department Secretary sa DBM?
Bago po sumagot si Secretary Abisado, ay papaalala lang po na sumobra na po si Congressman Gaite sa kanyang oras. Ang katunayan ay naka-4 na minuto na si Representative Gaite at sana po maikling kasagutan po para sa tanong ng ating minamahal na representante mula sa bayan muna para po sa ating mga Filipino nurses. Secretary Abisado?
Mr. Chair, Congressman Gaite, gusto ko lang po linawin na wala pong demotion na nangyari. Ang modification of position po does not involve change in salary, but an unavoidable consequence to preserve the hierarchy of nurse positions, to make it uniform across the bureaucracy. Anyway po, as a result of that Supreme Court decision na ang tanging layunin lamang ay itaas ang entry level. Otherwise, wala pong sinasabi yung desisyon na yon na itaas nyo rin ang sweldo o sahod ng ibang position, nurse position. Kaya nga po, ang DOH will be submitting a proposal regarding the review of the job description of the existing nurse 2 to 7 positions para po sa kaukulang adjustments dahil nga po sa upgrading ng nurse 1 position. Patuloy po ang pagkikipag-ugnayan ng DOH at DBM patungkol po dito. At in due time, we will come up with a solution to this issue po.
Maraming salamat po. Representative
Salamat
Abdullah
po.
Dimaporo, you're now recognized. Maaari ka na po magsimula ng iyong 3 minutong pagtatanong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up our request that the budget for agriculture be increased and ask to the Secretary of NEDA if it would be better to give Secretary Dar what he needs to uplift more of our poverty in the rural areas. Doing this will help us have more food supply, and if it increases to more than what we need, we can export at higher prices if the problem with the present pandemic remains or if another pandemic appears. Furthermore, agriculture development for the poor will reduce slums in urbanized cities, reduce the number of our OFWs, reduce the number of subversives, and especially their supporters, and also mitigate or may even stop human-induced disasters. The question is not just to give Secretary Dar more appropriation for 2021, but to give him what he needs to uplift more our poverty in the rural areas, not only for 2021, but every year until the poverty incidence is reduced to the lowest level. Mr. Chairman.
Meron po bang gustong sumagot sa ating mga imbitado ngayong araw na ito?
I'm asking the Secretary of NEDA, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Secretary Carl Chua.
Mr. Chair, on the budget of DA, I have not seen the details, but I know that in the past 2 years, the rice tariffication law actually provided at least 10 billion peso per year. And in the first year of implementation, more than 10 billion in tariff were collected. Therefore, more than 10 billion, I think it was 12 billion that was provided for the agriculture sector, particularly the rice farmers. And this will go for at least 6 more years, so 60 billion. I also know that the Bayanihan 2 also allocated additional 24 billion. So I cannot comment on the rest until I've seen the budget details. But if I may refer a question to Secretary Abisado, because the DBM is the one reviewing the budget of these agencies. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Dimaporo.
That is an enough answer to me, Mr. Chairman. But I would like to ask the good Secretary of NEDA to discuss this with me next week. I will call him through his secretary to arrange our discussion by phone, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Secretary Abisado.
Mr. Chair, I
How
will
about
defer
you,
to...
Secretary Carl Chua?
Well, I can meet Congressman Dimaporo as requested.
Sige po. Maraming salamat
Thank
po.
you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Dimaporo. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Representative Eufemia Colyamat. Representative Colyamat.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, maaari na po kayo magsimula. Kinatawan, Colyamat.
Mr. Chair, diretso na lang po ako sa aking tanong para sa aking pagtitipid ng aking oras. Ang tanong ko po dito ay kaugnay sa pagbubuwis, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, nagsabatas tayo ng train na nagpahirap sa buhay ng ordinaryong mamamayan. Nagpasa din tayo ng create na nagbabawas naman ng buwis ng malaking negosyo at kompanya mula 35% patungong 20%. Kasabay nito ay ang nagpatuloy na intensibo para naman sa mga kumpanyang nasa export processing zone. Ito ay nagresulta sa 625 bilyong piso na kabawasan ng koleksyon ng buwis sa susunod na 5 taon. Mr. Chair, ilang porsyento sa 625 bilyong piso na mula sa medium, small, and micro enterprises at ilan naman ang mula sa malaking kumpanya o korporasyon, Mr. Chair?
Secretary Chua?
I think po yung sa tanong on train and impact, baka the DOF would be better to address. Thank you.
Secretary Dominguez of the DOF?
Please clarify. What is the question again?
Sa 625 bilyong piso, ilang porsyento sa 625 bilyong piso ang mula sa medium, small, and micro enterprises at ilan naman ang porsyento mula sa malaking kumpanya o korporasyon?
The question is how much money is going to the small and medium enterprises and how much money are going to the large corporations?
What percentage of the revenue? Ilang porsyento po?
Percentage of the revenue is from large companies. 67%. The rest is
57% from
67%
is from large corporations and the balance is from small and medium enterprises. So 2 pesos out of 3 in tax collections come from large companies.
67%.
Pakiulit
po. 67% mula
of taxes collected are from large corporations and 33% are from small corporations. In other words, 2 pesos out of every 3 are paid for by large corporations and 1 peso out of every 3 paid for by small and medium enterprises.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Okay.
Representative Colyamat?
Mr. Chair, hindi ba't makatwiran ang pagtaas ng buwis habang tumataas ang kita? Pero bakit hindi ito ang ginawa ng pamahalaan? Bakit kabaliktaran ang lahat ng iyong panukala? Ang mga Pilipino ay halos isang kahig isang tuka na wala pa man ang ang pandemya. Nang magkaroon ng COVID, kahit magkasampung kahig at hindi pa rin tayo makakatuka. Ito ay dahil sa mali ang mga pinagtutuon ng programa ng gobyerno. Imbes na magpapalakas ng ekonomiyang, magpapalakas ng kakayahan ng taong bayan na maging produktibo at makabili ng sapat na pagkain at mga yaring produkto, pagpapasa ng buwis ang dagdag pahirap ang palaging tugon. Hindi tayo aahon sa lugmok ng ekonomiya kung palaging interes ng ilan, umayayaman ang mga negosyo ang mauna sa ating mga plano at panukala. Mr. Chair, ang ating pag-uusapan na mga panukala, no, na budget, no, Mr. Chair, ay hindi po ito simpleng bagay. Buhay ng kalikasan at taong bayan ang nakataya dito. Kaya dapat hindi tayo magmamadali. Kailangan nating pag-usapan ng mabuti ang panukalang mga budget na ito upang makakita naman tayo ng tamang solusyon sa pamamagitan ng ating malayang pagtatalakay. Kasi napakaliit ng ating oras na ilalaan natin sa mga magtatanong, marami pa sana tayong itatanong, pero dahil sa napakaliit ng oras na ibibigay, hindi lahat ng mga katanungan ay
Representative Colyamat, excuse me, Representative Colyamat, Dahil ako po ay nag-i-enjoy sa pagtatanong ni Representative Colyamat, papayagan ko po magpatuloy si Representative Colyamat. I will give you another 3 minutes, Congresswoman Colyamat.
Okay, maraming salamat, salamat, Mr. Chair. May tanong pa po ako dito, no?
Congresswoman Colyamat, maaari ka pong magpatuloy ng iyong bagong
Ano
oras.
po ba? Ito yung pangalawa kong tanong, Mr. Chair. Ano po ba ang panukalang ninyong pagbubuhis, no? Regressive pa ba rin ba ang lahat ng ito? May plano ba ang gobyerno kaugnay sa progressive taxation, Mr. Chair?
Secretary Chua, nakuha mo po ba yung tanong?
May I answer? May I make a comment?
Secretary Dominguez.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Secretary Dominguez.
Yes, I think the Honorable Congresswoman is suggesting that our tax rate is not progressive. I can assure you all that our tax system follows the Constitution, which demands that we have a progressive tax system. I cannot give you all the details because the comment of Congresswoman was very lengthy, but we can provide the proof that our tax system is progressive in written form, and we can provide the Congress with a comment on that.
Representative Colyamat. Representative Colyamat. Na-disconnect po siguro. Ayan, sige po.
Batay po dun sa may isa akong maitatanong. Batay doon sa kaugnay sa plano, no, ng pagbangon ng ekonomiya, no. Alam natin na sumasadsad, no, ang pinakababa ang ekonomiya sa bansa sa nakalipas na 6 na buwan, no. Nagtala tayo ng negative 16.5 sa GDP nitong pangalawang kwarto ng taon. Lumiit ang konsumo ng mga pamilya sa 15.5% at umabot sa 17.7% ang unemployed. Ang estimate ng jobless ay ang pinakabagong sa pinakabagong survey ng SWS umabot ng 27.3 million. So ang tanong ko po dito, bakit ang inyong programa ng pag-rebound ay nakatuon sa pagbibigay diin ng build na puro pagtayo ng mga infrastruktura, tulay, kalye at flood control. Nasaan ang pagtatayo ng industriya na siyang batayang pangangailangan para sa totoong umusbong ang ating ekonomiya? Bakit hindi ang industriyang lilikha ng pangangailangan ng buong bansa tulad ng agrikultura at lokal na industriya at pagtatayo ng maraming social infrastructure tulad ng mga pagamutan o ospital imbis na mga release ang uunahin, Mr. Chair?
Congresswoman Colyamat, bagamat marami na po tayong kasama na nagtanong ng kamukha na nakaparehas rin po ng tanong ninyo, ay papayagan ko po ang DBM o si Secretary Abisado na sagutin po ang inyong katanungan. Secretary Abisado?
Patungkol po dito sa mga programa po, ang talagang tinitingnan ng gobyerno nga, paano makapagbigay ng trabaho o gawain sa mga naapektuhan ng COVID-19. At dito nga po sa Build projects, ang multiplier effect po nito in terms of employment ay tinitingnan natin that we can generate between 140 to 200,000 jobs in a more sustainable approach and in a more labor-intensive strategy. Dahil yun po talaga ang kailangan ng taong bayan na makapaghanap buhay sila. Kaya nga po doon nakatuon din dahil these are labor intensive at higit na makakatulong sa taong bayan.
Representative Colyamat. Huling katanungan mo na po, Representative Colyamat.
Magbibigay na lang pa ako ng manifestasyon, Mr. Chair.
Sige po, pero kung maaari po, maikling manifestasyon lang po dahil nag-manifest ka na rin po kanina.
Okay po. Una, problemado ang pagpili ng infrastructure projects sa simula pa lamang. Marami sa mga ito ang hindi feasible. Mula sa ipinagmamalaki ng administrasyon na 75 flagship infrastructure project noong nagsimula ito noong 2016, 38 lamang ang inaasahang makumpleto ayon sa BCDA. Pangalawa, questionable ang mga proyekto. Karamihan ay transportasyon, samantala ang ating kailangan ay social infrastructure tulad ng mga ospital at health facilities. Kailangan din ang
Maraming salamat po, Representative Colyamat. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. I hope that my audio is clear, Mr. Chairman. Maliwanag po.
Dinig na dinig po namin na aming minamahal na former senator at ngayon ay kasama namin dito sa Kongreso, Loren Legarda.
Yes. Let me just allow me to go straight to the point, and I thank all our economic managers who have been working tirelessly to help save the economy and save lives. My first question, I just have two brief questions, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. The IMF has come up with a study on the budgeting in crisis, which serves as a guide in preparing the 2021 budget. And one of the interesting points raised in the study is that governments may need to re-anchor its fiscal strategy to clarify whether pre-COVID-19 fiscal policy objectives and rules would need to be temporarily suspended to provide flexibility. So my question is, which pre-COVID fiscal policies, if any, did we have to set aside so that we could address the more immediate needs of our people? And second, in relation to that, it also pointed out that the government should give a clearer picture of fiscal risks, and such fiscal risks should cover risks that existed before the crisis and additional risks from new COVID-19 policies. For example, new guarantees, loans, and equity injections. The budget should include details on the exposure and possible mitigation measures. And so my question is, the second one is, may we ask what fiscal risks were considered in preparing the 2021 budget?
Secretary Dominguez.
Yes.
Secretary Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Congresswoman, let me just assure you that we have been very transparent with regards to the risks and with regards to the policies that we have suspended in face of this COVID-19. The biggest policy change we did to answer this COVID-19 is to plan for a deficit that is 3 times what our original deficits targets were. Originally, we targeted our fiscal deficit to be around 3%. However, for this year, we are allowing it to go up to 9.6%. Next year, the deficit is expected to be around 8%, and the year after, around 7%. So for this next, for 2020, 2021, and 2022, we have suspended the hard target deficit that we had from 2016 to 2019. Secondly, we have also been very transparent with the amount of debt that we are carrying to support the government's budget in the face of the drop in revenues that we are experiencing and that we expect over the next 3 years. So we have mentioned that the amount of funds that we have borrowed for the first 8 months of this year, and we have also disclosed that we are borrowing around 3 trillion pesos for each of the next 2 years, for 2021 and 2022. These are the major risks that we have, major fiscal risks that we have disclosed, and these are the major fiscal risks that we are managing. I hope that this answers your question.
Yes, I am very grateful to the very able, to say the least, Secretary. I honestly think that during these times of crisis, having an economic team such as this, especially with Secretary Dominguez, I think we're in safe hands, so to speak. I've worked with him for the past 3 years, and thank you for your transparency in even itemizing the fiscal risks and even acknowledging, in fact, that we would have to engage in debt. Just by manifestation, allow me to state that this representation supports a post-pandemic recovery strategy, which would be enshrined in the proposed 2021 budget, which will be based on the 5 following objectives. First, to provide reliable infrastructure, most important of which is digital infrastructure. Second, provide job and livelihood opportunities. Third, to build sustainable and resilient communities. Fourth, sufficient allocation for public safety programs, particularly health and public transport sectors. And fifth, to protect the vulnerable sectors, and these sectors have been expanded since the entire labor force of the economy has become vulnerable, so to speak. With that manifestation, allow me, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, to just ask one last question with regards to innovation. We all believe that the innovation economy, its time has come. And the Philippine Innovation Act, just enacted into law in 2019, mandates that various government agencies must work with MSMEs, including the infrastructure sector, which is embodied in the Build, 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 towards the creation of new ideas, new products, processes, and services. In fact, this new law even put up the Innovation Fund that will assist entrepreneurs in developing innovative solutions. Para bahong na-anticipate natin ang COVID, kaya tayong nagkaroon ng Innovation Act. So my question is, does the budget actually reflect or does it have the proposed funding for the implementation of the innovation program? And perhaps we could use this law as a means to harness the creative potential of our MSMEs, the backbone of our economy, scientists, among others, so that they could be aided in developing these products, processes, and even software solutions, which are direly needed today. Perhaps both NEDA and DBM can also answer this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po sa huling katanungan ni Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda. ang ating kaibigan at tunay naman nagmamahal sa sambayan ng Pilipinas. At bago po sumagot ang NEDA at ang DBM ng katanungan na yes or no lang naman po ay masasagot. Ang katanungan ni Deputy Speaker Legarda ay nakonsumo na rin po ni Deputy Speaker Legarda ang kanyang oras at tatawagin na rin po natin pagkatapos po nito ang susunod na mag-interpolate na si Congressman Ariel Cabatbat. NEDA, pakisagot po ang katanungan ng ating Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Madam Deputy Speaker. For 2020 and 2021, unfortunately, because of the reprioritization of the budget priorities and to also contribute to the COVID response, the Innovation Fund proposal of the NEDA was not included in the NEP for 2021. And for the 2020, it was returned as our contribution for the COVID. So we will propose it again in the next budget cycle. Thank you.
Ang sagot po ay hindi. Ano po? Secretary Abisado?
Chair, thank you, Congresswoman Legarda, for the question. In terms of innovation in the budget, we are careful into putting in something that is not clearly delineated to us by the socio-economic body, and I'm referring to NEDA. If at all there was no inclusion, it's because we are clearly on the track of looking at how we balance both health and economy, and these are clear definition of how much effort should be done in terms of providing a balance between health and economy. And therefore, given that we are also dependent on the estimates and projections given to us by the Department of Finance, what we ask of the departments and agencies is precisely to focus on these two areas, as also clearly directed to us by the President, no less. And we will be glad and we will anticipate, in fact, whatever other innovation in terms of the budget strategy that we have to adopt from both NEDA and DOF. And that's how we work together, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that I've consumed my 3 minutes. I just have 30 seconds.
4 minutes and a half po. 4.5 minutes po.
Oh, sorry. Then I yield then. I yield. Then I was just, all I need to say is that this is not an extra budget. It's actually it's mainstreaming an already enacted law of innovation into the budgetary process, including DBM. But perhaps I could speak with Secretary Abisado about this, because it is not a matter of a budgetary allocation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Deputy Speaker Legarda, at nakikita ko po tumatango si Secretary Wendell at gusto niya pong magkausap po kayong dalawa.
Opo, opo.
Next to interpolate is Representative Ariel Cabatbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sige po, maaari ka na pong magtanong, lalong-lalo na kung patungkol sa ating mga magsasaka ang iyong magiging katanungan, Representative Cabatbat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, at tama po kayo, tungkol po ito sa ating mga magsasaka. Alam niyo, Mr. Chair, nung in-announce ng gobyerno ang plano nito na Plan program na katulad ng Build program, talaga pong tayo ay natuwa. Kasama po natin ang mga magsasaka. Kanya lang po, nung dumating ang budget na pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, sa totoo lang po, kami ay nadismaya. Dahil bagamat ang binigay na budget sa Department of Agriculture ay mas mataas ng 1.67 billion, ibinaba naman po ang budget ng Department of Agrarian Reform ng 700 million at binaba ang pondo ng NIA na nagbibigay ng irigasyon sa ating lupa ng 4.8 billion. Kaya kami po ay nagtataka. Kung susumahin natin, parang nabawasan po ang pondo na patungkol sa pagsasaka. Kaya nagtataka kami, anong klase po bang plan program ang gagawin natin kung ganito na yung ahensya na para sa pagpapatubig natin ay binawasan ng pondo. Ang ACPC na nagpapautang ng walang interes sa ating magsasaka ay binawasan ng pondo. Ang DARP na nagbibigay ng titulo at lupa sa ating mga magsasaka ay binawasan ng pondo. Ay ganito po ang nangyari. Anong klase po kayang plan program ang kaya natin isakatuparan kung ganito po ang ibinaba naman ng pondo patungkol po sa agrikultura?
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman Kabatbat. Secretary Abisado.
Thank you,
You may
Mr.
respond
Chair.
now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In answer to that question, as we have stated earlier, tumaas po ang budget ng Department of Agriculture to 66.38 or 381 billion. Ang rice program po dito ay 15.724 billion at yung RCEP ay 10 billion. Nakasaad sa batas yan. Ang SADAR naman po ay nag-increase ng 8% yan from 8.2 billion in 2020 to 8.8 billion in 2021. Ang decrease po ng budget sa NIA ay dahil po na kompleto na po or completed projects na po yung karamihan this year. Kaya po mas marami po yung projects this year at ang next year ay base naman po sa isunumutin nila mga project proposal sa amin. Subalit hindi po natatapos ang usapin doon. Ang budget po ay nasa Kongreso na ngayon and tulad po ng sinabi kanina, you can review it and reassess and reallocate. No? Depende po sa pananaw ng Kongreso. At kami naman po ay maunawaan namin yan dahil it's really an exercise of the power of Congress to review, reallocate, reassess, and wala po tayong problema po dyan if adjustments will be made, if you believe that something more should be done about the proposed budget.
Okay, Secretary
Maraming
Wendell.
salamat.
Congressman Kabatbat, for your next question.
Maraming salamat po. Ako naman po ay natutuwa dun sa ganong sagot. Dahil bukod po sa mga kasamahan nating congressman dito na hindi naniniwala sa liit ng na ito dapat lang ang matanggap ng Department of Agriculture, ako po ay natutuwa na kahit papaano po ay sinasabi ni Kuyang Secretary Abisado na pwede naman po natin itong i-realign. Kapag po kasi binigyan natin ng pondo ang ating mga magsasaka, iba ang balik naman po niyan ay pagkain, food security. So, salamat po sa ganung sagot. Marami pa po akong tanong pero siguro hihingin ko na lang po from Secretary Abisado yung pong listahan ng mga projects na napondohan gamit ang unprogrammed funds for 2020 at saka for 2019 para lang po mapag-aralan pa namin na mas maigi. At ikalawa, pati po yung detalye na wala sa NEP, yun pong savings na hindi na namin nakikita, baka po pwedeng yung binabanggit kanina si Secretary Abisado ay mabigyan din kami ng kopya para din po mas mapag-aralan namin at mapaghandaan po itong budget.
Kung maaari po, ipakisagot po yung unang katanungan, bagamat paalala lang po sa kay Kinatawan Kabatbat na yung pangalawang katanungan mo po tungkol sa savings ay nasagot na po kanina. At ang ito po ay binigyan na natin ng karampatang pagpapahalaga. Ngunit kung ninanais po talaga ni Representative Kabatbat ay pwede po nating pasagot po sa kanila ulit.
Mr. Chair, hindi po tayo nagtatanong. Humihingi na lang po tayo ng report na ma-submit sa akin.
Okay po. The committee secretary is hereby directed to get all the necessary documents to secure all necessary documents from the agencies and departments. Maraming salamat po, Kinatawan Kabatbat. Ang susunod po na magtatanong at ang kahuli-hulihan, last but not the least sa ating listahan sa first round, ay si Representative Bernadette Herrera D. Representative Herrera D, maaari ka na po magtanong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ang aking mga katanungan, number one, on net lending.
Curious lang po ako dun sa net lending because sa 2019 GAA, ang nakalagay sa net lending natin is 14.5 billion. Pero nung tinitignan ko yung BESF ng 2021, ang ating net lending ay nasa 17.1 billion. So anong nangyari? Bakit naging 2.6 billion ang naging net lending natin? Saan nanggaling at anong GOCC ang nakinabang dito?
Thanks very much.
Yes,
For
Secretary
that-
Dominguez.
Yes, thank you. For that question, may I refer that to Treasurer Leah? Leah, are you online?
The chair would like to recognize the National Treasurer.
Sir, if Assistant Secretary Georgie Cruz, because they were the ones who also formulated the net lending program.
Sure. Please proceed.
Assistant Secretary Soledad Cruz is here.
Who will respond? From the Bureau of Treasury. Sino po? Bureau of Treasury.
No, sorry. It will be the DOF who will answer, and it is Assistant Secretary Soledad Cruz.
Oh, okay, Assistant Secretary. You may respond now.
The camera shot.
Yeah, for 2021, because for 2020, what we have, big amount there would be that's for NFA, for the National Food Authority. Yeah, and then for 2021,
Ma'am, yung tanong ko po, ang GAA natin
Congresswoman Herrera D.
Yes po.
Please repeat again your question.
Yes. 2019 GAA says that ang net lending natin is 14.5. But according to the BESF of 2021, naging 17.1 billion ang ating net lending. Kahit na ang inappropriate lang natin sa GAA is 14.5. So my question is, saan nanggaling yung 2.6 billion?
Okay, thank you very much, Congresswoman. ASEC, you may respond now.
Yeah, I'm just getting the yeah. I'm just getting the details.
Congresswoman, would you mind, we will answer your details in a short one, in writing.
Yes, Secretary Dominguez.
Okay, Secretary, dagdag ko na rin po kasi yung 2020 naman natin, 10 billion lang ang inappropriate natin sa GAA. But dito sa BESF, 26.9 billion. So there was a difference of 16.9 billion. And I would like to know sino mga GOCCs ang nakinabang and how it was distributed to them and where nanggaling yung difference. Kasi kung hindi po namin inappropriate sa Kongreso, saan po nanggaling yung balanse? I would appreciate a written reply to that one.
We don't have
Okay,
the answer.
Secretary Dominguez, you will respond.
Writing,
Okay.
Okay.
Opo, okay lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I'll go to my next question.
Yes,
This
please
is naman
proceed
for
to your
BSP.
next question. You still have...
Yeah, is BSP Governor still there? Is still with us? Mr. Chair, nandiyan pa ba si BSP Governor?
Nandito pa.
Okay, Governor Jokno, my question is, I'm happy that BSP actually swiftly acted ng ECQ na lifted the reserve requirement and lowered the interest rate. But my concern is that the banks didn't react together with you. na imbis na mag-lower sila ng interest rates, they didn't lower their interest rates, and hindi rin sila nag-increase ng lending. As a matter of fact, ngayon, naghihigpit palalo ang mga bangko. Ang ending, nagsasara po yung ating mga businesses. What does BSP plan to do about this, considering na kahit yung mga credit lines ng mga companies, biglang hindi nire-release ng mga bangko dahil sa takot nila. So how can we address this one po?
Okay,
Well,
BSP
unang-una,
Governor.
may I address the
Thank you.
question? Unang-una, as I keep saying, monetary policy works with a lag. Hindi po naman porque nag-cut kami ngayon, there will be action tomorrow. So, of course, the banking community is also reviewing their loan portfolio. That's one point. The second is that because of the lockdown, marami pong hindi talaga nakakapag-move, no? I mean, the businesses are also, because they were closed, they also review their situation. And as you know, maybe half of the economy are still closed. So yung demand for new loans is also low dahil hindi nila alam kung mag-expand sila or magko-close sila. So let's give them time. And I think in a few months, things will see a pickup in lending.
But I'm scared because national ID system natin to. Siyempre kung 100% cloud tayo, pwedeng ACS yan, pwedeng Microsoft yan. So why did we change in the middle na yung terms of reference po natin to convert to a hybrid?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman BH. That will be your last question. Secretary Carl Chua.
Mr. Chair, is it okay if I request the national statistician, Dennis Mapa, to answer because it is under his agency?
Yes, okay. The national statistician, please respond to the question of Congresswoman BH. Are you there? National statistician. Congresswoman BH
If not,
Herrera D, can we just ask the national statistician if they can just forward the information you are requesting? We will have it forward to you. Would that be okay?
Mr. Chair, idadagdag ko lang po because my other worry is because of that change of TOR, nawala ng bidders na sumali para sa napaka-importanting project na to. And I'm worried because the one who won, the Madras Security Printers Private Limited, it has a reputation for corruption and it's banned on a lot of countries. So I'd also like to have an answer to that question kung bakit yun. Sana maisama na rin dun sa tanong ko. And I'd also like to know if sino magmamay-ari nung data. Ayoko kasing maging parang Stratcom ito na yung LTO hindi sa kanya yung data. So I just want to make sure that the terms of reference kasama yung data na pagmamay-ari natin.
Okay, Secretary Carl Chua.
Mr. Chair, ma'am, we will request the PSA to send detailed answer, but if I may just answer two things. Number one, the data is owned by the government because it is by law that we have the national ID. And second, the systems integration procurement underwent a competitive bidding. So, but I will request the national statistician to submit the details. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. But my worry is, Mr. Chair, kaya sila umatras because the terms of reference was changed in the middle of things. And I'd like to really have an explanation to that because I want to make sure that we are secured in this bidding of the national ID. Mr. Chair, sana kung pwede ba mag-second round, pero isa na lang yung question kung
Sige po,
papayagan
sa
nila
second
kayo.
round na po natin itanong, Congressman BH.
Thank you very much po, Mr. Chair, and I hope to receive the answers to my questions.
Maraming salamat po. Yes, ipapadala po natin yung sagot sa iyong mga katanungan. At ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Representative Mujid Hataman para po sa ating first round. Kung wala po ngayon si Representative Mujid Hataman, tayo po ay tutungo na sa pangalawang ikot natin. At ang kauna-unahan po na magtatanong sa ating second round ay si Representative Carlos Zarate. Maaari na po kayo magsimula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bago ako pupunta sa ibang usapin, gusto ko lang mahingian ng reaksyon yung naiwanan kong tanong kanina, no? Yung about dito sa bagong provision ng provision sa savings, no? And from the DBM. Dahil doon nga sa point na if this provision will be included in the GAA, di wala nang debate mangyayari sa House, no? Kung merong realignment at magkano ang realign na pondo if there will be a health emergency during the existence of the GAA next year for GAA 2020.
Secretary Abisado.
And idiretso ko na ang usapin na yan para isang sagutan na lang, Mr. Chair. Pagkatapos, doon ho sa usapin ng idugtong ko rin doon sa hinihingi rin ni Congressman Kabatbat, dahil that's precisely there are provisions about savings and how to use savings, dahil meron talagang savings ang gobyerno. No? At yun ang hinihingi natin, ang data from 2016, 17, 18, 19, whether these savings are reverted back or whatever, ang tinatanong po natin yung data, magkano yung savings from 2016, 17, 18, and 19, dahil hindi na natin nakita yun sa NEP. No? So yun yung first part ng tanong ko, Mr.
Nagkaroon na po tayo ng hatol kanina at isisecure po ng ating committee secretary ang mga dokumentong kailangan. At maaari po ba nating mahinga ng pahayag si Secretary Abisado?
Doon po sa unang katanungan, Mr. Chair, Honorable Zarate, ang layunin nga lang po noon ay to give flexibility to the President in addressing declared national calamities. So, hindi po yun pangkaraniwan, kundi in the event na magkaroon. Otherwise, kung babalik tayo sa Kongreso at magse-certify na naman ang bill, yun yung dadaan sa mahabang proseso. So, balit, nasa inyo na po yun eh. Kasi hindi naman absolute yun. You have the right to review it, and if you wish to do away with it, nasa inyo po yun eh. Ito naman ay dahil po sa ating experience ngayon, sa ating karanasan. No? Wala naman pong ibang layunin yun. No? Yun naman pong savings, ang totohanan po niyan, dahil nga doon sa desisyon ng Supreme Court, doon sa DAP, hindi na nga po nagde-declare ng overall savings sa national government. Bagkus, pagka yan hindi nagamit at the end of the fiscal year, automatic magre-revert po yan sa National Treasury. Kaya po, wala pong savings na i-declare. Dahil nga, meron ng kautusan at maliwanag dun sa decision ng Supreme Court on the DAP issue. Kaya nga po, unappropriated and unobligated balance automatically expire once the GAA lapses. So yun po ang patakaran.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair. So if there are items that are to be augmented in a particular GAA or in a particular year, saan po kukuha ng pag-augment ang executive, Mr. Chair? Because there were augmentations na nangyayari.
Secretary Abisado.
Halimbawa mo, itong 2020, dahil sa COVID, marami po sa mga proyekto natin ang hindi po napandingan ng buo. No? Kaya po, kukunin yan doon sa source. Pero wala po tayong savings dahil bagkos, yun nga pong budget for this year, nagamit pa eh. So talagang maliwanag na walang savings. At therefore, ang gagawin nga natin on top of what has been released this year, ang yung balanse, i-augment natin doon sa 2021 para makumpleto yung mga projects natin for this year. At kung ano pa po yung pwedeng pandingan, base doon sa budget na itinalaga o ibinigay sa bawat ahensya. Yun po ang talagang nangyayari dyan, o mangyayari dyan po.
Representative Zarate.
Well, at any rate, Mr. Chair, no, dahil kasi kung ganun yun, there is no need for a provision on savings in our GIA kasi wala palang savings. But the truth is, kaya meron tayong provision on savings dahil halimbawa, in January, hindi nakapag-hire ng mga teachers, automatic savings yun. At yun ang pondo na hinahanap natin dahil may pondo na para mag-hire kayo ng teachers. Pero hindi nakapag-hire sa January, February na nag-hire, yung pondo for that January ay considered savings yun. Kaya yun yung hinahanap natin. Whether that's reverted back to the National Treasury, ang tinatanong po natin in 2016, 2017, magkano yung na-generate na savings? At ano yung inaugment nila? So, at any rate, Mr. Chair, I'll go to my other point, no? Dahil kapos tayo sa oras. In relation to that, yung sa actual expenditure natin compared to GAA, no? Ganun din ho ang nakita natin. Halimbawa, in 2016, the General Appropriations Act allocated 3.001 trillion, no? Pero ang actual expenditure niya, Mr. Chair, is nasa 2.6 trillion lang, no? Or a difference of 318 billion. Fast forward, 2019, nag-appropriate tayo ng 3.7 trillion. Ang kanyang actual expenditure lang ay nasa 3.6 trillion. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, every year, lumalaki yung ating appropriations, pero hindi ito nauubos. No? Dahil ang actual expenditure as reflected in the budget books ay mayroong naiiwan, no? Na hindi lang millions but billions ang naiiwan. So my question, Mr. Chair, what is the reason for this? No? Is this because the absorptive capacity of the Department of Agencies is problematic? And if we have problems with their spending capacity, why do we keep on increasing our level of national budget? No? What is the reason for the yearly increase in the national budget? That this increase, in fact, forced us to borrow more. No? Nangungutang tayo, but if we review the actual allocated by the GAA, appropriated by the GAA, and the actual expenditure, hindi nauubos yung inaalaw ng Kongreso, Mr. Chair. May we get a reaction, Mr. Chair?
Representative Gaite, paalala lang po na lumagpas ka na po ng
Representative
isang oras
Zarate,
sa iyong,
Mr. Chair.
Zarate, lumagpas ka po ng 1 minuto sa iyong nakatakdang oras at papayagan po nating sumagot ang DBM, ngunit pagkatapos po nito ay kikilalanin na po natin si Representative Helen Tan. DBM?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congressman Zarate, yung pong sa tanong na yun, no, itong 2020 GAA lamang, as a clear example, as of August 31 this year, 95.7% na po of the 4.1 trillion National Expenditure Program or GAA have already been released to the various agencies and departments. This only leaves about 176.303 billion that will be used to fund the requirements of the government for the remaining 4 months of this year. For 2019, 100% of the 3.668 National Expenditure Program o GAA were released to all the departments. Kaya po, kung meron mang hindi nagamit na pera in accordance with the GAA, talagang magre-revert po yan sa National Treasury. At hindi po namin saklaw kung magkano talaga yung hawak ng mga departments because they're the ones implementing their budget. No? Kami, we require them to submit the SAOB, the Statement of Appropriation, Allotments, Obligation, and Balances. Subalit, yan hindi naman sabihin mo na 100% natatanggap ka agad dahil matagal na proseso But precisely, we're saying na halos po yan, kaya nga po merong kaakibat na provision dyan sa GAA na pagka hindi mo nagamit ang pera, magre-revert talaga yan. Yan po ang assurance na gamitin nyo talaga yan because yan, kinasa ng gobyerno para punduhan yung mga proyekto. Kung hindi nyo ginamit yan, hindi nyo rin mapapasa inyo yan dahil mo babalik sa kaban ng bayan yan.
Just a quick clarification lang, Mr.
Sige
Chair.
po.
No?
Gusto mo po ba ng third round, Representative
Ito na,
Zarate?
Quick lang dito sa
Sige po.
nabanggit. Nabanggit kasi ni Secretary Abisado na as of June 2020, 92.3% na lang 3.78 trillion na budget natin for the year. No? 92.3% ang na-release. So ang quick clarification ko lang, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. So the government projects, no, as nakalagay doon sa GAA 2020, continued despite the lockdown. Kasi as of June, na-release na natin 92.3%. So buong pondo, you mentioned 3.78 trillion ang na-release natin for all the projects as of June 2020. Is that correct, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Secretary Abisado?
Kasama po lahat yan, pati bayanihan, programs and projects. Sama-sama po yan lahat. Kasi
Maraming salamat,
nag-realign tayo.
Representative Zarate. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Representative Helen Tan. Ngayon naman po ay mula sa minority, si Representative Stella Kimbo.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take off from where I ended earlier. So, Secretary Abisado, I asked for the total amount that is allocated to COVID response for both health and economic recovery. And I was actually referring to the incremental amount, meaning hindi kasama halimbawa ang PhilHealth kasi with or without COVID, kasama naman po yan sa budget. Hindi rin dapat kasama yung infra na 1.1 trillion kasi even before COVID happened, kasama na rin po yan sa budget. And it turns out that this still has to be computed. So I would like to put on record that I have requested this from the staff of the Secretary. I think, sir, it would be good to know this amount because it can constitute a COVID fund within the GAA 2021. So kahit wala tayong Bayanihan 3 for reasons explained earlier by the Secretary of Finance, at least meron some kind of a stimulus fund na nakalodge sa loob ng GAA 2021. So Secretary, ang tanong ko is, ano po kaya ang magandang paraan para po ma-monitor itong mga COVID fund items na to?
Secretary Abisado.
On the continuation level dun sa first question or request ninyo, i-email po namin sa inyo yung complete data doon sa kabuuan ng COVID budget. As part of our budget management function, no, as we execute the budget, we require all departments and agencies to submit their reports, monthly reports, covering the physical and financial accomplishments of agencies based on their targets. Kami naman po, we also conduct agency performance reviews during the mid-year evaluation so that we can inform the agencies their performance in terms of meeting their targets, as pointed out in their statement of appropriation, allocation, obligation, disbursement, and balances. No? Monthly po ito. In fact, hindi lang ito COVID. Every month po, we inform them of the status of their funds and the level of their disbursements. Then we can really show the absorptive capacities of the various departments and agencies. And one of the reasons why some are not able to add up to their budget for the ensuing year is precisely because of that. And we monitor this. Matter of fact, we do this in tandem with NEDA because NEDA chairs the CBMS. And for next year, I think we have provided funding for that, if I'm not mistaken. Because NEDA chairs the National Project Monitoring Committee. And so that's how we're looking at precisely also ensuring that we are able to monitor the performance of the various departments and agencies, Madam Congresswoman.
Siguro po maganda rin pong magkaroon ng role ang Congress dito. At kung meron pa kayong mga ibang naiisip na magandang paraan para po ma-monitor natin, masigurado po maging effective po ang paggastos po natin para sa COVID, isama niyo na rin po sana sa email niyo po. And my next question po is, I would like to know, Mr. Secretary, ano kayang nangyari dun sa budget ng DTI? Its proposed budget is, I think, more than 1 billion less than the level last year. Why was this department not prioritized, considering that ito po yung ahensya na nakatuon sa pagsalbat po ng mga nagsarang mga negosyo, lalong-lalo na po yung mga MSMEs po natin?
Secretary Abisado.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Congresswoman Miro. DTI budget decreased by 4% from 20.995 billion this year to 20.162 billion, mostly due to the decrease in their appropriation for Expo 2020, slated to be held in Dubai, which can be rescheduled. Dito po lang sila bumaba yung participation nila sana doon sa Expo 2020 in Dubai. Doon lang po nagkaroon ng diferensya sa budget nila. Otherwise, lahat po ng itinalaga or pinopose nila na budget, pinunduhan po yun.
Congresswoman Kimbo.
Sige po, kay Secretary Carl naman po. Secretary Carl, nabanggit niyo many times that the key to recovery is really balancing the health needs as well as the needs of the economy. Ang tanong ko lang po, dun sa growth forecasts ninyo, I was looking at the assumptions, tila wala pong assumption pagdating po sa COVID. So I would like to know, nung sinabi niyo po na magko-contract ang ekonomiya natin ng at most 6.6%, ano po ang naiisip ninyong COVID situation?
Mr. Chair, Madam.
Secretary Chua.
Yeah, that's a very good question. In fact, we made two major assumptions. And by making them, we are doing this in a environment of uncertainty. So as we get more data, we are going to refine them. The first assumption is we do not have a U-turn on the quarantine status. Otherwise, that would worsen the GDP. So dapat GCQ or better. The second assumption is that a vaccine will be available mid-next year. That supports our recovery and normalization. Now, we are monitoring every month the various indicators. And so far naman, we have seen the exports, imports, production, and labor force make a U-turn significantly. So with that, we think it would be gradually going to be better. Thank you.
Right.
Your final question, Congresswoman Kimbo.
Yes, I noticed, Secretary Carl, that in your list of economic priority bills, so you listed Create, Fist, and Guide. Well, offhand, it would seem that these bills are going to benefit large firms more than small ones, because Create would be a reduction in the corporate income tax. Guide creates a special purpose vehicle for distressed companies, which also tend to be big. And Fist is really your SPV that would encourage banks to give out loans. The problem here is that 77% of our population tends to be unbanked. So again, it would seem to me that this would benefit the larger ones rather than the small ones. So my question is there anything in your list? Maybe it's not in your slide, but there's some list somewhere. Anong binabalak po natin para tulungan ang mga MSMEs? Baka naman pwede po namin kayo tulungan sa bill na yan.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Representative
respond?
Secretary Dominguez.
First of all, CREATE is going to lower the tax rate for everyone. As you know, the small and medium enterprises in this country have never had a tax break. It's the big ones that go and register with PESAs and all the other incentives. We are the only government who is actually going to have a tax incentive for the small and medium enterprises. Now, the rate we are bringing it down is to also to bring the rate to the same level as the rates in ASEAN. Number two, the idea of having the idea of having a fixed bill is to be able to allow the banks to clear their books quickly so that they can lend money not only to the big ones but also to the small and medium enterprises. Can you imagine what would happen if the banks are not able to clear their books? They will obviously uh, have less money to lend. The estimates of the BAP on the effects of the of the FISC bill is to be able to allow the banks to clear roughly a trillion, the estimated bad debt of about a trillion pesos, which will in turn allow them to lend another 3.5 trillion pesos. So without the FISC bill, the economy is going to be worse off, and the worst hit is going to be the small and medium enterprises. So by allowing them to clear their books, allows them actually to have more money for the small and medium enterprises. I also want to point out that the Monetary Board this is the first time the Monetary Board has actually allowed loans to small and medium enterprises to be used as part of their reserve requirement. And nobody has ever done that in the past. And I resent this accusation that all these bills are only for the large corporations. So I hope this clarifies this misconception that the good congresswoman is trying to promote in this country. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, si Mr. Secretary mismo nagsabi po kanina na 67% of all taxes are collected from large corporations. I'm just saying that. Secretary Carl, hindi yata nasagot. Ano po yung...
It's precisely because they are large corporations that the taxes are collected from them.
Secretary, since you're there...
No government has ever reduced the tax rate, including the government that was headed up by the party of the congressman in the last administration.
Mr. Chair, may...
Yes, Congresswoman Kimbo, tapos na po ang iyong oras.
Sandali lang po, nakisuyo po si Congressman Haresco po sa akin.
Sige po.
Kung pwede lang itanong ko daw ito kay Secretary Dominguez kasi nandiyan naman po si... ang tanong po, Secretary Dominguez ni Congressman Haresco is, why can't we take out more loans from the BSP, considering that we've taken out a 300 billion loan from BSP and it's going to be paid off by the end of the month, which means we would have a fresh credit line, and with Bayanihan 2, that credit line increases by another 10%. So ang tanong po niya is, why can't we take advantage of that and take out more loans from the BSP rather than from abroad or from other domestic sources, which I think is also good kasi kung inutang natin from the BSP, ang effect po sa market rates ay hindi ganun kalaki, in which case we're able to avoid the crowding out of private investments, sir.
Secretary Dominguez.
Coming out at this point in time, Congressman Haresco. In fact, the the actions of the Monetary Board have increased the liquidity in the system, and there is absolutely no crowding out at the moment. Number one. Number two, the BSP has already supported us over and above has supported us to the extent of around 750 or 800 billion pesos, both through direct loans as well as their support of the bonds to the secondary market. We believe is the right amount at this time, and if necessary, we will negotiate for additional funding from the central bank. But at this point, we don't see the necessity for doing it. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Representative
Isa pa
Kimbo.
pong tanong si Congressman Ted. Basahin ko na lang po verbatim.
Ilan tanong po ba yan, Congresswoman?
Isa pa po.
Sige po.
This is for, I suppose, Secretary Abisado. Ang sabi po niya, rural infrastructure has a higher multiplier effect than PPP. So why is PPP much more than countryside infra? Yun po yung kanyang
Secretary Abisado.
That's rural infrastructure versus build.
PPP po.
PPP.
Private
Opo.
partnership. So siguro mga build projects through PPP. Oh.
I think NEDA will have...
Sige po, Secretary Chua.
Mr. Chair, yung budget po natin ng infrastructure sa budget, aabot na po yan ng more than 1 trillion next year, in just 1 year. The amounts that I saw in the PPPs are not only for 1 year, it's spread over several years. Kasi ang construction is over many years. So I think the comparison is not that accurate. We have to compare apples to apples. Thank you. If we want to compare the total cost of PPP, then we have to compare the total cost of the infra in the budget, especially the small ones, over the same many years. Thank you.
Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Representative Edsel Lagman. Congressman Lagman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me continue my interaction with Secretary Dominguez. Secretary Dominguez, you candidly admitted that the proceeds of the 8.83 billion US dollars in foreign borrowings have been released and received by the Philippines, and 6.86 billion of which has been disbursed. May we know when the loan proceeds were received and where the disbursement for COVID response?
Secretary Dominguez.
Yes, I don't have, okay, I'll check first if we have the data of when these loans were received. They did not come in one lump sum, sir. So the releases were as follows, okay? World Bank, we signed the loan in April 10. Let me start again. World Bank loan was effective 27 April. The amount is $500 million and disbursed $500 million. ADB, another loan effective April 27, 2020, amount received $1.5 billion US dollars, disbursed $1.5 billion US dollars. ADB, again, May 5, $200 million dollars, disbursed $200 million. ROP bonds, due in 2045, received May May 5, 2020, the amount is 1.35 billion US dollars. Disbursed 1.35 billion US dollars. RP bonds due 2030, May 5, 2020, $1 billion released $1 billion. World Bank loan effective June 19 in the amount of $500 million, released $500 million. ADB loan effective June 30, $400 million, released $400 million. AIIB loan effective June 30, received $750 million, released $750 million. AFD, which is the aid agency of France, loan is effective August 7, 2020, of $165 million, not yet disbursed. Another loan from AFD from France, effective the 7th of August, $110 million, not yet disbursed. World Bank loan for effective May 6, 2020, in the amount of $100 million, that's been already disbursed. So these are the numbers we have here, and we can provide them in writing, Mr. Congressman.
We will appreciate that submission in writing. But my other question was, where the disbursement for COVID response?
I beg your pardon?
Were the disbursements from these foreign borrowings for COVID response?
Yes, they were, because they are all budget support.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Secretary, DBM Secretary Abisado said that the DBM had released as of August 376.6 billion for COVID response releases. And according to him, these expenditures were not sourced from foreign borrowings. If this is so, then for what expenses were the 6.86 billion disbursed?
I don't, sorry, I don't know exactly what Secretary Abisado said. And I have to ask him exactly what he said so that we can reconcile our numbers.
Mr. Chairman, if this will not be deducted from my time, I would like to quote the statement of Secretary Abisado with respect to the expenditure sources of the 376.6 billion. Can I do that, Mr. Chairman, without being deducted from my time?
Yes, Congressman Lagman.
Thank you. According to Secretary Abisado, 666.5 billion from discontinued programs, activities, and projects in the 2018 and 2019 GAAs. 9.8 billion from regular agency projects, and 100.2 billion from special purpose funds. The total of this is exactly 376.6 billion for COVID response releases. Mr. Secretary.
Okay, yes,
Secretary.
I hear you. However, Mr. Congressman, Your Honor, let's say, I'll give you an example. The RP bonds that we secured and released of $2.35 billion US dollars was released by the Treasury to the budget. Now, how the budget allocated those, I don't know. Okay, and we don't allocate by source of funds. All the funds come into one account, and they are pooled, and they are released by the budget according to budget item. So we do not borrow and say, okay, this is for this. But I will tell you, all of this money that we borrowed were for COVID response. Now, where one item went exactly, I don't know that. Because that's not the way we account. That is the way the budget department accounts.
Well, but the fact is, according to Secretary Abisado, all of the 376.6 billion for COVID response the source did not include foreign borrowings. Now let me go to another. The expenditures for this 376.6 billion for COVID response released by DBM as of August 2020 did not include as a source foreign borrowings. The DBM should know what it is releasing and from what sources it has released the funds.
There is a difference between cash and budget. Okay? All the cash funds come from several sources. Okay? Part of it is foreign borrowings, part of it is domestic borrowings. And these are all in one account. Okay? Now, we know who we owe. However, in our department, we do not know exactly where this peso went to that account. And I don't think the DPM can say which peso came from where. So I hope you understand that we don't account, okay, we borrowed this money on the RP bonds, and let's say we borrowed $1 billion, and this will go exactly to this purpose. We don't account it that way. It comes into a pool, and from that pool, you draw different funds for different budgeted purposes.
I hope, Mr. Secretary.
Congressman Lagman, paalala lang po na kayo po ay nakakonsumo na ng 4 minutes minus yung 30 seconds po na pinededuct natin kanina. Pero maaari nyo po pong papayagang po kitang tapusin ng iyong katanungan, Congressman Lagman.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. I was saying that it should be between Secretary Dominguez and Secretary Abisado to check the differences in their perspective with respect to the disbursement of funds. Now, let me go to another point, Mr. Chairman. Under the report of Mr. Secretary Dominguez, what was reported was foreign borrowings. May we know how much had been generated by the Bureau of the Treasury in domestic debts or borrowings?
From what date to what date?
Since the start
what date, sir?
Beg your pardon?
As of what date?
Well, I am informed that as of June 2020, the amount of 1.2 trillion has been generated by the Bureau of the Treasury, and then also another 516 billion has been sourced from the auction of premium bonds, or more particularly the retail treasury bonds as of August 2020.
Well, let me say that in terms of domestic sources, we have raised 1.376 trillion pesos in gross domestic borrowings as of July 31 to cover our budget deficit and other funding requirements. This includes 300 billion repurchase agreement between the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas and the national government. Moreover, we have received a total of 151.9 billion US dollars, pesos, as of August 31 in remittances from government-owned and controlled corporations since the start of this year. Those are the domestic sources.
And what is the balance, if any, from the domestic borrowings after this supposed disbursement is effective?
Mr. Congressman, as I mentioned to the lady congressman, we do not disclose balances of our holdings because, as I said, we are in the debt market. And once the public knows how much balances we have, they could use that against us when we go and borrow. So I cannot disclose at this time or at any time the balances in our treasury.
Well, I understand that position, but as a member of the House, we would like to know what funds are available to support the budget, more particularly with respect to COVID response and other expenditures under the proposed General Appropriations Bill.
The budget presentation earlier shows the sources of funds, how much how much we expect to collect in taxes, and how much we expect to borrow, and how much we expect to receive in dividends from our different corporations. So it's there. I don't have it in front of me right now, but it is disclosed there. However, specific balances at any specific time we do not disclose.
Well, is the government going to secure more foreign borrowings and domestic debts up to the end of the year, in addition to what we have already received or generated?
That is possible.
If it is possible, how much?
I will not disclose that at this time again, because that will put our negotiating position in a bad light. And I'm sure you don't want to contribute to that.
Well, you have disclosed, Mr. Secretary, some time ago that we're expecting another 1-point-something billion for COVID-related response from the World Bank. Why did you make that disclosure and you are not going to disclose now?
Yes, I have disclosed certain borrowings that we have, but we do not disclose what our future plans and the amounts we are going to borrow as a whole.
Well, there are also disclosures from the Bureau of Treasury that they expect to generate more domestic debts from the continued auction of premium bonds. But whatever it is, I have no.
What we do not disclose is exactly how much.
Well, the amount.
We will borrow more. Yes, that is true. But we do not tell you we will borrow more. How much?
The figure has been disclosed, but I will have to go over my papers to look at the figures. But I can inform you in writing how much had been disclosed.
But we disclose it, but we do not disclose in particular at any particular time what we are going to do, because as I said, that will weaken our negotiating position and will weaken the ability of the Philippine nation to get a better deal. And I am sure, Mr. Congressman, you do not want to weaken our position.
Of course, I do not want to weaken your position, but as a member of the House, I would like to see how much is the balances for which we can source as budgetary support. Now, Mr. Chairman, if I can just ask one question to Secretary Jokno, which would help us
Congressman Lagman, ikaw po ay nakakonsumo na ng 7 minuto, Congressman Lagman. At puwera po kay Congresswoman Colyamat na pinayagan kong kumonsumo ng 2 magkasunod na 3 minuto ay malaki na po yung binigay ng committee ito na palugid sa iyong pagtatanong. At kung maaari po, isang huling maikling katanungan na lamang po, Congressman Lagman.
Kay Secretary Jokno. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pakituloy po ang iyong pagtatanong, Congressman Lagman.
Kay Bangko Sentral of the Philippines Governor Jokno. How much more loans for budgetary support or additional provisional advances to finance expenditures authorized by law is the BSP prepared to lend to the national government pursuant to the Bayanihan 2 under Section 4 BBB?
Well, the Bayanihan, under the current law, central bank law, we can give as much as 20% of the average revenue for the last 3 years. And that's approximately 540 billion pesos, Your Honor.
Well, so we would expect that
billion pesos.
Would we expect that additional amount from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas as an amendment to Section 89 of Republic Act Number 7653 or the new Central Bank Act as amended pursuant to what has been authorized under Bayanihan 2?
Under the Bayanihan 2, I think you have authorized the BSP to lend additional 10%, and we will comply if there is a need on the part of the Department of Finance.
That's 10% of the average income of the national government for fiscal years 2017 to 2019. Is that correct?
That's for the last 3 years, yes, Your Honor.
And so, how much would this amount be? You don't have to answer that, Governor Jokno, now, but most probably you could reply in writing with respect to the amount.
I'll give you the details, Your Honor, but it's approximately around 200 billion pesos.
That is less than the initial 300 billion, which
No, but that's in addition to whatever is authorized under the Central Bank Act, Your Honor.
Anyway, could you kindly reconcile the Central Bank Act and Section 4 BBB of the Bayanihan 2 so that we could get a more or less accurate figure of how much does the government expect as additional budgetary support from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas?
I will do that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Congressman Edsel Lagman, tapos na po ba ang iyong linyada ng pagtatanong?
Hindi pa po tapos, pero palagay ko hindi mo ako magbibigyan, Mr. Chairman.
4 na beses na po kita pinagbigyan, Congressman Edsel. At kung po iyong bibilangin, yung isang huling katanungan, parating nagiging 3 o 4. Pero sana po ay mag-umpisa kung ikaw po ay may closing statement, ay mailathala mo na po sa aming lahat, Congressman Lagman.
Wala po akong closing statement. Wala nga akong opening statement, Mr. Chairman. Tatapusin ko na po ito. Maraming salamat na pagbigyan mo ako ng panahon na magtanong.
Maraming salamat, ginagalang Edsel Lagman. Yes, Congressman Sarate.
Mr. Chair, dahil malalim na rin ang gabi, may I just inquire, Mr. Chair, if we can continue this budget presentation? We can suspend now or...
Sa plenary debates na po ang susunod nito, Congressman Sarate.
So, tatapusin na po ito ngayong gabi, yung presentation ng DBCC.
Opo, puwera lang po kung ayaw pa pong umuwi. Kaya lang panahon po ng COVID ngayon, Congressman Sarate, at kawawa naman po yung ating mga empleyado dito sa Congress kasi tayo pong mga kinatawan ay exempted. Pati po yung mga members ng IATF ay may exemption, pero yung mga kawani po natin, ilan po dito ay wala.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Chair. That's why I was inquiring if we, the possibility of suspending and continuing this in some other.
Maraming salamat po at mukhang may motion si Congressman Dalipe.
Mr. Chairman, considering that we have already exhausted that was the last for the second round, I move to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
There's a pending motion on the floor, duly seconded. Hearing no objections, the hearing or the briefing is adjourned.
And there you have it. Nakatapos po tayo ng isang makabuluhang araw which marks the start or the beginning of the budget hearings here at the House of Representatives. We started with the DBCC committee hearings, followed by the DBM, DOF, and NEDA department committee hearings.
Pat and I were able to interview a few of our representatives. Let's watch the video to see the highlights from earlier's interview.
Good afternoon. We are back here in front of Plenary Hall. I am with Congressman Henry Oamenal, representative of 2nd District, Misamis Occidental. Sir, our question po, for first question is, bakit po mahalaga na malaman or makisali ang pampublikong tao para sa budget hearing natin po?
Well, it's important for the people to participate in the budget deliberations of our General Appropriations Bill, in this case for 2021, because that is a good exercise of the democratic processes in line with our good governance principle, transparency, and with that, those proposals, programs, and projects which were proposed by the different departments, and yet yung ipopropose ng mga taong bayan or civil society hindi pa nakasama doon, then it's an opportunity for Congress to consider it.
For our second question, sir, ano po ang benefits or ano po ang mga benepisyo na makukuha ng publiko kapag nalaman or narinig po nila ang budget hearing for today po?
Well, maraming benefits and advantage. Pag lalaman nila kung ano yung mga programs and projects na approve, no, na appropriate ng Congress to the different congressional districts or to the different sector, then mabantayan ng mga taong bayan. Like for instance, in the different congressional districts, in my 2nd District of Misamis Occidental, in the budget deliberation, malaman ng tao na may pondo para sa mga school buildings, para sa mga karsada, farm-to-market roads, roads leading to tourist destinations. So, mabantayan ng tao. Parang hahanapin nila yan for 2021, yung implementation sa projects na yan. So, if there are appropriations for social services, like the assistance in time of crisis sa DSWD, scholarship program, tertiary education support sa CHED. So, at least, kung alam ng publiko, then they will be able to avail such services, such program to that agency concerns carrying the programs.
And then, just a follow-up question. So far po sa mga narinig po ninyo sa hearings po, is there anything, is there a highlight or was there anything that was taken up po that you think will really benefit our mga kababayan po, or the Filipinos?
ito ngayon kasi is still the opening of the budget deliberations, which is being presented by the Development Budget Coordinating Council, by the Secretary of Finance, Budget, Central Bank, and the NIDA. It underlies the budget principles, the proposed expenditures, and the source of funds, and it's more of orienting us that this is the goal for 2021, considering where we are coming now for 2020 because of this COVID-19 pandemic. What will be the projection in terms of the income, the projected income, and then the projected expenditures, and then pretty sure there will be a budget deficit because of the pandemic. Then it's a presentation on how do we source in the budget deficit for 2021. So it's the underlying budget principles, budget guidance for the legislators to be guided accordingly in the deliberation now of the different departments. As of now, we know that despite the pandemic, our 2021 budget had increased by 9.9% compared to the 2020 budget. So from 4.1 trillion now to 4.506, 4,506 billion pesos. And that is still 21.8% of our gross domestic product. So with that, that serves now as our guiding principles why this sector, this economic sector, the social sector, gets this particular allocation because of that guiding principles.
Kasama po natin si Congressman Janet Carin, representative of 1st District of Iloilo. Kong Janet, bakit po kaya mahalaga na malaman ng publiko or maging involved sila sa itong budget na deliberation na ito?
Napakahalaga ng public participation or involvement ng publiko dun sa pagtatalakay ng budget. Kasi yan yung buhay ng Pilipinas eh. Doon nakikita natin kung paano ang ating bansa tutulungan yung mga mahihirap. Ano yung mga programa, ano yung expected output. Bawat buwis na kinukuha sa mga negosyante at sa mga self-employed at mga nasa gobyerno, kung saan siya napupunta at what is in there for each Filipino family. Kasi kung ang isang budget process walang public participation, mahirap po kasi nawawala ng transparency, hindi nagiging aware at hindi ngayon natututo yung mga taong bayan kung ano naman ang kanilang responsibilidad para maging active participants insofar as shaping and molding our country.
Maraming salamat po. And my second question is, since we are in this time of or experiencing pandemic, sa tingin niyo po ba dun sa overview budget natin for health for next year, yung projection po ba natin nun ay enough na po?
Hindi po. Marami yung ando dun na nakikita ko that are more on needs. Sorry. Meron doong mga nakikita natin that are more on want